Chapter 894. Shio. A.O. All the soul slaves and beasts did not hesitate. They charged towards Paragon Flying Snow. This time, neither man nor beasts used energy to attack. Instead, all of them wielded their weapons and claws and attacked with all their might. Haha, since all of you wish to die, this seat shall send all of you to the 9 underworld realm. Paragon Flying Snow was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. This group of fools did not run. Instead, they wanted to rely on their puny strength to kill him. The cruel look on his face became more intense. He carried Yi Qinghan and teleported once again. Chi! Paragon Flying Snow's teleportation speed was very fast. Accompanying every teleportation was the explosion of a deity crystal or beast core. In the blink of an eye, 3 peak grade 6 martial artists and 2 beasts were killed by him. The teleportation and origin energy of a paragon were too strong. These soul slaves and beasts could not even withstand a single move from him. The origin energy could resist against transcendent grade deity weapons. It was indestructible. Paragon Flying Snow had been a paragon for more than 100,000 years. He was incomparably proficient in teleportation and origin energy. His attacking method was simple. After teleporting, he would grab the martial artist beside him with his hand that was imbued with origin energy. He ignored the defenses of the other party. Even when the other party attacked with their weapons, he ignored them. With a single claw, he crushed the martial artist along with his weapon. Old dog Flying Snow, kill me if you have the guts. What's the point of killing them? Watching as the martial artists fell one by one and the beasts turned into a pile of minced meat. Yi Qinghan's entire expression was distorted. His body was struggling violently. Both his hands were hammering and clawing at Paragon Flying Snow's face. He was roaring at the top of his lungs. It's just that Yi Qinghan's god energy had been sealed. How could he deal any damage to Paragon Flying Snow by relying on his physical strength? Have you ever thought of this day when you killed the people of my Flying Rain Island? Today, I'll let you personally witness all your subordinates getting killed. Paragon Flying Snow merely used his deity energy to form a simple barrier on the surface of his body. He did not care about Yi Qinghan's random clawing. Instead, he became incomparably excited. The more frenzied Yi Qinghan became, the more excited Paragon Flying Snow became. He brought Yi Qinghan with him as he teleported continuously before massacring Yi Qinghan's subordinates. Old dog Flying Snow, as long as this young master doesn't die, it's only a matter of time before I turn your Flying Snow Island into a river of blood. I swear. Yi Qinghan roared furiously. His voice reverberated through the entire island. His voice was filled with endless anger, endless regret, and endless loneliness. Even the god of heaven can't save you. I think it's too easy for you to be skinned alive. Don't worry, I'll advise His Highness. He won't let you die easily. He'll definitely let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. Paragon Flying Snow did not care about the threat from Yi Qinghan at all. At this moment, many paragons were rushing over. His Highness Li Tian had already set off, and many star army were rushing over. Who could save Yi Qinghan? His Highness Li Tian had said that Misty Monarch and Madame Diao Wu would not care about this matter. Even if that Imo Xiao Xiao appeared, he would only die. Escape. All of you, escape for me. Yi Qinghan continued roaring. But these soul slaves and demonic beasts seemed to have eaten a steel heart. They turned into moths, and under the flames of Paragon Flying Snow, one by one, they turned into minced meat and broken limbs on the ground. Many spatial rings floated in the air. Not a single deity crystal was left. Because all the deity crystals had been crushed by Paragon Flying Snow. Today, everyone witnessed the gap between a paragon and a grade 6 or grade 7 war god. They were not on the same level. It was like a huge man wielding a saber and a child wielding a wooden stick. The blood on the ground had already formed a small river, and the nearby buildings had long since been reduced to rubble. The heart formation stone on the island had also been shattered. The barrier in the sky had dissipated, and a few dragon boats could already be seen in the distance. City Master, Wuxian will make a move first. If you can return to the Misty Continent, help me take care of my clansmen. They are in the Shaman City. Wuxian could feel Paragon Flying Snow appearing by his side with his divine sense. He did not escape, nor did he retaliate. Instead, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. He then felt an intense pain coming from his body. A bloody hand had grabbed his back. But before that hand could grab his deity crystal, he had detonated his own deity crystal. Hong. Wuxian's combat power was the weakest, but he was still at the peak of grade 5. Under such a powerful explosion, even Paragon Flying Snow felt slightly troubled. But it was just slightly troublesome. He brought Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then, his origin energy revolved around his back and he immediately teleported. Hong. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A loud explosion reverberated in the surroundings, reverberating in the star sea for a long time. Wuxian. Ah. Accompanying the explosion was the hysterical roar of Yi Qinghan. Wuxian was the only one present who was not his soul slave. His combat power was not high, but ever since he came from the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wuxian had been taking good care of Yi Qinghan. After leaving the Sealed God Valley, he had pledged his life to serve Yi Qinghan. The two of them had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan did not only treat him as a subordinate, but also as a brother and a friend. It could be said that among so many people present, Wuxian's death was the one that made him the most depressed and furious. Ha ha ha, such an explosion naturally did not affect Paragon Flying Snow at all. With his origin energy protecting his body, even if a peak grade 7 exploded, it would not cause much damage to him. If not for protecting Yi Qinghan, he would be too lazy to teleport. He would just resist the explosion directly. In just a short period, Yi Qinghan had swept through the subordinates of Star Constellation, leaving behind less than a quarter of the warriors and beasts. At this moment, the remaining humans and beasts finally began to escape. They flew in all directions at lightning speed. Humph humph. Want to escape? None of you can escape today. Paragon Flying Snow mocked. More and more dragon boats appeared on the distant sea surface. Furthermore, there were countless warriors rushing over. There were even paragons teleporting over. Even if they were allowed to escape, where could they escape to? Paragon Flying Snow locked his target on the fastest escaping Wind Emperor. Origin energy once again condensed in his palm. He then brought along Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the sky. Venerable Flying Snow teleported and appeared behind the Wind Emperor. Then, he quickly grabbed at the Wind Emperor's waist with one hand. He knew that this person was a 7th grade war god. Just now, he had let him escape, so he used his fastest speed. He also had more origin energy in his hand than before to ensure that the Wind Emperor could not escape this time. Wind Emperor, be careful. Old dog Flying Snow, this young master will tear you apart. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with terror. His body twisted even more violently. He used both his hands and feet to hit and kick Paragon Flying Snow. But Paragon Flying Snow had deity energy protecting him. With this bit of strength, Yi Qinghan could not even tear off a corner of Paragon Flying Snow's clothes. Wind Emperor could not escape. Actually, he had never thought of escaping. His body suddenly turned around. He then revealed a mocking smile towards Paragon Flying Snow. The ancient halberd in his hand fiercely chopped down on Paragon Flying Snow's head. He did not care. That fatal claw of Paragon Flying Snow had actually chosen to perish together with his opponent. Fool! Go and die. Paragon Flying Snow did not move. The mocking look on his face was even more obvious than that of Wind Emperor. This little martial artist actually wanted to perish together with him. His brain must have been fried. Paragon Flying Snow did not move the origin energy in his hand. Instead, he revolved the remaining origin energy in his body around his head. With the origin energy protecting his body, even if Wind Emperor's ancient halberd was a transcendent deity weapon, it could not damage his head. Wind Emperor's ancient halberd did not slow down. The mocking look on the corner of his mouth became more intense. His eyes did not look at Paragon Flying Snow. Instead, he turned to Yi Qinghan and transmitted, "Master, I'll be leaving first. If you step onto the peak in the future, please help me take care of the Sky Awakening Continent and my clansmen." Chapter 895. The ancient halberd of Wind Emperor was naturally not a transcendent deity weapon. Hence, when it struck the head of Paragon Flying Snow, it merely let out a crisp sound. Paragon Flying Snow's hand easily pierced through his abdomen before grabbing that deity crystal. With a light pinch, it immediately exploded. But at the moment before Wind Emperor died, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was very strange, and it gave Paragon Flying Snow goosebumps. He laughed until his back felt cold, not right. Paragon Flying Snow's eyes widened abruptly. Why would his back suddenly feel cold? At that moment, an intense feeling of danger surged in his heart. He was familiar with this feeling. That was a sign that would only appear when one was facing a life-threatening danger. But why? His divine sense could clearly sense that there was no one nearby. There were no paragons, and there were no spatial ripples. But in the next second, he knew where the danger came from. Because the hand of Yi Qinghan that was constantly hammering him had already entered his abdomen and was grabbing towards his deity crystal. "Yi Qinghan, you dare!" Paragon Flying Snow's expression turned snow-white. It was whiter than his hair. He, the other paragons, and Li Tian had heard of the rumor that Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th-grade war god. Because there was a lucky survivor who said that he personally witnessed Yi Qinghan killing a 7th-grade war god. But they scoffed at this, thinking that it was a martial artist who had been scared silly, because they did not believe that a god king could have the combat power to fight against a 7th-grade war god. Especially when he sealed his deity crystal, he was absolutely sure that the other party only had the combat power of a god king. He was completely relieved. So what if this god king was a freak? Wasn't he just a minor god king? But, at this moment, he completely understood that this god king was not just a freak. He was also heaven-defying. Because he could clearly sense that the hand that reached into his abdomen had the same white stream as him. Origin energy. He did not know where Yi Qinghan got his origin energy. He only knew that more than half of his origin energy was revolving around his hand, and a small portion was protecting his head. His deity crystal was not protected by any origin energy at all. Kacha! A clear sound could be heard. The eyeballs of Paragon Flying Snow bulged out. The rapidly revolving origin source energy was forced to stop halfway. Paragon Flying Snow felt his vision turning dark. After that, the world in front of him turned black and white. "I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price, and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price." Yi Qinghan looked at the eyes of Paragon Flying Snow who died with remaining grievance. He coldly said. His expression was incomparably calm. They were not excited about killing a venerable one in a sneak attack, nor did they feel proud of their perfect plan, their beautiful acting, and the fact that they managed to kill a venerable one with their own strength. Because, if it wasn't for his arrogance, Wuxia wouldn't have died, the Wind Emperor wouldn't have died, more than 30 soul slaves and more than half of the demonic beasts wouldn't have died. Everything that happened today was within his expectations, especially the carelessness of Paragon Flying Snow that gave him an opportunity. That was why he instantly formulated a plan. This plan involved everyone, including Yi Qinghan's furious shouts and powerless fighting. Wind Emperor and the others were fearless at the start, and they were escaping at the end. Even the final attack from Wind Emperor was instructed by Yi Qinghan. His deity energy had been sealed, but the origin source energy in Yi Qinghan's mind wasn't. In the profound spirit cavern dwelling, his deity energy was similarly suppressed, but he still relied on his origin source energy to kill that void-gouging beast. Actually, when Yi Qinghan self-detonated at Wuxian, he had already activated his origin source energy. But he did not act because he was not sure if Paragon Flying Snow had the origin source energy to protect his deity crystal. At the final moment, he had no other choice. He could only sacrifice Wind Emperor. In reality, Yi Qinghan gambled correctly. Paragon Flying Snow was careless. That was why he died in the end. Xiao. Those soul slaves and beasts that were escaping immediately turned around the moment Paragon Flying Snow died. They flew towards Yi Qinghan at their maximum speed. Paragon Flying Snow was dead. But the danger had not been resolved. The distant dragon boat was getting closer, and paragons could teleport over at any time. They had to remove the seal on Yi Qinghan's deity crystal in the shortest time possible. More than 10 grade 6 war gods poured their purest deity energy into Yi Qinghan's body. Paragon Flying Snow's deity energy seal might be overbearing. But he did not seal too much. In just an instant, the deity energy seal was removed. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. He grabbed the corpse of Paragon Flying Snow and his spatial ring. At the same time, he kept the corpse of Wind Emperor and the soul slaves and beasts. As for the corpses on the island, he did not have the time to collect them. He immediately rushed towards the distance. Halfway through his journey, his figure disappeared in the sky. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Paragon Flying Snow appeared to the moment Yi Qinghan ambushed and killed Paragon Flying Snow, only a few minutes had passed. Even though the nearby patrolling star army had rushed over. Even the paragons hiding 500,000 kilometers away had begun teleporting. But no matter how close they were, no matter how fast the dragon boat was, it would still take time. No matter how fast teleportation was, this was the Star Sea. Who dared to teleport too far away? The 7 or 8 dragon boats that rushed over had even seen Paragon Flying Snow fighting with someone. But similarly, they saw a scene that shocked them to the core. They did not dare believe it. Paragon Flying Snow had suddenly died. And then Yi Qinghan disappeared right in front of their eyes. The Star Army came very quickly. But before they could surround him, Yi Qinghan had easily escaped far away. Pang! Tens of thousands of kilometers away from this place, many war chariots flew over at high speed. In front of the war chariots, there were many huge flaming lions. It made the Star Army and the dragon boats tremble deep in their souls. At the same time, they looked at the war chariots in the sky. Their eyes were filled with respect. This was the war chariot of His Highness. Pang! Suddenly, the war chariot in the middle turned into smithereens. The flaming lions pulling the chariot also stopped. Iron shards fell down, and 6 martial artists floated in the sky. Xiao! All the war chariots stopped. Many martial artists wearing the war god robe appeared from the war chariots. They surrounded the 6 martial artists and investigated the surroundings. They thought that someone had attacked the war chariots. But there was one point that left them incomparably shocked. There was a mystical seal within the war chariot that even paragons would have a hard time breaking through. How did this war chariot explode? Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! There was a handsome prince in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, his expression had become incomparably savage. He looked up and roared. His entire body was filled with a violent rage. This rage could even be felt by the martial artists below the dragon boats. The war chariot wasn't destroyed by an attack. Instead, it was destroyed from the inside by His Highness Li Tian. Everyone understood. But what they did not understand was what the Yi Qing Han had done. Why did he make His Highness, who had become very steady recently, so mad? Not many days later, many people understood why His Highness was so mad. His Highness Li Tian had spent a few months and used countless resources and manpower to cast a huge net, inviting Yi Qing Han to fall into the trap. Yi Qing Han had indeed fallen into the trap in the end. It's just that he had killed a famous paragon in the Star Sea, Paragon Flying Snow. Before leaving elegantly, the entire Star Sea was shaken once again. Not long later, the entire divine realm was shaken too. The martial artists of Floating Mist Continent had all gone mad with joy. This matter had even alarmed a few monarchs. They ordered for an investigation of the specific situation that day. As for the specific situation, it did not take long for many super clans and monarchs to understand clearly. Many memory god insects near the island had clearly recorded what happened. But many people had repeatedly examined the scene, yet they could not understand how Yi Qing Han had killed Paragon Flying Snow. This caused countless supreme beings in the god world to be moved. Yi Qing Han did not know what happened in the Star Sea and the Divine Realm continent. At this moment, he did not want to know either. After 8 months of arduous escape, he turned to the North Sea. Then, he killed a small team of Star Army in the North Sea. Then, he stealthily returned from the coastal sea of Floating Mist Continent to a place, the Lily Cavern dwelling. The continuous travel had made his body very tired. But, his heart was even more tired. His expression was incomparably desolate. When Yin saw this person in front of her, she thought that she had recognized the wrong person. His beard was unshaven, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. That frivolous, calm, and confident Yi Qing Han had disappeared. What appeared was a beggar like Yi Qing Han. Chapter 896. All the details of the battle between Yi Qing Han and Paragon Flying Snow were recorded by the nearby memory god insects. Star Sea did not control the circulation of these images. Paragon was killed by Yi Qing Han. This matter could not be concealed. Star Sea also hoped to let the Supremes of the deity world study it and see if they could figure out how Yi Qing Han killed Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon. The name Supremes meant that a Grade 5 war god would officially step on the path of an expert. A Grade 6 or Grade 7 would reach the minor peak of the martial artist realm and could be called a Supremes. But once they reached Grade 8, they would turn from a chicken to a phoenix, becoming a Supremes. From Supremes of God Emperors and Supremes of Refiners, it could be seen that the deity world placed great importance on the word Supremes. It represented the highest realm of a martial artist. A Grade 9 unparalleled war god was the peak of the deity world. That was a supreme existence. But how many Grade 9 unparalleled war gods were there? 2 hands were not enough. Furthermore, a Grade 9 unparalleled war god would usually not interfere in the battles of the deity world unless they provoked him. A Grade 9 was a supreme existence. Basically, martial artists below the God Emperor level were not qualified to know of such an existence. Even among the lower-level martial artists, they had become legendary existences, hence, paragons were the peak existences among the lower-level martial artists. But, this time, a god king, a common and small martial artist in the deity world, had broken the hierarchy of the deity world and the concept of the martial artists on the continent. Not only did he kill a venerable, but he also killed a venerable by countless levels. This matter was even more shocking than the death of Paragon Flying Snow. If every god king could kill a paragon, they could kill Grade 6 or 7 war gods. Then was the ranking system of this world still useful? Was the ranking system of the War God Pavilion still useful? Was there a need for everyone to cultivate? This matter had caused many martial artists to doubt if the current direction of cultivation was correct. Hence, the height of this matter had reached a level where the cultivation system of martial artists was overturned. Supreme Island was still sealed, but Paragon Li Kong had urgently gathered all the paragons on the island to discuss this matter. Across the 6 continents, countless paragons and even 2 sovereigns had sent messages to express their concern. Countless images were replicated and circulated in the main cities of the various clans. After several months of research, everyone came to a conclusion. Yi Qing Han was still at the God King realm. Furthermore, he did not kill Paragon Flying Snow with his soul skill or his monstrous combat power. Rather, it was a treasure. Those who had studied the painting knew very well that Yi Qing Han was the mastermind behind this murder. Ever since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, everything that happened to Yi Qing Han was actually arranged by him. Although there was no sound on the screen, the last sentence Yi Qing Han said could be easily deduced by the martial artist from the movement of his lips. I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price, and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price. These words clearly indicated that all of Yi Qing Han's actions were premeditated. He relied on his intelligence to create an opportunity for Paragon Flying Snow to use all his origin energy without the protection of the deity crystal. The painting clearly showed that Yi Qing Han had used a single hand to grab Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon Flying Snow died, yet no deity crystal floated out. This meant that Yi Qing Han had crushed his deity crystal before killing him. But Yi Qing Han's deity crystal was still sealed. How could he break through the protection of Paragon Flying Snow and crush his deity crystal? The scene of a group of soul slaves removing the seal was also clearly recorded. Yi Qing Han's deity energy had indeed been sealed. It's just that after Yi Qing Han destroyed the deity crystal, he had kept his origin energy. Hence, nobody knew how he did it. In addition to the rumor of Yi Qing Han killing a 7th grade war god, all the researchers could only conclude that there was a treasure on Yi Qing Han. There was a heaven-defying treasure, a treasure that could allow a god king to kill a venerable. Even if Paragon Flying Snow used all his origin energy to protect his head and hands, he was still a paragon. Even if a venerable didn't use his origin energy, his divine power was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary emperor god were to launch a sneak attack on him, it would be difficult to kill him. How could you crush the divine crystal with such strong divine power? This answer was acknowledged by many. It also made many experts go crazy. Supreme treasures belong to the virtuous. If a powerful supreme expert possessed it, then there was nothing wrong with it. However, what right did a little divine king have to possess it? Furthermore, Yi Qing Han was hated by everyone in the Star Sea. Even if he was killed, nothing would happen. Hence, other than the paragons and experts of the Misty Continent, countless experts and paragons from the 5 continents began rushing towards the Star Sea. Many hidden experts also moved out stealthily. Although Yi Qing Han could kill paragons, it was true that he was caught by Flying Snow in the beginning. All the experts were clear that Yi Qing Han did not have the ability to fight with experts head-on. As long as he did not sneak attack, he could easily kill him. The Star Sea surged again. This was beyond the expectations of Li Tian and Li Kong. They did not care about the arrival of these people. Instead, they offered a reward. A transcendent grade god tool and countless treasures drove the experts of the Star Sea even more crazy. On the other hand, the countless martial artists of the Misty Continent were in high spirits. Yi Qing Han had made them proud. If the destruction of the Flame Dragon City was a slap to the continent, then Yi Qing Han's actions were a deep stab to the Star Sea. This time, Yi Qing Han had stabbed the Sea of Stars with a knife. A slap to the face was painful, but a stab to the face was extremely painful. Soul-devouring city, on that beautiful balcony. Lord, you don't seem very happy. Little Han did a great job this time. Madame Zhou's face was full of excitement after receiving the exact news. Lord Devour had a high status. She did not need to collect this information. Countless people would automatically send detailed information to her. The information had to go through Madame Zhou's hands. However, after Madame Zhou told Lord Devour the news, she saw that Lord Devour was no longer calm. Instead, he frowned slightly. Lord Devour's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. He said faintly, he was too proud, so he almost died this time. Fortunately, he met that idiot Flying Snow. With the power of origin, so many people sacrificed their lives to cooperate with him. If his sneak attack couldn't kill an idiot, then he would be an idiot too. What's there to be happy about? Madame Zhou nodded and said with a smile, Lord. Are you worried about him? Don't worry. He will definitely become more mature after this lesson. Didn't you hear his last sentence? I think the next time little Han comes out, the entire Star Sea will be scared out of their wits. What do you know? If Yi Qing Han doesn't have the power of origin, he's nothing. Even if he becomes more mature and calmer, he won't make any mistakes. However, after this painful lesson, will the people of the Star Sea become calmer and more cautious? Lord Devour stood up, his eyes cold. Moreover, what I'm worried about the most is that, with this strange invisibility technique and the power of origin, he will rely on them too much. He will forget the true meaning of cultivation, putting the cart before the horse. On the path of cultivation, the principle is the king. The others are all wrong. Only understanding the principle of heaven and earth, taking the power of heaven and earth, and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, is the king's way. If he keeps relying on this and doesn't want to improve, he will die eventually. Chapter 897. Madame Zhou pondered for a while and understood. Her face changed dramatically. She knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Since Yi Qinghan had stated that he wanted to kill 100 million people or His Highness Li Tian, then if he didn't achieve this goal, he wouldn't come back and would never leave the Starry Sea. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. There were more and more experts. If Yi Qinghan used his origin power to fight with his stealth technique, his enemies would find his weakness sooner or later, and he would die. If a person had a submachine gun, would he use his weak martial arts to kill his enemies? It was a habit, and it couldn't be changed with just 1 or 2 sentences. Yi Qinghan had used his origin power and his stealth technique to fight for so many years. His battle plan was based on these 2 things. You want him to abandon these 2 things and use his weak soul skills and principles to fight. If he thought these soul skills and principles were weak, he wouldn't be interested in studying them or comprehending them. If his strength didn't improve, he could only use these things to fight. If he took risks, he would be besieged by so many experts and fall. Madame Zhou wasn't stupid. After following Lord Devour for so many years, she had a broad vision. Her way of thinking was also influenced by Lord Devour. After thinking it through, she said anxiously, Lord, you can't just ignore him. If Xiao Han dies, how will you face Xiao He and Yu Qingqing? Don't you need Yi Qinghan to take revenge for you? You have to think of a way. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't help him with this. Lord Devour sighed deeply. She slowly walked to the pavilion in the corner of the rooftop and waved her hand to open the protective cover. Her red robe fluttered in the humid sea breeze. After a while, she said, I can't help him. Moreover, I don't dare to do anything in this star. If Yi Qinghan doesn't accomplish his goal, he won't come back even if I ask him to. As for the path of cultivation, it was all about the heart. Yi Qinghan already had a complete and mature mind. Moreover, he had a stubborn temper. It was not possible to change his mind with just a few words. Given his temperament, it was even more impossible, for him to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to change his way of thinking, the only way is for him to comprehend it himself. Madame Zhou shivered. She understood that Lord Devour was telling the truth. She said bitterly, "Is there really no solution? Can we only watch him walk towards death step by step? There's a way." After keeping silent for a while, Lord Devour opened his mouth, which made Lord Zhou's eyes brighten. Lord Devour turned around and said faintly, "Let him stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 5 years. Soul Emperor Pavilion? Lord Zhou said in astonishment, "Didn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion just open a few years ago? We have to wait for another 10,000 years. With little Han's temperament, he won't just cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. Lord Devour waved his hand. His eyes showed a trace of reminiscence as if he was thinking of an old friend. He said, "No need. Yi Qing Han has something that he can break the rules to get in. Moreover, there's a way to fix this thing. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there's a woman that Yi Qing Han has been thinking about for a long time. Yi Qing Han might not listen to me, but that woman has a way to help Yi Qing Han walk on the right path." "Lord. You mean the soul ring?" Madame Zhou asked tentatively. She didn't know who the woman Lord Devour was talking about was. However, she knew that besides Xiao He, the only thing that Yi Qing Han had to do with the Soul Emperor was the soul ring. "Yes." Lord Devour nodded faintly, but his brows didn't loosen. He said, "The Soul Emperor left the soul ring in the God-slaying mountain on purpose. Since the Soul Emperor is from the Flame Dragon Plain, he hoped that someone from the Flame Dragon continent could get this lucky chance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion is a good place to train him. Inside, his invisibility technique will lose its effect, and he can't use any restrictions inside. He doesn't dare to use the power of the origin, or the Soul Emperor Pavilion will explode. He can only use his soul skills and principles to fight." Madame Zhou was delighted. She said happily, "That's good. It's a good idea. Don't celebrate too early." Lord Devour sneered. "If he uses the soul ring to open the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be open for 3 months. Anyone can enter even without a divine sword. This is the Soul Emperor's test for his successor. Although only lower 5th grade war gods can enter, with Yi Qing Han's strength, it's not enough to enter. If he can't break through, he'll also die." "Ah!" Madame Zhou's jaw dropped, her face full of shock. "Lord, why did you let him in? If he can't figure out this problem, he won't have the patience to cultivate and comprehend. Since he'll die sooner or later, it's better to die earlier." Lord Devour's face regained its calmness, and his voice no longer fluctuated. He waved his hand, and a figure appeared on the rooftop. It was Imo Xiao Xiao in a green robe. Lord Devour said casually, "Send a message to Yi Qing Han. Tell him that his soul ring can enter the Soul Emperor Island. Whether he wants to go in or stay outside, it's up to him." The message was sent quickly, but Yi Qing Han didn't reply. It wasn't because he couldn't receive messages from the Lily Cave Mansion, but because Yi Qing Han didn't care about the messaging jade talisman. Even at this moment, he didn't care about anything. Yinling was sitting in the small hall, her beautiful eyes gazing at a small room next to hers. Her eyes sparkled with a complicated look. Yi Qing Han had stayed in this room for 1 whole month. When Yi Qing Han sent him a message, she really didn't dare to believe that the person standing in front of her was the incomparably domineering Yi Qing Han who dared to slap her on the hidden island. It was the Yi Qing Han who didn't even bat an eyelid when facing thousands of experts in Flame Dragon City. It was the Yi Qing Han who even dared to snatch the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter on the Peach Blossom Island. She didn't know what kind of blow Yi Qing Han had suffered. She only knew that Yi Qing Han was dispirited, lonely, and pitiful. After Yi Qing Han entered the Lily Cave Mansion, he settled the remaining 10 soul slaves and 20 demonic beasts, then went into this room alone. Yinling, of course, knew that Yi Qinghan didn't go into seclusion to cultivate. Instead, he went inside to lie down alone, like a wounded lone wolf, silently licking his wounds and healing himself. After waiting for a few days, she returned to the Rain Butterfly Island and learned what had happened. She was once again shocked by Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she also knew the reason why Yi Qinghan was so lonely. He blamed himself for the deaths of Wind Emperor Wuxia and the others. He blamed himself for his arrogance, carelessness, and complacency, which led to the deaths of so many people. Yinling had very complicated feelings towards Yi Qinghan. Throughout her life, she had only thought that there was one true man in this world, the Hidden Island Master. But today, there was one more person in her heart. Yi Qinghan had beaten her before. She hated him, and killing Yi Qinghan was her goal. After going to the Divine Realm and staying in the Rain Butterfly Island for a few decades, this hatred had faded. But later on, she met Yi Qinghan. She originally wanted to take revenge, but she was stunned by Yi Qinghan's strength, and also, his legendary story. When she saw Yi Qinghan killing Paragon Flying Snow, not only did he not feel happy or proud, but he even blamed himself for the deaths of his subordinates. Her heart was deeply moved. Her heart was deeply touched, and her feelings for Yi Qinghan became even more complicated. This man was so special, so dazzling, so loyal, so pitiful. After drinking the blood-red wine in her hand, Yinling stood up and walked towards that room. Even though Yi Qinghan had closed the protective barrier of the room, the restrictions of the Lily Cave mansion were in her hands. If she wanted to enter, she could. Chapter 898. She didn't know what to do inside. She also knew that with her relationship with Yi Qinghan, it wasn't the right time to go in. However, she still inexplicably moved her beautiful legs and walked in. The light inside the room was very dim. She knew that this was Yi Qinghan's control. There weren't any furnishings in the room, only a large white jade bed. Under the dim light, a figure was leaning against the corner of the bed and the wall. One leg was bent while the other was casually placed. His head was slightly lowered and his black hair fell down. It wasn't tidied up and was a bit messy. His chin had a long beard and his eyelids were drooping. He didn't even look up when Yinling walked in. Yi Qinghan was very calm. His face didn't show any emotion and his body didn't release any aura. However, Yinling felt her body tremble. She only glanced over and a decadent, lonely aura emitted from Yi Qinghan's bones. This man was really injured. Martial artists paid great attention to their appearance. Unless they liked to flatter, no God Realm martial artist would keep a beard. They only needed to use their divine power to clean it. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even have time to tidy it up. Yinling leaned against the door with a faint smile on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "Young noble Yi, are you trying to seduce me with that melancholic pose of yours?" Silence. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but remain silent. His body didn't move at all, as if he was in a deep sleep. "Oh, young noble Yi has become so awesome recently. You even dare to ignore your master? Are you planning to defy the heavens?" Yinling didn't get angry and continued to smile. She even used the witty words that Yi Qinghan had said to Yu Qingqing in the past, hoping to attract Yi Qinghan's attention. However, Yi Qinghan still didn't move. He was like a rotten piece of wood standing there. Yinling finally became angry. She put down her arrogance and came to console Yi Qinghan, but she never expected to receive such a result. Even a saint would get angry, let alone someone with an explosive temper like her. Pointing at Yi Qinghan, he raged, "Yi Qinghan, are you still a man? Why don't you go and die? A little blow like this is enough to make you like this. Yu Qingqing and the others must have been blind to marry a trash like you." "Shut up." Yi Qinghan finally moved. He raised his head and shouted angrily. His eyes seethed with rage, and his expression was gloomy. He seemed like a lion that had its tail stepped on. Ah! Er's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qinghan was living and eating at her place. If it wasn't the Lily Cave mansion, would Yi Qinghan be living so comfortably? She was trying to comfort him out of goodwill, but he still dared to yell at her. Was this person really going to defy the heavens? Anger rose from the bottom of her heart, and she became bold. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Her body flashed, and she fiercely slashed at Yi Qinghan's crotch. Didn't know any sea drain battle technique. She only learned one move on the Rain Butterfly Island, but this move was enough to make the young masters of the Rain Butterfly Island tremble in fear. As long as was provoked, she would definitely take out her little dagger and cut off the thing down there, including the skin and the egg. The dagger was very fast, and there was a faint air-piercing sound. The Divine King Realm cultivation wasn't something to be trifled with. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly widened, and his dispirited expression instantly disappeared. He was very clear about Er's temper. Last time, she was almost castrated. Although he knew that divine crystals could be condensed, which man didn't care about his own life. He quickly shrunk his body and rolled to the side. Although his overall strength wasn't a match for 10,000 Er's sudden attack, and Yi Qinghan's indescribable mood made his reaction a bit slower. The dagger ruthlessly slid down his thigh, leaving a long and deep trail of blood. It went from his thigh to his calf, and in some places, white bone could be seen. Crazy woman, I'll son your mother. Yi Qinghan didn't think that would be so heavy-handed. He immediately revealed a murderous expression and cursed. Was also stunned. She looked at Yi Qinghan's thigh that was spurting blood, and she couldn't help but feel regret when she thought about the reason she came here today. Yi Qinghan was recuperating, but he had given him an extra cut. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan's fiendish expression, became angry again. Her temper was like this, and after knowing that she was the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan, her temper became even worse. She immediately cursed, "Bastard, this young lady, son you." Didn't know what Yi Qinghan meant by son, but she was sure that it was a curse. In a moment of desperation, she followed up Yi Qinghan's words and cursed. "Son me." Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The pain in his thigh had already faded, and the soul ring and the divine crystal were able to heal it. The bleeding quickly stopped, but his heart was still bleeding. After a month of healing, the wound in his heart was almost healed. He was slowly regaining his confidence and fighting spirit, but Er's disturbance had ignited the hidden anger in his heart. Although he knew that was here to comfort him, his stubborn temper flared up, and he didn't care about anything else. "If you want to son me, then come at me. This young master will accompany you to the end. Today, let's see if you will beat me to the ground, or if this young master will cripple you." Yi Qinghan reached out and easily grabbed Er's hand. Then, he flung the dagger away. With a forceful pull, was pulled over. His other hand tightly wrapped around Er's waist as he pressed her against his chest. Then, he forcefully pressed his mouth against the dazed Er's jade-like lips. Was dizzy. Looking at Yi Qinghan's previous situation, it looked like he wanted to kill her. How did the situation suddenly reverse? How did he take advantage of her? Yi Qinghan's groan was particularly wild and rough. The wild and masculine aura on his body made dizzy once again. Yi Qinghan's kiss was very rough. His powerful tongue directly penetrated Er's pearly white teeth and wandered inside, chasing after Er's fragrant tongue. He greedily sucked the nectar from her small mouth, and his hands didn't stop moving. One of his hands wandered back and forth between the two voluptuous peaks, especially the two pink grapes, constantly playing with them. His other hand slid down and reached into the peach garden. He found that beautiful stream and gently plucked at it. Boom. Yi Qinghan's flirting technique was superb. At least, it was very advanced in this world. Yin Ling had made love with many women, but it was just kissing and teasing. However, she had never been toyed with like this by a man. Therefore, her body instantly went limp, and the water in the stream started to trickle. Hiss, Yi Qinghan was very wild. It could even be said that he roughly tore apart Yin Ling's leather clothes. The two breasts that could scare people to death bounced out. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly turned red. His other hand directly tore apart her leather skirt, revealing a perfect body. When Yi Qinghan saw the white liquid coming out from the beautiful pink fungus below Yin Ling, he couldn't bear it anymore. He arched his body and let out a hoarse roar. His clothes instantly burst apart, and he jumped on the horse with his spear in hand, galloping to his heart's content. Yi Qinghan, what are you doing? Your father. When Yin Ling's body was penetrated by a strange object, she finally sobered up a bit. She wriggled her body and wanted to break free, but she was firmly held by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, her body had gone limp. How could she fight against the ferocious and wolf-like Yi Qinghan? Then, under Yi Qinghan's violent assault, her cursing gradually faded and finally turned into an incomparably ecstatic moan. Chapter 899. Following a beast-like roar, Yi Qinghan finally released all the hostility that had accumulated in his mind during this period of time along with the surging heat. Yin Ling, who was lying on the jade bed, had a blurry look in her eyes. Her body was as soft as a puddle of water. She could only exhale and not inhale. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished, she seemed to have gotten rid of everything. She let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes regained its clarity, and he became much more clear-headed. When he saw the perfect body below him, and that absolutely beautiful face, his mind once again exploded with a bang. Had he really done Yin Ling? He didn't think about why Yin Ling didn't resist. He only knew that something had happened. Given Yin Ling's temper, this matter would be difficult to deal with. What should I do? Run. This was Yi Qinghan's first thought. However, he also thought that leaving just like this wasn't his style. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have any confidence in facing such a perverted woman. Moreover, he was in the wrong. Forget it, let's retreat first. Yi Qinghan prepared to leave. He couldn't explain the current situation, so he had to leave first. His movements were very light. Yin Ling seemed to be too tired to notice. Yi Qinghan tiptoed out of the bed. He didn't bother to put on his clothes as he grabbed his penis and slipped away. Yin Ling opened her eyes as soon as Yi Qinghan left. There was still a trace of seduction in her eyes, but there was also a trace of confusion. A divine king martialist naturally wouldn't faint from exhaustion. She just didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Just now, the two of them had been silent above the clouds and had been very relaxed. However, it was different now. Yin Ling sat up and leaned against the wall, exposing her beautiful body to the air. She looked at the traces of Yi Qinghan on her body, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. She had always been disgusted with men from the bottom of her heart, even to the point of being sexualized. That was why she liked women, especially beautiful women. She thought that she would never be with a man in her life. However, due to a freak combination of factors, she was raped by Yi Qinghan. Well, of course, it wasn't forceful. After all, she didn't resist. It's not that I don't want to resist, but that beast is too strong, I can't resist. Yin Ling found a good excuse for herself, but she found that she didn't hate Yi Qinghan at all. Instead, when she recalled the feeling just now, she subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It seemed like that feeling just now was really great. Bah! Yin spat lightly. The two big weapons in front of her chest rippled, and two bright red spots appeared on her face. She was extremely flirtatious, but her heart was even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan's mind was also in a mess. There were many rooms nearby. He randomly entered one and immediately activated the barrier before he dared to put on his clothes. But Yi Qinghan's heart was only in a mess for a moment before he recovered. He had always been a happy-go-lucky person. Since the matter had already happened, it was useless for him to regret. Yin could do whatever she wanted. Furthermore, he was still reminiscing about that exquisite body of Yin. Even if there was a next time, he decided to *CK it first. Within the room, Yi Qinghan began arranging the recent matters. The death of Wind Emperor Wuxia and the others had deeply hurt him. He had been blaming himself for this for a month. But after a month, Yi Qinghan had thought things through. Furthermore, after the disturbance caused by Yin, Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. Rather than feeling sad and blaming himself, why not think of ways to take revenge for them? This debt of blood was getting deeper and deeper. He could not go out for the time being. After this matter, Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. During this month, he had roughly deduced why he would meet Paragon Flying Snow this time. This was not a coincidence. From the expression and actions of Paragon Flying Snow, and the dragon boats behind him, he could also deduce the dense number of pursuers behind him. More than half of his whereabouts had been grasped by others. At the very least, they had deduced the specific direction. Hence, the previous time, he chose to take a huge detour to the North Sea before turning back. The stellar stone that he changed every 10 days was his greatest weakness. But currently, he had yet to discover a better array heart stone. Perhaps there might be a better one, but he did not have the chance to search for it. Actually, not too long ago, he was prepared to ask Yin to help him purchase one, but now... Yi Qinghan hesitated. He was clear what he had done wrong. That incomparably awesome declaration had left him with no path of retreat. If he did not kill 100 million people, he could not leave the Star Sea. But according to the current situation, he did not know how long he would need to reach this goal. Or perhaps, if he could reach it. He was slightly bewildered. He did not know where he should go from now on. If he were to stay here for several tens of thousands of years, entering closed-door cultivation for several hundreds of thousands of years, he would have to comprehend the laws, his soul reaching the God Emperor realm, and his overall strength reaching the Paragon realm before going out to kill. He knew that he definitely could not do it, perhaps regardless of whether he could break through after such a long time. If he did not repay this blood debt, Yi Qinghan would always feel like there was a thorn in his heart. He could not calm down to comprehend and cultivate it all. If this continued, Yi Qinghan would go crazy sooner or later, cultivate for a period of time before going out again. He might be lucky to survive the first time, but if he did it too many times, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die. Moreover, his soul slaves and demonic beasts were greatly reduced. The last time he was in the North Sea, he had only killed a small team. Now, it would be very difficult for him to attack the garrison island. Perhaps, even without a paragon, a small team would be enough to kill him. Huff! Yi Qinghan let his imagination run wild for a day in his room, but he still did not come to any conclusion. He stood up and walked to the left side of the lily cave abode. The left side of the cave abode housed a small number of soul slaves and demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan did not bring the cat girls with him the last time he went out, so he left them in the cave abode. After entering the room, Yi Qinghan realized that the soul slaves were not having fun with the cat girls. Instead, they were obediently sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Clearly, the previous incident was a huge blow to them. He did not say anything and only nodded faintly before leaving quietly. After returning to his residence, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at the room, but he found that the barrier in the room was already open. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked inside, but he still found that there was no one inside. Yi Qinghan looked at the big white jade bed and thought about the night he had with Yinling. He could not help but feel ashamed. Since he had done something wrong, he should think of a way to redeem himself instead of running away. A man must be responsible. He then walked toward Yinling's room. However, the barrier in Yinling's room was also open, and the room was empty. Yi Qinghan walked around all the rooms, but he still did not find anything. He knew that Yinling must have used the teleportation array to return to Rain Butterfly Island, which made him feel even more regretful. At this moment, he recalled the details of his time with Yinling. He found that Yinling was like a fledgling. She was extremely uncomfortable with him entering her body at first, and even felt a little scared. Yi Qinghan had countless women, and combined with Yinling's background and her usual style, he could deduce that he was actually Yinling's first man. It could be deduced that he was Yinling's first man, even though she had slept with countless women. After confirming this, Yi Qinghan felt even more ashamed. He secretly thought that he must have a good talk with Yinling the next time he saw her. If she wanted him to take responsibility, then he would reluctantly accept her. Chapter 900. After waiting for 2 days, Yinling still hadn't returned. Yi Qinghan didn't care about her. He took out the communication jade talisman and contacted the Carefree Pavilion, asking Yu Qingqing and the others to come and stay for a while. Then, he would consider cultivating in seclusion for a while. Then, he found many messages in the jade talisman. Most of them were from Su Longxiang, but one message caught Yi Qinghan's attention. It was from Emo Xiao. After Emo Xiao had gone back, she hadn't contacted him. Yi Qinghan knew that they didn't have a close relationship. If it weren't for Lord Devourer, Emo Xiao would have ignored him. The meaning of the message was simple. It was to tell him a piece of information. His soul ring allowed him to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion once. If he entered, he could use the soul ring to get a chance. Of course, it also pointed out the consequences if he used the soul ring to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, his evasion technique and the origin wouldn't work in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It also pointed out that it was up to him whether he wanted to enter or not. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan knew that it was Lord Devourer's intention. However, Lord Devourer had said that he wouldn't control his life, so he sent Emo Xiao to send him a message. Moreover, Lord Devourer didn't dissuade him from entering the pavilion. Instead, he simply explained the situation. Yi Qinghan arched her brows as she was guessing what Lord Devourer wanted to do by sending her such a message. Moreover, how did Lord Devourer know that he had the origin? The Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't a stranger to Yi Qinghan. After getting the Divine Sword Book in the God-Slaying Mountain, Yi Qinghan knew about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After coming to the Divine World, he gradually learned about the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the #1 treasure land in the Divine World. Lord Devourer also told him that if he wanted to see Yao Ji and repair the Soul Ring, he had to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a time when Yi Qinghan wanted to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion because there was an incomparably enchanting woman there. Whenever he thought of that little red string, Yi Qinghan's heart would flutter. Yi Qinghan knew about the bewitching tribe's women. They were the women that every man in the Divine World desired the most. In the God World, there was a legend about women from the bewitching tribe. In the past, there had been 2 sovereigns in the Heaven-Awakened continent who had fought over a woman from the bewitching race. It even triggered a war between 2 prefectures, and also spurred a few prefectures that were on friendly terms to join in the chaos. In the end, the Apocalypse Monarch, Emo Shanghuang, appeared and suppressed the chaos. He didn't hesitate to offend 2 supremacies and forcefully took away that demon race woman. A sovereign, a supreme existence, had done such a disgraceful thing for a woman. On the one hand, it meant that the monarch was not above the common people. On the other hand, it also showed that the charm of the bewitching tribe's women was unparalleled. However, Yi Qinghan did not have the time to think about this. Elder Lu had sent him a voice transmission. Yu Qingqing and the other three were coming to the immortal world. Yi Qinghan quickly opened the unfettered pavilion's teleportation gate. Four familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the free and unfettered pavilion. Yi Qinghan could not help but smile. Little Han. Big brother. Qinghan. Qinghan. The four of them had not seen Yi Qinghan for many years and missed him greatly. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was someone who would do great things. Only by staying in the immortal world would he be able to soar higher and give them a better, safer, and stable life. However, they still felt a bit sad. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao. It could be said that she had no relatives in the Flame Dragon continent. Although Yu Qingqing and the others were very good to her, she still felt an indescribable sense of loneliness. Thus, although the spirit qi in the Flame Dragon continent was very thin, Yi Yaorao would often go into seclusion by herself. You all have suffered. Yi Qinghan also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hands and hugged the four of them tightly. He did not explain to them about the immortal world. As for the Lily Cave abode, he only explained that he had found a safer place. This time, the four of them stayed in the Lily Cave abode for a long time, a whole year. During this year, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He spent all his time with the four of them. The reason he had them stay for so long was because he had made a decision during this year. He would either go into seclusion and cultivate for a long time, or he would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which decision he made, he would not be able to see the four of them for a long time. After a year, when Yi Qinghan was trying to persuade the four of them to go back, Yi Yaorao suddenly said, "Qinghan, can I stay here and cultivate?" When Yi Yaorao said this, Yu Qingqing's eyes also brightened. The Flame Dragon Plane spirit qi was too thin. Moreover, the material plane and the immortal world seemed to have some kind of invisible magic. It was much easier to comprehend all sorts of profound mysteries in the immortal world than in the material plane. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu had already refined the God Emperor's God Crystal. This was the limit of their cultivation realms in this lifetime. However, Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingqing were different. One of them had the cold ice jade body, while the other had comprehended a special divine sound law. They had a lot of room for improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he might even become a supreme expert. The two of them were also full of passion for cultivation. They were also full of desire to become experts that could help Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He also knew that the two of them were full of passion for cultivation. If the two of them went to the Flame Dragon Plane, it would be extremely cruel to face them. But then he realized that this Lily Cave abode was not only hidden but also incomparably safe. It might not be a bad thing for the two of them to cultivate here. However, he had to ask Yinling about this. He had no choice but to send a message to Yinling, asking her to come over. In the end, Yinling did not come over. Yinling did not object to Yi Qinghan's request for Yu Qingqing and the others to cultivate here. She only replied that she understood. "Oh, right." Yi Qinghan thought for a while and took out the unfettered ring. He then sent a message to Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan had long refined the core control mechanism of the unfettered ring. He could let anyone he wanted in. Of course, he could not give the unfettered ring to anyone he wanted. With Elder Lu's cooperation, Yi Qinghan removed the soul connection with the unfettered realm. He then threw the ring to Yu Qingqing, asking her to refine it. Yu Qingqing understood Yi Qinghan's intention. She did not say anything. With Elder Lu's help, she quickly refined the ring. Yi Qinghan had the War Imperial Palace, so the unfettered realm was dispensable. The most important thing about the unfettered ring was that Lord Devour had refined 2 gates. With the unfettered ring, he could travel back and forth between the divine world and the flame dragon continent. He had given the unfettered ring to Yu Qingqing to let her control this gate. She could let Yi Qingguo and Yi Qingyu wander around the divine world. If there was any danger, they could return immediately. He decided to cultivate in seclusion for a long time or go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter what he decided, he had no time to take care of the 4 of them. He was relieved that they could live a more relaxed life. After several days of consideration, Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. His character was not suitable for a comfortable life. He needed to surpass himself and break through his limits in the constant life and death trials. Since Lord Devour wanted him to go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion that much, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion could help him repair the soul ring, meet the woman who had locked his soul in his dream, and find a great opportunity, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yinling, telling her about his arrangement. Yinling didn't show up yet. However, she just sent him a message, saying that she would take care of the Lily Cave mansion. She asked him to be careful. For the first time, Yinling asked him to be careful. Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Then, he forced a smile. First, he went to the other side of the cave abode and collected all the soul slaves, the cat girl, into it. Then, he told the 4 that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion until his death. This time, it could be 3 to 5 years, or even tens of thousands of years. If he didn't come out, they shouldn't disturb him. Although the 4 women were resentful, they didn't object to Yi Qinghan's decision. However, after Yi Qinghan entered the room, he quietly disappeared. He looked at the 4 of them, then turned around resolutely, running out of the cave mansion. He knew that it was a path of no return, but he didn't regret it. Warriors cultivated to go against the heaven and change their fate. If they wanted to go against the heaven, they had to be prepared to be punished by the God of heaven. They had to be prepared to fall. Chapter 901. This time, Yi Qinghan was even more cautious when he left the cave abode. He had thought carefully about the route he would take. It was better to stay close to the Misty Continent's coastal waters. Yi Qinghan had announced that he would not return to the Misty Continent unless he killed 100 million people or annihilated Li Tian. Li Tian and the rest would definitely investigate his character. Based on his character, he would definitely not return. Therefore, there were fewer people on the Misty Continent and fewer spies. Moreover, every time Yi Qinghan replaced the dragon bloodstone, he would not wait until it was about to explode. Instead, he would look for a place a day in advance. Every time he replaced, he would hide in the blind spots of the rocks at the bottom of the sea. He would try his best to choose a place with dim lighting. This way, even if there were spies, the memory bugs would not be able to find him easily. The first place Yi Qinghan went to was the South Sea of the Star Ocean. He knew that the spatial artifact in the Soul Emperor Pavilion could not hide anyone. Moreover, martial artists below grade 5 could not enter. Therefore, he had to settle these soul slaves properly. If he did not die, these soul slaves and demon beasts would not jump. But what if he died in the Soul Emperor Pavilion? It would not be a good idea to keep these soul slaves in the Lily Cave abode. Therefore, he went straight to the mysterious spirit cave abode in the South Sea. 5 months. This time, Yi Qinghan was very careful. Therefore, it took him 5 whole months to reach the mysterious spirit cave abode. He looked around and found that nothing had changed inside. Moreover, some of the small restrictions that he designed were still there. Only then did Yi Qinghan feel relieved. Tian Chen. You guys stay here. It will probably be a long time before you go out to battle. You guys can cultivate in seclusion here. Arrange for people to take turns to guard this place. Yi Qinghan released 13 soul slaves and 20 demon beasts. Tian Chen was the only peak grade 6 soul slave left. Yi Qinghan naturally looked for him to report. Yes, master. Tian Chen was very respectful towards Yi Qinghan. One could even say that he was in awe of him. Yi Qinghan's strength was not great, but his methods convinced him from the bottom of his heart. After all, wasn't he able to kill a venerable one? Yi Qinghan asked Tian Chen to lead the group away, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went into seclusion in a small hole. He could use the soul ring to open the Soul Emperor Pavilion at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. He needed to increase his strength. Fortunately, he would be able to protect himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could hide himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and use his origin energy, then he would be able to kill a group of peak 4th grade war gods without any fear after entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He would be able to kill them easily. However, all the restrictions inside would be ineffective. Evading technique was not a secret skill, but a secret technique, so it definitely could not be used. Furthermore, he could not use his origin energy. Once it was revealed, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion would explode. At that time, he would also be torn to shreds. In that case, he could only rely on his soul skills and body fusion battle skills, so he wanted to increase his strength. Yi Qinghan had something that could increase his strength in a short period of time. First, the Dragon Source Battle Saber. This battle saber was obtained in the mysterious Spirit Cave abode and was originally given to the Peach Blossom Venerable as a betrothal gift. However, the Peach Blossom Venerable chose Li Tian and returned the saber. Of course, Yi Qinghan also kept it. In the past, with his origin energy, Yi Qinghan never thought of completely refining this transcendent grade divine weapon. Now, it was different. This saber was more than a level stronger than the Slaughter God saber. Although Yi Qinghan also knew that the Slaughter God saber was definitely a transcendent grade divine weapon, it did not have a weapon soul. Or perhaps, he had not awakened the true power of this saber. Therefore, the power of the Slaughter God saber was no longer something that Yi Qinghan was interested in. This was why he thought of refining the Dragon Source Battle Saber. Second, it was the secret technique he obtained from the Battle Imperial Hall, the Battle Sage secret technique. At that time, Yi Qinghan had casually glanced at this secret technique. When he saw that it was not a soul skill, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. Now, he intended to study it thoroughly to see if this secret technique could be of any help to him. After all, it was a secret technique collected by the Battle Emperor. How could he look down on it? After entering the Battle Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan went to the treasure room. After sweeping through the room, he realized that there were a lot of treasures in a mess. With a wave of his hand, a few fiery red battle armors were taken out. He stared at the Fire God War God for a while and sighed. This Fire God battle armor was definitely a treasure. However, he did not know where to find the remaining leg guards and helmet. After putting the Fire God battle armor back, Yi Qinghan grabbed the Slaughter God saber again. He felt the baleful aura in the Slaughter God saber attacking his soul spirit again. His eyes turned red again. However, his soul spirit level was very high now. The baleful aura in the Slaughter God saber could no longer make him lose his rationality. This was also the reason why Yi Qinghan gave up on using the Slaughter God saber. If it could not even affect himself, how could he use it to attack a strong enemy? One had to know that God Emperors had the ability to form a defense around their soul spirit. Not to mention the Slaughter God saber, even Jiang Yi's soul-destroying attack would not be effective. The Slaughter God saber's origin was very mysterious. All the 5th grade war gods in the Battle God Pavilion knew of its origin. Furthermore, it was very famous. Yi Qinghan did not go to the Battle God Pavilion. If he did not use his origin energy, he would not be given the honor of being a 5th grade war god. Of course, he would not be qualified to know the origin of this saber. He secretly decided that when his overall strength reached the 5th grade, he would definitely go to the Battle God Pavilion to apply for the title of 5th grade War God. He wanted to thoroughly understand the origin of the Slaughter God Saber. He knew that the Slaughter God Saber's power was definitely not just on the surface. If he knew the origin of this saber, he might be able to unleash its full power. Finally, Yi Qinghan picked up the Dragon Source Battle Saber. He had used some simple restrictions to seal the saber. Actually, it was just a jade box. When he opened the jade box, the greenish-black saber was revealed. The Dragon Source Battle Saber's outer appearance was similar to an ordinary saber. The only difference was that the blade was slightly longer. The blade above the hilt was straight and not wide. The higher the blade, the wider it became. When it reached the tip of the blade, a small arc appeared. The blade also became twice its original size. This made the saber's outer appearance look exceptionally majestic. Boz. Yi Qinghan removed the restrictions on the jade box. After that, he used his origin energy to hold the saber hilt. After the restrictions were removed, the entire saber seemed to come to life and let out a soft hum. When Yi Qinghan held the saber hilt, the saber started to vibrate. An ice-cold aura was emitted from the saber and rapidly congealed into the phantom image of a strange beast. This saber was like a poisonous snake that was being held at its weak point. It tried its best to resist Yi Qinghan and warned him not to even think about subduing it. Kiki. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not mind. He knew that before the saber was refined, it was like a wild horse without a master. As long as he refined it, it would become a divine steed. Chapter 902. The origin energy continued to envelop the hilt of the saber. Yi Qinghan did not make a move, allowing the saber to move and the strange beast to roar in the air. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew that in order to refine the saber, he had to convince the strange beast tool's soul. Once the beast tool's soul was convinced, everything else would be easy. In order to convince the beast tool's soul, he had to possess great strength and an indomitable will. He had to fight it out until it was convinced. Ayo, the strange beast rolled around in front of Yi Qinghan, but it did not make any sound. However, Yi Qinghan could feel an incomparably powerful ancient beast unleashing its aura at him. It roared in anger, and its cold eyes were like the eyes of an Azura king from the 9 hells, terrifying and bloodthirsty, causing one's heart to turn cold. Evil creature, why don't you submit? Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a chilling glint. Under the deterrence of the soul skill, he gathered his aura. The Yi Qinghan of today was not the same as the Yi Qinghan of the past. He had personally killed countless 7th grade war gods, and had even killed a venerable not long ago. Amidst the limitlessness, Yi Qinghan's aura was no longer inferior to that of a seasoned expert. At this moment, he and the strange beast's invisible aura clashed, and they did not lose in the slightest. The man and the beast continued to compete. Yi Qinghan held the saber motionlessly. He had stood in the treasure room for 3 days and 3 nights. His legs had begun to tremble, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, the light in his eyes did not diminish, and the aura he gathered grew stronger and stronger. After a while, the strange beast tool's soul quietly returned to the saber, and the dragon source saber also stopped moving. An excited smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He knew that he had refined the saber by more than half. He had defeated the ancient beast with his own willpower, and the saber finally belonged to him. Although he was extremely excited, his body was unbearably tired. He sat down on the ground and retracted his origin energy. Instead, he covered the saber with his divine power and slowly seeped into it, beginning to refine the core inside. 2 days later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the treasure room. He then appeared in the largest hall and waved his hand to open the barrier in the hall. He brandished the saber in his hand a few times. Finally, the divine power in his hand shook, and a strange beast's roar sounded out of nowhere. Then, a shadow accompanied by the saber light whizzed out, slashing at the shield on the wall. This phantom was very different from the original phantom of the strange beast, because it was very hazy, but now it seemed to have substance. This was a strange beast that looked like an ancient Tao-Tai. It had the body of a lion and the head of a qilin. There was long fur on its head, and it had a ghastly big mouth. Its appearance was ferocious, and its dark green eyes were even more frightening. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the hall shook. The seven-colored light on the shield flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan's heart was beating non-stop. This supreme-grade divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. It was actually so powerful. This attack was definitely comparable to the full power of a peak god king. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling that when young Master Tu Xia used the god-slaying sword in Dripping Spring City, it was definitely not as powerful as his dragon source saber. Of course, it was still different from when Emperor Yu used the fury of the butterfly dance outside Fiery Dragon City. But, Tu Xia was a peak god king, and this saber was completely powered by divine power. Why was it that his supreme-grade divine weapon was more powerful than his? Actually, Yi Qinghan did not know. The god-slaying sword was Supremacy Evil Moon's weapon, and young Master Tu Xia was only borrowing it. This dragon source saber was completely subdued by Yi Qinghan's origin energy and indomitable will. Since it had already recognized him as its owner, it could only unleash its greatest power with limited divine power. After toying with it for a long time, Yi Qinghan let Tianqin in to test the power of the saber. Tianqin looked at the saber enviously. If he had this saber, he would definitely be able to fight against Emperor Feng. The two of them studied it for a day, and finally concluded that with this saber, if Yi Qinghan were to launch a sneak attack, he would be able to kill a peak god king with just the saber and divine power. A supreme-grade divine weapon was not just for show. After letting Tianqin go back, Yi Qinghan kept the saber and began to study the Battle Saint's secret technique. Just from the name, one could tell that the Battle Saint's secret technique was a physical attack type of secret technique. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. But, after Yi Qinghan looked through it carefully, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled. The Battle Saint's secret technique was a method to circulate divine power. This method was very complicated, and it was very tedious to cultivate. Moreover, this secret technique was an ancient secret technique. Currently, there were only 3 stages. It was said that there were 5 stages, but this secret technique manual did not mention it. The first stage, after successfully cultivating it, had a chance to unleash an attack with twice the divine power. As for the chances, it was very small, only once in a few hundred attacks. The second stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 3 times the divine power. The chances were even lower, only once in a few thousand attacks. The third stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 5 times the divine power. The chances were 1 in tens of thousands. Martial artists' attacks were divided into 2 types. Divine power attacks could also be called physical attacks. There was also soul skill attacks, also known as soul attacks. Yi Qinghan had always been proficient in soul attacks, such as body fusion combat techniques and soul skills. Among them, divine power attacks were very complicated. Pure divine power attacks were not very powerful, but attacks that were mixed with profound mysteries were much more powerful. If one's law was a very powerful offensive profound mystery, then the power would be even greater. Profound mysteries had always been Yi Qinghan's Achilles heel. Offensive profound mysteries were very rare for Yi Qinghan, or rather, none. Every realm of divine power was about the same. Without a breakthrough in laws, one's divine power would at most reach the peak of that realm. For example, Yi Qinghan's laws was only at the first level of divine power. Even if he cultivated his divine power to the extreme, he would only be at the peak of the God-King realm. Although Yi Qinghan did not deliberately cultivate his divine power, after cultivating in the soul realm for so many years, his divine power had been constantly growing. His divine power had long reached the third level of the God-King realm. Using Yi Qinghan and young Master Tu Xia as an example, Yi Qinghan's laws was at the first level of the God-King realm, and his divine power was at the third level of the God-King realm. His laws and divine power had both reached the peak of the God-King realm. If the two of them fought with divine power attacks, even Yi Qinghan would not be a match for young Master Tu Xia. This was because young Master Tu Xia's law's cultivation was many times higher than Yi Qinghan's. In addition to the difference in divine power, he could easily kill him. However, with the Battle Saint's secret technique, things would be different. Although the probability of activating it was very low. Would a God Realm expert's attack speed be slow? He could swing his blade hundreds of times every second. In other words, if Yi Qinghan cultivated the Battle Saint's secret technique to the third level, every few seconds, Yi Qinghan would be able to activate an attack with 5 times the divine power. 5 times. Yi Qinghan did not know what realm he would reach with 5 times the divine power, but he knew that it would at least be the divine power of a 6th-grade war god. Although attacking with divine power was like attacking with brute force, it was still extremely terrifying. When a person's brute force reached a frightening level, it would also be extremely frightening. If the attacks of laws were compared to all kinds of fancy and strange sword techniques, the sword techniques would be very powerful and ferocious. However, no matter how fancy a sword technique was, it would pale in comparison to pure power. One could defeat 10 people with brute force. Good stuff, good stuff. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were like peach blossoms. His speed was very fast, and with the help of his soul skill and the Battle Saint's secret technique, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The things that the Battle Emperor obtained were indeed not trash. However, it was a pity that he did not have the last 2 levels. The third level had already reached 5 times the divine power. He wondered if the 5th level would be able to reach 10 times the divine power. Immediately, he activated all the restrictions in the hall. Instantly, the natural energy in the hall became terrifyingly dense. Yi Qinghan immediately entered a state of spiritual stillness. He believed that once he comprehended the Battle Saint's secret technique, his divine power would definitely reach the peak of the God-King realm. Chapter 903. The Star Sea was very lively, especially the East Sea. Experts from all walks of life had gathered. Everyone was looking for one person, Yi Qinghan. Li Tian offered a high price. A transcendent grade artifact and several other treasures, tempting countless experts. Of course, what tempted them the most was the treasure on Yi Qinghan. A treasure that could allow a trashy god king to kill a supremacy. When a martial artist cultivated, the most important thing was to comprehend the laws. As long as they could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, they would be recognized by heaven and earth and be bestowed with the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Everyone understood this logic. But how many people could comprehend the ultimate mysteries, break through to grade 9, and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth? There were only 9 in the entire divine world. There were countless martial artists in the divine world. There were hundreds of billions of martial artists in a single continent. How many martial artists were there in the entire divine world? The divine world had existed for billions of years since the ancient times. Only 9 grade 9. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through. Many people knew that it would be hard to break through in this lifetime. Therefore, they set their goal on increasing their own strength. Although supremacies all had the power of origin and teleportation, it seemed like everyone relied on these for a living. But actually, supremacies were also divided into 3 levels. The amount of power of origin, the secret techniques that one mastered, and the laws that they comprehended would make a huge difference in everyone's strength. There was a very important reason. Treasures. A supremacy with a transcendent great artifact would have a huge increase in attack power. Because only a supremacy could fully unleash the power of a transcendent great artifact. Therefore, this treasure of Yi Qing Han made countless supremacies covet it. Countless low-grade supremacies fantasized about obtaining Yi Qing Han's treasure and reaching the peak of the supremacy realm. There were 10 publicly recognized supremacies in the entire divine world. For example, the number 1 supremacy of Ethereal City, Supremacy Li Kong. These 10 people had the highest status under the Overlord. But Yi Qing Han disappeared again. Many years had passed. Yi Qing Han was like a rock that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. But countless experts did not give up. To them, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. It was worth it to spend tens of thousands of years to obtain a treasure. The Eastern Sea was turned over several times by countless experts. Even the Lily Immortal's cave was accidentally discovered by a venerable. However, there was a terrifying spirit beast inside the Immortal's cave, and it was within Rain Butterfly Island's territory. Just as the supremacy was about to attack the restriction inside, Yu Duanfei appeared with his men and resolved the danger. Of course, Yu Qingqing and the others could go back to Flame Dragon Continent through abode of supremacy of the world. The soul slaves and demon beasts were already there. However, when Yi Qing Han received Yin Ling's message, he was a little surprised. It seemed that Yu Duanfei already knew that he was in the Lily Cave residence, but he pretended not to see anything. Supremacies of Dragon City. CC. Yi supremacies of sect of the of Yi of world of beasts. Furthermore, he didn't attack anyone. He was just, coincidentally, discovered by a dragon boat that he was exchanging dragon bloodstones. As a result, the majority of the Eastern Sea forces headed towards the Southern Sea. Flying Snow Island had even reached the highest state of alert. Paragon Flying Snow had died. Yi Qing Han had clearly mentioned on the memory god insect that as long as he didn't die, he would make rivers of blood flow in Flying Snow Island. A large number of spies were sent out, and countless memory god bugs were scattered throughout the South Sea. More than 100 supreme experts were hidden in the South Sea, waiting for Yi Qing Han to go crazy and attack the island again. But Yi Qing Han disappeared again. He disappeared without a trace. To the southwest of the Star Sea, at the border between the Blood Knight continent and the Southern Ridge continent, there was a very famous island. There was no one in the divine world who did not know of it. Soul Emperor Island. Soul Emperor Island was huge. The scenery inside was picturesque, and it was like spring all year round. This was not like the Sealed God Valley, which was controlled by restrictions. Instead, it was formed naturally. Everything here was filled with a kind of natural aura. It was very comfortable and pleasant. Yi Qing Han frantically sprinted all the way. Even though his body was invisible, he didn't have any misgivings. He understood a little about Soul Emperor Island. There were 8 paragons guarding it, and fighting was strictly prohibited on the island. Otherwise, the 8 of them would attack together. 8 paragons might not be considered much, but these 8 people represented 8 sovereigns. The island was huge. After Yi Qing Han sprinted for several hours, when he flashed out of a secret forest, Yi Qing Han's vision abruptly widened. A tall ancient pagoda ahead shocked Yi Qing Han. The ancient pagoda had 9 levels. The top of the ancient pagoda was sparkling with a faint white light. It gave off a dignified aura. One look and one could tell it wasn't an ordinary item. And when Yi Qing Han circulated his god energy in his eyes, he looked towards the top of the ancient pagoda. He was a little confused. Above the ancient pagoda, there were 3 large words, Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qing Han always thought that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a treasure, a spatial divine tool. Since it was a treasure, it shouldn't be too big. Since it was a spatial divine tool, shouldn't it be in a parallel space? At most, there should only be one entrance. Who knew that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a real object? However, wasn't this Soul Emperor Pavilion too small? It was only the size of an ordinary pavilion. So many people had entered over the years. Perhaps the first 7 levels had already been searched, right? What kind of treasure could there be? Which level was the enchantress on? Could it be on the 8th level? Although there were many things he couldn't figure out, Yi Qinghan still rushed forward. In less than an hour, Yi Qinghan approached the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion from such a close distance, he could feel that it was different. This Soul Emperor Pavilion seemed to have a special aura that made one feel that it was different from the masses. It was like a transcendent great divine tool, and one could see that it was extraordinary at a glance. There were 8 people sitting near the Soul Emperor Pavilion. All of them closed their eyes and sat in meditation. The last time Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, it had only been a few years. The next time would be nearly 10,000 years later. None of the 8 of them believed that there would be anyone who would set foot on Soul Emperor Island for no reason. Yi Qinghan's footsteps were light and he wasn't careless at all. Even though the 8 of them wouldn't make a move on him, but it was better to be careful. On the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was a large blue door. However, it was tightly shut without the slightest crack. Yi Qinghan circled around the area but did not find anything special. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, walking towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. If Lord Devour said that the Soul Ring could trigger the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could only let the Soul Ring approach to try. Yi Qinghan was extremely nervous. He used his eyes to observe the 8 of them. He didn't dare to use his soul consciousness or leak any of his god power. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he gently walked towards the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When he saw that the 8 people didn't have the slightest reaction, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hand and brought the Soul Ring closer to the white streams of energy that revolved around the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Buzz! All of a sudden, the Soul Ring on Yi Qinghan's finger radiated the same white light as the surface of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The white light on the Soul Emperor Pavilion was several times brighter, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, the 8 venerables opened their eyes and locked on Yi Qinghan, who appeared out of thin air, standing in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally triggered. Within 3 months, all warriors below the 5th grade war god level can enter without the Soul Emperor sword. The difficulty of the 7th floor and below will be increased by half, and the difficulty of the 8th floor will be reduced by half. At the same time, the treasure hunting time of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be increased to 1,000 years. I wish you good luck. A cynical voice came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate opened, and Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Swish! The 8 venerables' faces changed. They stood up at the same time. They were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Soul Emperor, the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Every time the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, his cynical voice would come. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally opened. Moreover, the difficulty of the 8th floor was reduced by half. But the difficulty of the 7th floor and below was increased by half. No one knew what was on the 8th floor, but 7 or 8 transcendent grade divine artifacts were unearthed on the 7th floor. Wasn't the 8th floor even more amazing? No one had ever entered the 8th floor. The 8 venerables instantly took out their communication jade talismans and sent the news back to their respective continents and forces. Then, the news instantly spread throughout the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm was in an uproar. Moreover, the appearance of the person who triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion was also sent back by the 8 venerables. Countless people easily knew who it was that triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This time, the divine realm was completely shaken. Countless family clans, countless forces, and countless pinnacle fourth-grade experts all began to swarm toward the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion said that as long as a warrior was below the 5th grade, they could enter. Many 4th-grade war gods did not hesitate to use their years of savings to teleport over at the fastest speed possible. The Soul Emperor Island's position was very good, located between the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent. The Star Sea could not teleport, but the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent could. Countless venerables also began to gather at the Soul Emperor Island. No matter what Yi Qin Han obtained inside, he had to come out, right? They could not attack the Soul Emperor Island, but they could surround it, right? For a time, the entire divine realm was in turmoil. The Soul Emperor Island became the focal point of the divine realm. Hundreds of thousands of 4th-grade experts rushed toward the Soul Emperor Island. 3 months was a short time, but there were still countless experts rushing in. When the door closed, there were more than 30,000 experts in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Among them, there were more than 5,000 pinnacle 4th-grade experts. In the distant Soul Devourer City's balcony, a woman dressed in fiery red, with a peerless appearance and figure, gazed at the distant wandering sea. She sighed and said faintly, "Whether I'm a dragon or a worm, whether I live or die, it all depends on this time. Yi Qin Han, I hope you don't disappoint me." Chapter 904. Soul Emperor Island was huge, but it was currently filled with countless martialists from the 6 continents Stellar Sea. Countless martialists looked at the tightly shut gates and sighed helplessly. There were countless precious treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were also countless supreme treasures that would make even supremacies envious. In the past, no Soul Emperor sword could enter. Each sword could only bring a few people in. But this time, it was open to everyone. However, 3 months was too short a period of time. Only those martial artists who received the news quickly and acted quickly went in. The warriors of the Star Sea were the most pitiful. Why? Because warriors from other continents could use their own continent's transportation arrays to go to the South Mountains continent and the Blood Knight continent. It only took a month to reach the Soul Emperor Island from the northwest of the Blood continent and the southeast of the South Mountains continent. As long as one had divine stones, they could arrive in half a day. But the Star Sea was different. One could only use dragon boats. But the super forces and families with war chariots sent many people in. For example, Princely Tian led thousands of warriors in. Actually, the distinction between peak grade 4 and grade 5 had always been vague in the divine realm. According to common sense, anyone who reached the celestial the Arch realm was considered a grade 5 war god. But the Battle God Pavilion valued a warrior's potential. Therefore, even if one reached the celestial the Arch realm, one might not be given a grade 5 title. One had to be a celestial the Arch warrior who had comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries to be given the title. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions would automatically distinguish the difference between grade 4 and grade 5. This was exactly the same as the Battle God Pavilion. If one comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries, one's power would reach a certain level. Such a warrior would be rejected by the restrictions. If one tried to force their way in. Sorry, but the 8 supremacies outside would kill them immediately. Countless great families had researched for many years and discovered this rule. Therefore, the best candidates to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion were those who had comprehended 2 high-level nomological mysteries and some mid-level nomological mysteries, and thus broke through to the Celestial the Arch realm. After reaching the Celestial the Arch realm, one's power would be far beyond that of a Celestial the Arch. Therefore, in the past, the great forces with divine swords would usually send a few peak grade 4 celestial thearchs and a disciple with great potential to enter to search for treasures. This way, they could search for treasures and train the disciple. But this time was different. People could enter indefinitely, and the time was short. Therefore, he didn't have that much time to choose carefully. As long as they were at the third level of God King realm and above and below grade 5, these big families would send all of them. The more the merrier. Even some trashy god emperors were sent in. Why? This was because the opening of the Soul Emperor Pavilion this time was very special. It was triggered by Yi Qinghan's strange actions. This meant that Yi Qinghan had a token of the Soul Emperor on him. The difficulty below the 8th level would be doubled, and the difficulty at the 8th level would be halved. This meant that it was likely that the Soul Emperor was testing his descendant. At the same time, there was a high chance that someone would be able to enter the 8th level. Since it was a test. This meant that if Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the 8th level, or if he was killed, then the Soul Emperor's successor would be changed. Whoever possessed Yi Qinghan's keepsake would have a chance of obtaining the approval of the Soul Emperor. Only then would he be able to obtain the true treasure. Other than that, Yi Qinghan had a unique treasure on him. It was a unique treasure that could kill paragons. This made many envious. Yi Qinghan was very strong. If those above grade 5 war god could not enter, then what could they rely on to compete with him? Numbers. Paragon flying snow could easily capture Yi Qinghan. This meant that Yi Qinghan's overall combat power wasn't strong. It was just that his attacks were exceptionally strange. He wasn't afraid of strong attacks. He might be able to kill 10 or 100, but could he kill a few thousand? Hence, Li Tian didn't hesitate. He immediately sent a message to the 9 Guardians Island. All the qualified martial artists were transported over using war chariots. Just the number of people that Li Tian had brought in this time was 4,000. Xiao. Li Tian entered the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a flash of light, and the scene in front of him changed. What appeared in front of him was a continuous super-huge mountain range. They were standing on a piece of empty land at the foot of the mountain. Facing a completely unfamiliar place, Li Tian wasn't too surprised. The Soul Emperor was a refiner supremacy in the divine world. His personal attainments in seals had reached a terrifying stage. Even though he had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion a few times, the scene he encountered was different every time. He didn't move recklessly. Instead, he brought his men and ran towards the empty land on the left. At the same time, he got his subordinates to transmit a message to the martial artists from the Starry Sea, telling them not to fly and to come closer to him. At the same time, he began observing the situation around him. The empty land was huge. At this moment, there were several groups of people standing in several directions. They didn't move. They stood there quietly, waiting for more people to come in. Li Tian casually looked around and recognized many people. Because there were several teams around him, and the leaders were all the leaders of the younger generation from their respective continents. He had seen these people in the past few times he tried to barge into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Clearly, these people were the same as him. They were waiting for the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to close. They would gather all the martial artists from the various continents before setting off together. This time, it wasn't like before. The situation was incomparably complicated. The more people around him, the better. In the past, few people came in. The space within the Soul Emperor Pavilion was vast, and it was rare for them to meet each other. Even if they met each other, they wouldn't act. But this time, it was different. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened unexpectedly. The treasures this time would probably dazzle everyone's eyes. Moreover, with so many people, there would definitely be constant friction. When the time came, there would definitely be a large-scale battle royale. The strength of the people that came in was about the same. Then, the only thing that could be compared was the number of martial artists from each continent. Swish! Martial artists were constantly being transmitted in. Many of them were in small teams. After they entered, they didn't move around randomly. Instead, they searched for the teams from their respective continents. Then, they would start to gather under the signal of their own people. Of course. There were also some independent martial artists. When they entered and saw so many people looking at them, they got anxious. They immediately used their divine power to the fullest and fled into the distance. There were also some who flew directly. As long as a martial artist flew above a few hundred meters, they would end up with the same outcome. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and turn them into dust. Because Li Tian was in the Starry Sea, he entered late. Hence, after a few days, no one else was transmitted in. It was clear that the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had closed. Li Tian frowned slightly. This time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was unexpectedly opened. The closest continent to the Starry Sea wasn't the one with the most people. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and used all the war chariots in the 9 Guardians Island to transport over 5,000 people. Otherwise, the number of people in the Starry Sea would be the least. The ones with the most people were naturally the martial artists from the Blood Knight continent and the South Mountain continent. There were more than 8,000 people. What made Li Tian a little depressed was that the Misty continent was actually well prepared. This time, there were more than 7,000 people. Looking at the situation, there were many celestial though arch-realm martial artists. There were at least 1,000 peak stage grade 4 martial artists. In addition to Li Tian's manpower, the martial artists from the 4 factions made up 2/3. The other 3 continents didn't have many people. There were less than 10,000 people in total. Let's go. When the number of people reached 0, Li Tian waved his hand and led everyone to the side. In this terrain, there were many large mountain ranges. There were also many paths that led to these large mountain ranges. The various factions didn't choose a path. They randomly picked one and advanced on their own. Because their leaders had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion before. They were very clear that this was the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which path, it would lead to the entrance to the second level. Of course, no matter which path, it would be very difficult. The difficulty was doubled. The more people entered, the more difficult it was. However, everyone was fearless and incomparably excited. They began a treasure hunting journey that they would never forget in their lives. To many people, it was also a journey to hunt down Yi Qinghan. Chapter 905. Soul Emperor, can't you change your tricks a little? As Yi Qinghan drilled through the entrance of a mountain peak, he saw a barren desert. His head swelled up and he raised his middle finger to the sky. Yi Qinghan had already been here for 3 months. On the first level, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but as he killed monster beasts along the way, he finally reached the end of the road. At the summit, he saw a dark cave entrance and began to have some doubts. Now that he saw the scene change again, he was thoroughly enlightened. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9 levels of pagoda represented 9 checkpoints, and each checkpoint was a floor. This thing gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was because he had once rushed through a similar checkpoint, Fallen God Mountain. I should have thought of it. This was all designed by the Soul Emperor, so how could it be different? Xiao He, I wonder how your father will play with me this time. Although Fallen God Mountain had more checkpoints than the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and although Yi Qinghan had successfully passed through Fallen God Mountain, it could be said that he had some understanding of the Soul Emperor's designs. But the more it was like this, the more worried Yi Qinghan was. The Soul Emperor was simply too abnormal. Last time he had been toyed with until he wished he was dead. This time, he didn't know how he would be toyed with to death. Xiao He certainly couldn't hear Yi Qinghan's muttering. In order to prevent his actions from disturbing Xiao He, Yi Qinghan directly closed the war beast space. If Xiao He didn't take the initiative to send him a sound transmission and he didn't open the war beast space, then Xiao He absolutely wouldn't know what was happening outside. Without staying for too long, Yi Qinghan raised the dragon soar saber and rushed forward. The moment the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, the Soul Emperor's words were clearly heard by Yi Qinghan. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it was enough for many people to come in. Yi Qinghan was alone and had no way to hide. Once he encountered a large force, his fate wouldn't be good. The sky was clear and cloudless, but Yi Qinghan's eyesight was different now. After comprehending the fundamental restriction study, he could easily sense that there were countless small restrictions in the air. These small restrictions were very obvious. Even though Yi Qinghan didn't know what they were for, he was still very careful. He didn't dare to fly, and instead quickly ran forward. The first floor was very easy to pass. Of course, this was only for Yi Qinghan, because the first floor was filled with demonic beasts. They were all Class 5 demonic beasts, and their strength was basically at the Divine King realm. The Dragon Source Combat Saber was like cutting through a watermelon. Furthermore, the path leading to the first floor was very direct. Once one reached the end, they would reach the entrance. However, the second floor was a desert. This made Yi Qinghan a little depressed. If they stayed on the second level for too long, it would be really troublesome if the large group behind them caught up to them. Hoo-hoo, after running for half a day, the wind actually started blowing. The wind brought up the sand on the ground and swept it up into the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and visibility became very low. My divine sense is actually being restricted. Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, and his divine power surged. He extended his divine sense as far as possible in all directions. However, he wasn't nervous. He was very clear about the Soul Emperor's routine. This was definitely because a monster had appeared. This was only the second floor, so it shouldn't be so abnormal, as expected. Not long after, a series of slightly familiar footsteps came from all directions. These footsteps were very loud, and every time they sounded, the ground would tremble. Even Yi Qinghan's heart would beat along with them. Heaven-shaking Chungchi beast. When he saw the huge demonic beasts rushing towards them under the blurry sandstorm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Qinghan felt a little dizzy. Yi Qinghan wasn't unfamiliar with the heaven-shaking Chungchi beast. In fact, it could be said that he had a very deep impression of it. This was because when Yi Qinghan first came to the divine world, he was completely frightened by this heaven-shaking Chungchi beast. However, this heaven-shaking Chungchi beast was only a 4th-grade demonic beast, and it didn't have any special demonic skills. It was just a pure physical attack. There were dozens of heaven-shaking Chungchi beasts in all directions. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to care. He was just curious. The first floor was filled with 5th-grade demonic beasts, so why were there 4th-grade demonic beasts on the second floor? It should be known that 4th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 4th-grade demonic beasts, and 7th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 7th-grade demonic beasts. For example, the Demon Emperor. Yi Qinghan was used to treating him as a 7th-grade demonic beast because his strength was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. Actually, according to the classification of demonic beasts, the Demon Emperor was a 9th-grade demonic beast. 9th-grade demonic beasts were existences that could transform into humans, and their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, the highest grade demonic beast that appeared was 9th grade. For a 9th grade demonic beast like the Demon Emperor, its overall strength was at the 7th grade, and it was considered a peak existence among demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan didn't let his guard down. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the sand to tremble. However, his feet didn't sink into the sand. Holding the dragon source saber with both hands, he slashed at the nearest heaven-shaking Chungchi beast. He was in mid-air. Yi Qinghan realized that something was amiss. He injected his godly energy into the dragon source saber and activated the weapon soul within. Then, he would use the saber to release a blade light that blended with the mutated beast's soul to kill the demonic beast. However, This time, the saber didn't release a surging blade light like in the first level. The mutated beast's soul also didn't come out. The dragon soar saber had lost its effectiveness. The reason why transcendent grade divine artifacts were called transcendent grade divine artifacts was because the weapon's soul inside was powerful. For example, the slaughter god saber didn't have a weapon soul. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a transcendent grade divine artifact. However, there was a strange baleful aura inside, which made the slaughter god saber much stronger than a high-grade divine artifact. If a transcendent grade divine artifact didn't have a weapon soul or couldn't release its weapon soul, it would be no different from an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Furthermore, it couldn't even release its godly energy. This was a serious matter. No wonder the second level was guarded by this heaven-shaking Chungchi beast. The difficulty of this level wasn't any lower than the first level. In fact, it was even more monstrous. If one couldn't rely on weapons and couldn't release their godly energy, many mystical attacks would lose their effectiveness. The only thing they could do was compete in strength. The toughness of their godly energy. Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a smile. He reckoned that this level would eliminate many people. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, it wasn't difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was stunned in midair. His speed increased again, and his body reached the highest height he could reach. After that, he quickly descended and slashed heavily at the heaven-shaking Chungchi beast's horn. Yi Qinghan's slash was very skillful. The speed at which he swung his saber was very fast, so fast that ordinary low-grade martial artists wouldn't be able to see it clearly. However, when he swung his saber earlier, he only used 5% of his godly energy. This way, the rebound force wasn't as strong. Although the rebound force wasn't strong, the heaven-shaking Chungchi beast's strength was not to be underestimated. As Yi Qinghan slashed at it, his body kept retreating. This was the result of the rebound force of the gigantic beast. However, Yi Qinghan only retreated a few meters. 2 seconds later, the situation suddenly reversed. Yi Qinghan's dragon soar saber suddenly emitted a green light. This time, Yi Qinghan used 100% of his godly energy and slashed at the gigantic horn. Boom! An unimaginable scene happened. The heaven-shaking Chungchi beast, which was dozens of meters tall and was like a small mountain, was sent flying like a rubber ball. The 5 or 6 gigantic beasts behind it were also sent flying. The speed at which they were sent flying was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they couldn't even see the shadows of the heaven-shaking Chungchi beasts. Wow! This battle sage secret technique is too powerful, right? Yi Qinghan looked at the beasts that were sent flying like toys with a stunned expression. He knew that the battle sage secret technique was powerful, and he was indeed testing its power. However, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Chapter 906. Although he was stunned, Yi Qinghan was not stupid. He hurriedly used imminent skyline and rushed forward. The encirclement had been broken. He would not foolishly wait to be surrounded again. After running for hundreds of thousands of meters, he finally saw the sky-shaking Chungchi beasts. The sky-shaking Chungchi beast that Yi Qinghan struck had already turned into a pile of meat. The few beasts that were lying on the ground were also injured. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan rushing over, they let out a strange roar. The third level of the battle sage secret technique, 5 times the divine power, was indeed powerful. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If this hit a martial artist, even if the other party had the legendary supreme armor, their internal organs would also be shattered. Strangely, after Yi Qinghan escaped the encirclement, the nearby sandstorm stopped and the sky became bright again. However, not long after, Yi Qinghan was once again surrounded by a group of sky-shaking Chungchi beasts. Moreover, there were more this time, reaching hundreds of them. This was not the least bit of pressure for Yi Qinghan. He directly slashed out a bloody path. However, he was secretly puzzled. How did the Soul Emperor find so many beasts? These beasts were not puppets. If one died, there would be one less. Every half a day, Yi Qinghan would be besieged by sky-shaking Cheongqi beasts, and the number was increasing. However, Yi Qinghan's mood became increasingly happy. The more sky-shaking Cheongqi beasts, the better. This way, he could eliminate or kill more martial artists behind him. When Yi Qinghan encountered the 9th sky-shaking Cheongqi beast, the number of beasts besieging him had reached tens of thousands. Yi Qinghan spent several days to kill out a bloody path. When he killed his way out of the encirclement, a dark and gloomy hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. This kind of breakthrough reminded Yi Qinghan of something in his previous life. Games. Online games. Yi Qinghan had a faint doubt in his heart. Whether it was the Fallen God Mountain or the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan always felt as if he was playing an online game. Although this was a place where real people fought with real swords and spears, and if they were not careful, they would die. However, the systems and rules were very similar. When the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast appeared, there would be a sandstorm nearby. Divine sense would also be obstructed. This was clearly to prevent the challengers from running around and could only wait to be surrounded and killed. No matter where he went, it seemed like he would encounter groups of monsters. And each time, the number was much higher than the previous time. The restrictions and monsters here were similar to the system in online games. This made Yi Qinghan suspicious. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. Paying it no heed, Zhang Xian thought that it might just be a coincidence. With the Dragon Source Combat saber in hand, he walked through the entrance to the 3rd floor. Ha! Kill! Thousands of miles away from the entrance to the 2nd floor, there were figures of martial artists everywhere. However, the number of sky-shaking Cheongqi beast here was countless times more than what Yi Qinghan had encountered. Damn it! Double difficulty, how is this just doubled? Li Tian stood in mid-air and looked at the countless sky-shaking Cheongqi beasts in all directions. Li Tian's brows were tightly knitted together. If this continued, it would be good if 10% of these thousands of people could survive after reaching the 5th or 6th floor. However, what else could they do? Everyone was dying. For the treasure of the 8th floor, for the sake of killing Yi Qinghan, any price was worth it. However, there were still many people who started to have thoughts of retreating after witnessing this scene. The entrance to each floor was also an exit. If one entered the exit, they would be teleported to the grassland where they came from. That place was absolutely safe. If one stayed there for 1,000 years, they would be able to teleport out of the divine world safely. Half a month later, Li Tian led his subordinates and defeated 9 encirclements. When he saw the entrance to the 3rd floor, he revealed an excited smile. Although 700 of his subordinates had died on the 2nd floor. Along the way, he saw a small number of corpses of demonic beasts. The corpses had been eroded for a period of time. There was only one person who could kill demonic beasts faster than them. Yi Qinghan. Everyone, advance. Our target is the 3rd floor. Li Kong had just entered for 2 hours when teams of experts rushed over. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would have noticed many familiar faces. For example, young Master Meng Lang, Li He's son, Li Shaoxia, Viper War God, Yilong War God, and countless famous young masters of the Misty Continent. Hurry! We have to find City Lord Yi as soon as possible. If anything happens to him, there's no need for us to return. Let's all commit suicide in the Star Sea. The first young master of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan, wasn't in the team. The previous first young master Tu Xia, was still missing. Therefore, there wasn't a particularly powerful person leading the Misty Continent's team. However, the Misty Continent's team was much more united than any other team. Because each family had given a death order. This mission wasn't to snatch the treasure, but to find Yi Qinghan, protect him, and listen to his orders. It was said that this was a decree from the Misty Continent sovereign. But whether it was a decree or an order. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan represented the glory of all martial artists in the Misty Continent. In other words, he represented the glory of the Misty Continent. Of course. Other than the 7 legions, there were also some small teams. Some were formed by small family alliances, and some were descendants of hidden experts. They came to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with all kinds of goals. Swish! Not long after the Misty Continent people entered, 5 martial artists ran over from afar. These 5 martial artists were all wearing the war god robe, but they wore black helmets that covered their bodies tightly. The leader of the group was a martial artist. His entire body was like a sword. One could feel his soaring arrogance from afar. He held a sword in his hand. If the young masters of the Misty Continent saw it, many of them would recognize it. God-slaying sword. As the 5 of them stood at the entrance of the 3rd level, the martialist with the god-slaying sword stopped in his tracks. He stared at the huge, gloomy hole and laughed loudly. Yi Qinghan, I'm here. I'll definitely take back the glory that once belonged to me. Let's go. Boom. Boom. The 3rd level was an underground world. There were more tunnels than the one below the Phoenix Dawn mountain range. Moreover, each tunnel was incomparably huge. In one of the tunnels, a green figure was swinging a mighty battle saber. He was constantly killing demonic beasts with lion heads and bull bodies that surged towards him. On the 3rd level, Yi Qinghan discovered that he could use the Dragon Source battle saber again. However, the demonic beasts here were all peak godly monarchs and 6th-grade demonic beasts. If Yi Qinghan didn't have the Dragon Source battle saber and the Battle Sage secret technique, he would already be dead. It's getting harder and harder. If there are still demonic beasts on the 4th level, it will be troublesome. Although 6th-grade and 7th-grade demonic beasts have some intelligence, their intelligence is very low. They can't use their soul skills at all. Yi Qinghan's expression was very calm. However, he was feeling a little anxious in his heart. He couldn't use his origin energy. Although the Soul Devourer could definitely kill these demonic beasts in a second, the Soul Devourer needed a long time to recover after it was used. Against so many demonic beasts, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Spiritual confusion was useless against these low-intelligence demonic beasts. As for soul skills, they weren't of much use either. This was because the soul skills that Yi Qinghan learned were all single-target attacks. They couldn't be used in a group battle. This made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful. If he had known, he would have used the soul poison jade saber that the Rain Empress had given him. It was just that he was in the cave abode at that time and didn't have any place to purchase the soul poison. Furthermore, he had origin energy at that time and completely forgot about this matter. Bang! After killing the last demonic beast, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment before he continued forward. After walking for a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. His divine senses detected 7 to 8 martial artists in front of him. Furthermore, these martial artists had detected him at the same time. Swish! Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and immediately fled for his life. He knew that Li Tian had offered a shocking bounty. Even if these people didn't have any enmity with him, they definitely wouldn't mind taking his head in exchange for the bounty. Chapter 907. Yi Qinghan's reaction speed was fast, but so was the reaction speed of this squad. After Yi Qinghan arrived at the 3rd floor and saw the complicated terrain, he knew that he wouldn't be able to move quickly to the next floor. It was likely that he would encounter martial artists coming from behind. Thus, He covered his face and switched out his signature blue robes. Although this group of people didn't recognize Yi Qinghan, they could tell from the saber in Yi Qinghan's hand that it wasn't ordinary with a sweep of their divine sense. Since there was only Yi Qinghan, how could they not be tempted? Chase! Whoosh! The 8 people didn't hesitate. Lone martial artists were the easiest to kill. In this Soul Emperor pavilion, killing them was pointless. They certainly wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Among these 8 people, there were 4 God Emperors. Of course, they had comprehended 2 high-level mysteries. The 4 of them were the fastest, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan's speed wasn't any slower than theirs. In fact, it seemed he was even a bit faster. The 4 of them couldn't believe it. Their divine sense constantly scanned Yi Qinghan's body, but what shocked them was that this martial artist was at the God King realm. Even if he had comprehended a pure high-level profound of speed, his speed shouldn't be this fast. This was because a God Emperor's power was enhanced by their speed. Regardless of whether the 4 of them believed it or not, Yi Qinghan's figure was like a gust of wind, drifting through the tunnel. If not for their divine sense locking onto him, they wouldn't even be able to see him dodge. Roar! Although Yi Qinghan was getting further and further away from the people behind him, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became even more worried. Sure enough, after running for several thousand meters, the roars of monster beasts could be heard, causing Yi Qinghan's complexion to darken. There were tigers and wolves in front of him, and there were pursuers behind him. If he was entangled by these monster beasts, then things would get out of hand. Once the pursuers caught up, he would be able to meet the venerable Soul Emperor. His divine power shook once more and his speed increased a bit. This time, he had reached his limit. Yi Qinghan's expression turned even colder. Rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the dim light in the passageway to suddenly become much brighter. He had no choice but to fight. There was no path, so he could only cleave a path forward. Right now, he could only pray that there weren't too many demonic beasts ahead. Along the way, Yi Qinghan swung the dragon source battle saber in his hand at lightning speed. He didn't release the divine power of the battle saber, and he only used 10% of his strength with each attack. Although it was only 10% of his strength, it was still very terrifying. The dragon battle blade slashed all the way through the hard stone wall, creating bursts of sparks. At the same time, mud flew everywhere, and the side wall of the passage felt a burst of shaking. What tricks is this kid playing? As Yi Qinghan was attacking the wall, he slowed down a little. The 4 God Emperors behind him had already caught up, but at this moment, the 4 of them slowed down. This was because they had already sensed that there were demonic beasts ahead, and with Yi Qinghan making such strange movements, the 4 of them decided to be more careful. Anyway, Yi Qinghan couldn't escape. Roar! In the blink of an eye, they had already run for close to 10,000 meters. In front of them was a group of demonic beasts that were 4 to 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. They had the heads of lions and the bodies of bulls. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. Their eyes were slightly red, and their bodies released a savage and violent aura. They bared their fangs and roared as they charged towards Yi Qinghan. Soul extermination. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. He knew that this was the most crucial moment. He couldn't afford to make a wrong move. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Yi Qinghan's soul extermination wasn't used on the first demonic beast. Instead, it was used on the second demonic beast that was half the size of the first demonic beast. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of golden soul threads that instantly rushed into the demonic beast's head. This demonic beast had reached the peak of God King realm and already had some intelligence. Since it had intelligence, it would also have spiritual consciousness. It would also be affected by soul skills. This was something that Yi Qinghan had already experienced before. Indeed. The demonic beast's head shook slightly. Its footsteps paused for a moment and it slowed down by half a beat. However, it was slowed down by half a beat, and its speed was pulled out. The distance between it and the demonic beast in front of it suddenly increased to over 10 meters. Most importantly, as its speed slowed down, the speed of the demonic beast behind it didn't decrease at all. Hence, a little chaos appeared in the demonic beast army, and the distance between it and the demonic beast in front of it widened further. This chaos was very short, but it was exactly what Yi Qinghan needed. The dragon soar saber had already slashed out tens of thousands of times. He had already activated the third level of the Battle Saint's secret skill. He didn't stand on ceremony anymore as he shouted, "Battle Saint's secret skill, break for me." The number one demonic beast in front of him had already leaped high into the air. It waved its huge claws and sharp teeth as it swooped down on Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He gripped the dragon soar saber with both hands and slashed down heavily on the demonic beast's body. This time, he didn't use the edge of the saber. Instead, he used the back of the saber. The eyes of the four god emperors behind lit up at this moment. They knew that this saber wasn't ordinary. They could feel a heart-palpitating aura from it from afar. Hence, all of their eyes were locked onto the saber. They wanted to see if any powerful ancient beast soul would appear. However, they were disappointed. No weapon soul appeared. However, what they saw next caused their bodies to tremble. Four pairs of eyes widened as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Bang! A loud sound reverberated through the tunnel. The back of Yi Qinghan's saber had sent this huge demonic beast flying. This wasn't a problem. The four god emperors behind him could easily do the same. There were more than 10 demonic beasts this time. They lined up in 3 or 4 rows and completely blocked off the entire tunnel. However, Yi Qinghan's saber strike didn't just send one demonic beast flying. It also sent the row of demonic beasts behind the demonic beast flying. At this moment, a passageway was forcefully opened up in the densely packed tunnel. There were more than 10 demonic beasts in a straight line. All of them weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. However, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away like toys. The 2 demonic beasts at the front had already been killed, and the demonic beasts at the back had all been injured. Swish! When Yi Qinghan struck with his saber, he didn't stop at all. He followed the demonic beast and charged forward. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had charged past the group of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were all charging forward. They didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, Yi Qinghan's figure had already disappeared before their eyes. Their bodies were huge. Moreover, they had almost occupied the entire tunnel. It wasn't convenient for them to turn around. All they could do was roar and continue charging at the 4 god emperors. What kind of goddamn nomological law is this? What kind of secret skill is this? How can it be so powerful? This is definitely the power of a 6th grade war god. How did this kid do it? What's the use of saying this now? The demonic beasts are charging at us. Let's kill them first. 2 of the 4 god emperors licked their lips. They looked into the distance at Yi Qinghan, who had turned into a wisp of green smoke, and exclaimed. The other 2 looked extremely gloomy. They unsheathed their weapons and circulated their divine power, preparing for battle. Their speed was enough to shake off these demonic beasts. However, the 4 god kings were already catching up. They couldn't escape. They had no choice but to fight for a while. Furthermore, these demonic beasts weren't that strong. It was only a matter of time before the 8 of them killed them. Rumble. Divine power shot everywhere. Saber light and sword shadows. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The 8 of them began to fight fiercely with the dozens of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts that had been injured by Yi Qinghan also shook their heads and joined in the fight. The 4 god emperors were the main force. The 4 god kings supported them. It was a lively fight. However, after fighting for a while, the 4 god emperors' eyes suddenly swept to the front of the tunnel. Their faces instantly darkened. That was because a gust of wind was drifting in their direction like a ghost. Chapter 908. Everyone be careful, this kid is back. Humph. He dares to come back. Courting death. Kill the beasts with all your strength and snatch his saber. He definitely doesn't have such strong divine power, it's definitely because of this saber. Although Yi Qinghan so near, yet worlds apart allowed him to transform into a gust of wind and disappear from people's eyes, but with a sweep of spiritual senses, it was easy to lock onto him. Now that Yi Qinghan had returned, the 8 of them sped up their attacks while being on high alert and excited. They were in the midst of the beast horde, far away from Yi Qinghan. They didn't believe that Yi Qinghan would kill his way into the beast horde, and, so what if he did? At this moment, 1/3 of the beasts had been killed. Although the beasts were strong, it wasn't a problem for the 4 god emperors. Moreover, there were 4 god kings assisting by the side. The 8 of them cooperated well, attacking and defending freely, killing them was easy. Ah! But all of a sudden, a peak god king martial artist cried out. The 4 god emperors were shocked. With a sweep of their spiritual senses, their expressions changed. A peak god king was actually torn apart by a beast. Although the beasts were strong, one shouldn't forget that they had low intelligence and a single way of attacking. With so many people working together to defend against each other, how could they suddenly be torn apart by a beast? Was it an accident? Or something else? Just as the remaining 7 were panicking and forming an offensive and defensive formation to defend against the beast's attacks. Just as everyone was guessing this strange thing. Suddenly, the figure in front stopped. He stopped in a good position, the beasts wouldn't split up to chase him because of his appearance. His body emitted a glow and he became solemn and dignified. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a scepter. He was wearing a black robe and had his face covered, like a priest. He made a strange gesture and solemnly raised his scepter high. He raised his head and said loudly, "Oh, great beast god above, tear these 3 divine kings apart." What is this? The 4 god emperors felt a little dizzy, at the same time, their minds were filled with doubt. What was this? Prophecy? Prayer? Requesting the ancient beast god to descend? Ah! What made the 4 of them incomparably terrified was that 3 more tragic roars came from behind them. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The 3 god kings behind him were once again torn apart by the demonic beasts. The 4 of them had no way to save him because the demonic beast in front of them had already grabbed them with its sharp claws. They could only protect themselves. However, the 4 of them felt a chill from the bottom of their feet into their bodies, causing them to feel cold all over. Yao arts. Spells. This person actually had the ability to kill anyone he wanted. Then why did he run just now? Great beast god, please grant me strength. I will punish these bastards on your behalf. What made the 4 people terrified was that the swindler spoke again. His words seemed to have some kind of magical power, giving people an indescribable feeling. It seemed like he really was the beast god priest, able to obtain the power of the ancient beast god, possessing strange and unfathomable abilities. Something's wrong. Old third. Ah! 3 god emperors instantly reacted, but what made the 3 of them horrified was that in that half a second of confusion, the demonic beasts that they had repelled earlier had already attacked them. By the time they came to their senses, the demonic beast's sharp claws and teeth had already touched their bodies. They immediately counterattacked, but what made them incomparably shocked was that there was still one god emperor standing there in a daze. One of the demonic beasts had already opened its ferocious mouth and was about to bite down on his head. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with cold hatred and a chill that came from the depths of their hearts. If they still didn't understand what was going on, their god emperor cultivation would have been in vain. This swindler wasn't a swindler at all. He was a soul cultivator. He was using a soul skill to attack. Ah, great beast god, please send down the god of world annihilation lightning to smash these beasts to death. Rumble, rumble. The swindler spoke again, but the remaining three god emperors' faces turned the color of pig liver. Rumble, F***CKU. Where did the god of world annihilation lightning come from? Did you think that we would believe you just because you said, rumble? We definitely wouldn't believe that. It was just that they told themselves not to believe it, but they subconsciously looked up. One of the god emperors was looking very carefully, and he even forgot about the demonic beast's huge mouth that was still pouncing towards him. He wasn't reminiscing about the scenery above him, but he had no choice. This was because his sea of consciousness was currently being attacked by billions of golden soul threads. If he didn't use his soul power to resist, his soul would collapse. These golden soul threads were very weak, and he only used a short second to stabilize his sea of consciousness. However, when he woke up, he saw a ghastly mouth swallowing his head completely. Before his soul dissipated, the only thing he remembered was that this demonic beast's mouth was so smelly. Ah, great beast god, you came quietly, just like how you left quietly. With a wave of your sleeves, you didn't take a single cloud with you. When they heard the swindler's strange voice again, the remaining two god emperors felt their buttholes go numb, and their eggs cracked and shattered. Ah! Another god emperor was torn apart by the demonic beast. Although more than half of the demonic beasts were killed, there were still more than 20 of them. At this moment, there was only one person besieging him. Some of the demonic beasts started to turn around, and decided to kill that nagging human in the distance. Ah! I'm leaving, have fun, goodbye. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play anymore, and he turned into a gust of wind, and fled far away. In his heart, however, he was secretly delighted. This heavenly demonic voice and soul annihilation combined were really incomparably ferocious. The heavenly demonic voice didn't have much offensive power, or rather, it had no offensive power. It could only cause the enemy's attention to shift slightly, and subconsciously make them think about the meaning of his words. At the same time, he used soul annihilation, and used his divine sense to attack an enemy. Under the influence of the heavenly demonic voice, his soul was a little muddled, and this soul annihilation attack was definitely troublesome. Usually, if he felt dizzy and his mind wasn't clear, it was fine. But there were demonic beasts all around, and at such a crucial moment, if he felt dizzy, the result was death. Yi Qinghan was secretly regretting his decision as he ran. If he had successfully cultivated the soul poison jade blade, he would have been even more ferocious. If he had used 3 types of soul skills at the same time, he would have definitely been able to kill them instantly. Poison dragon's tongue. Where can I find this poison? If I knew this would happen, I would have bought some in the Misty Continent. How can this Soul Emperor Pavilion have it? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. This soul poison was easy to cultivate, but the poison used to cultivate it was very special. After the rain, he only found one. In the past, Yi Qinghan didn't care much about it, but now, he felt that it was a pity. After running wildly in the passageway for a few days, Yi Qinghan didn't bother with the demonic beasts. He directly used the Battle Sage secret technique to smash open a passageway, and escaped far away. Because there were already people coming in, he had to find the entrance to the next level as soon as possible. If a large group of people came from behind, once he encountered them, he wouldn't be so lucky. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan finally found the entrance to the next level. A white light flashed, and when the scene in front of him changed, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Chapter 909. What entered his eyes was a world of volcanoes. As far as the eye could see, there were volcanoes everywhere. Below the volcanoes was a boundless ocean. But at this moment, the ocean was filled with boiling lava. The seawater was fiery red, and smoke was rising everywhere. Every few dozen li, there was a huge volcano. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Countless volcanoes erupted lava and billowing black smoke from time to time. Some of the volcanoes erupted abruptly and violently. Fiery red lava bloomed in the sky, forming beautiful fiery red flowers. The scene was soul-stirring, and there was a kind of enchanting beauty to it. But this made Yi Qinghan even more worried. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single demonic beast or monster. Although the temperature of the lava was high, it was nothing to a god-rank martial artist. Simply put, this world of volcanoes did not seem dangerous at all. There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. What kind of place was the Soul Emperor Pavilion? How could it not be dangerous? So, this place was very dangerous. The sky was still filled with countless restrictions. Yi Qinghan did not dare to fly too high. He carefully flew close to the surface of the sea, and circled around the volcanoes. He felt that these volcanoes were not ordinary. After flying carefully for a distance, he was safe. Yi Qinghan tried diving into the sea. Just as his feet touched the lava, he immediately pulled back. The temperature of the lava was too high. If his body fell down, it would only take a few dozen seconds for his godly power to be completely exhausted. Then, his body would be turned to ashes by the boiling lava. He could not dive into the sea, and he could not fly in the sky. This place looked vast, but the range of movement was actually very small. Yi Qinghan continued to fly forward stealthily. He tried his best to travel the same distance between the two volcanoes. The entire journey was peaceful. After flying for half a day, he had flown tens of thousands of li. No. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body stopped in midair. He looked around nervously, and the dragon soar saber in his hand surged with godly power. In an instant, his expression changed. His speed suddenly soared, and he rushed forward. Rumble. The volcano in front of him began to move. As Yi Qinghan's speed soared, the volcano's movement suddenly accelerated. At the same time, more than 10 volcanoes from all directions also moved towards Yi Qinghan at high speed. Every volcanic crater lit up with a fiery red light. Then, magma violently erupted, and thick smoke covered the sky and earth, as if the end of the world had arrived. Run! Yi Qinghan did not know why these volcanoes suddenly moved. It was not clear how these volcanoes would attack. However, he knew very well that this place was dangerous, extremely dangerous. An indescribable throbbing came from the depths of his soul, reminding him to flee this place. Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was about to pass through the two volcanoes in front of him, a sudden change occurred. Accompanied by a loud noise, the two volcanoes actually trembled violently, and then the volcanoes suddenly grew taller. That's right, it was growing taller and its shape was constantly changing. Countless volcanic rocks began to move and combine, finally forming two volcano giants that were several hundred meters tall. Boom! With his divine sense, he could see that the volcanoes behind him had also changed shape, turning into volcano giants. These volcano giants were completely made of volcanic rocks and had a humanoid shape. Each of them was several hundred meters tall, and each of their fists was the size of 6 to 7 Yi Qinghan times. These volcano giants stepped on the magma, but they did not sink. They could feel the magma's faint buoyancy supporting them. The volcano giants did not have eyes, only a huge mouth that emitted thick smoke and magma. It was a very frightening appearance. Swish! Two huge arms violently swung at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was currently flying at full speed, so how could he have the time to change directions? The two arms were very fast, and their strength was so great that it caused the space around them to tremble. Waves of fluctuation spread in all directions like ripples. Fight! Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth, and thousands of rays of light shot out from his eyes. The dragon soar saber in his hand suddenly extended forward, becoming longer and larger. At the same time, it slashed through the air like lightning. There was nothing here for him to borrow strength from. He could only try to swing the saber in the air to see if he could activate the battle sage secret technique. These volcano giants were definitely not demonic beasts. They should be puppets. Yi Qinghan had seen such puppets at the Fallen God Mountain before, but they were not as monstrous as this one. Since they were puppets, they definitely did not have a soul, so soul skills would be ineffective. Even attacks that released divine power would not be very effective. Only pure strength or violent nomological attacks would be effective. Yi Qinghan's nomological laws were trash. Then he could only fight with strength. The two huge arms were already very close. Yi Qinghan slightly changed his direction and rushed towards one of the arms. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rolling heat waves coming from the volcanic rocks on the arms. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Battle Sage secret technique had been successfully activated. Yi Qinghan instantly understood that swinging the saber in the air was also considered an attack. After all, swinging the saber required divine power, so it was naturally also considered an attack. The dragon soar saber ruthlessly struck the huge arm. Although the dragon soar saber had been lengthened by Yi Qinghan to a few meters long, it was still very small compared to the huge volcano giant. One of the arms was more than 2 meters thick and dozens of meters long. Its fist was like a huge stone peak. Yi Qinghan wielded the huge saber, but he felt like an ant in front of the volcano giant. Boom! A loud sound almost shattered Yi Qinghan's eardrums. The huge recoil from the saber caused Yi Qinghan's heart to contract. His entire body trembled, and his speed decreased. A mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. This was because the huge arm had been sent flying a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it proved that his Battle Sage secret technique was stronger than the volcano giant in terms of pure strength. Although he could not completely defeat the volcano giant, there was still hope for him to escape. Furthermore, he had already opened up a path to escape. Swish! Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for even half a second. He flew towards the gap in front of him with lightning speed. Chi! The arm of the other volcano giant brushed past Yi Qinghan's face. He felt a burning pain on his face, but he could not care less at this moment. He continued to rush forward. As he rushed forward, Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept behind him. However, he saw a dozen volcano giants chasing after him. They were only half a beat slower than him. Phew! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's direction changed. He felt the volcano giant behind him spit out a flame so red that it was almost black. Yi Qinghan did not know the temperature of this flame, nor did he know if it was terrifying. Of course, he did not dare to take it head-on. His speed was very fast, but in order not to slow down, he could not turn sharply, and could only adjust slightly. Hiss! Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the thigh by some of the sparks from the flame tongue. A heart-wrenching pain made Yi Qinghan suck in a cold breath. This flame could actually penetrate the god power shield on the surface of his body. It directly corroded his body and burned a hole in his thigh. What kind of damned flame is this? Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul felt cold. If this damned flame engulfed his body, wouldn't he die immediately? He immediately used his god power again and forcibly increased his speed a little. At the same time, his divine sense locked onto his back, ready to dodge at any time. The only thing that reassured Yi Qinghan was that there were no volcanoes in front of him. There was only a sea of fire. He quickly increased the distance between them. However, the volcano giant behind him did not give up. After flying for half an hour, it was still chasing after him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan was alarmed by a loud noise coming from his left. His eyes were like lightning. He circulated his god power in his eyes and swept across. With one look, his body emitted cold air. He immediately turned and flew to the right. On the left, there were more than 1,000 people fighting with the volcano giant. When Yi Qinghan looked at them, they also noticed Yi Qinghan. And Yi Qinghan's eyes just happened to meet with a pair of eyes. Both of them could see the intense killing intent in each other's eyes. Li Tian stood proudly in the crowd on the left. He still had more than 1,000 people under him. However, those who survived and didn't retreat were all experts and elites. Yi Qinghan's face was covered, but Li Tian had a deep memory of his eyes. He instantly recognized them. Also, Li Tian had heard about the dragon soar saber in Yi Qinghan's hands from the Peach Blossom Venerable. Of course, he was able to determine Yi Qinghan's identity immediately. When he saw Yi Qinghan look over and immediately escape, Li Tian was overjoyed. He no longer had the demeanor of a prince. He waved his hands and shouted, "It's him, it's him, it's Yi Qinghan, you can't escape." Chapter 9-10. Li Tian had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion twice and was familiar with many of the checkpoints. For example, he had passed this volcano world before. This checkpoint posed no pressure to him at all. Hence, when he saw Yi Qinghan, he was extremely excited. Yi Qinghan had slapped his face many times. All these years, killing Yi Qinghan had always been his goal. The enemy that he had always wanted to kill suddenly appeared in front of him. Furthermore, he had a great chance to take revenge. How could he not be excited? Li Tian looked at the volcano giants around him, waved his hand, and yelled out angrily, "Li Di, retrieve the fire spirit pearl. Everyone, listen up. Don't waste your time with these stone men. Charge out and chase after Yi Qinghan." Boz. One of Li Tian's guards immediately took out a fist-sized fiery red pearl from his interspatial ring. The reason why Li Tian wasn't the least bit worried about this stage was because of this pearl. The most terrifying thing about the volcano giant was the dark red flames that it spat out. As for its strength attack, although it was ferocious, it wasn't fatal. As long as one could restrain its flames, one could escape with ease. The fire spirit pearl was the same as the water spirit pearl. They were both unique treasures. The water spirit pearl could absorb the surrounding water elements. Of course, the fire spirit pearl could absorb the surrounding fire elements. Li Di injected his divine power into the fire spirit pearl. Instantly, with the fire spirit pearl as the center, a huge translucent red shield formed, enveloping over 1,000 people. The volcanic rocks on the volcano giant's bodies instantly darkened. Even the magma at the bottom of the sea turned pale red. Get into formation. Charge at full speed. Li Tian waved his hand. Over 1,000 people flashed and formed an arrow formation. Outside the formation were God the Arch-Realm experts. They attacked and defended together as they charged forward at high speed. The few martial artists at the front no longer held back their strength. They circulated all their divine power to the peak. They didn't want to destroy the volcano giants. They just wanted to push them back and break out of the encirclement. When the volcano giants saw the fire spirit pearl light up, they all seemed to become dispirited. Their attack speed also slowed down. The volcanic rocks on their bodies were originally emitting a trace of dark red flames, but now, they were all absorbed. Their attack speed was greatly reduced. Li Tian's men perked up when they saw this. The group moved forward majestically, smashing their way forward and knocking the volcano giants in front of them into the air. The volcano giant wanted to give chase, but as soon as it got close to the light of the barrier, it immediately became sluggish and slowed down. Moreover, it seemed to be afraid of the barrier and didn't dare to chase after it for a while. More than 1,000 people dashed towards the direction that Yi Qinghan had flown in, as fast as lightning. However, Li Tian was slightly dumbfounded because he still couldn't see Yi Qinghan's figure after chasing for a few tens of thousands of kilometers. That bastard disappeared again. Didn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion have restrictions? He can turn invisible here. Li Tian waved his hand and asked everyone to slow down. If Yi Qinghan could turn invisible, then his intentional appearance might very well be a trap. He did not dare to take the risk because the subordinates he brought with him were at most peak rank 4. Even though Plow D and the others were experts in joint attacks, and the 12 of them could even resist a 6th-grade war god for a while. But Yi Qinghan's sneak attack could kill a rank 8 venerable. If they were to set up a trap for Yi Qinghan, they might all be wiped out. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's methods, Li Tian's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his analysis was correct. Tens of billions of experts and dozens of paragons could not catch Yi Qinghan, and he even killed more than 10,000 people. Even Paragon Flying Snow died in his hands. Yet he brought 1,000 men and dared to chase after Yi Qinghan. More importantly, the terrain here was unique. If his fire spirit pearl was suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan, it would explode. Then, it would attract countless volcano giants over. That would be truly dangerous. Stop. Don't chase anymore. Find the entrance to the next level. Li Tian did not dare to chase anymore. He ordered everyone to change direction and began to carefully ask everyone to maintain a defensive formation and search for the entrance to the next level. Of course, Yi Qinghan could not hide, nor could he use his origin energy. Li Tian had miscalculated something. Yi Qinghan's speed. Even a peak grade 4 Emperor God wouldn't be as fast as him. Unless it was an Emperor God who had comprehended a speed mystery, with the addition of his power, he would only be slightly faster than him. Li Tian brought a large group of people. Even though they were fleeing at full speed, it was easy for them to attract the attacks of the volcano giants nearby. Even though they were able to shake off the giants very quickly, their overall flying speed was slower by a notch. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's expression was solemn. He was shuttling through the volcanoes, searching for the entrance to the next level. He had already grasped the strength of the volcano giants. As long as he was not touched by their crimson flames, with Yi Qinghan's speed, he would not be in any danger. What made Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger was that Li Tian had brought a group of more than 1,000 people in. Since Li Tian had entered, then it was certain that many other continents had more or less sent people in as well. He was alone, and the only thing he could rely on was his speed. But if he was surrounded, then he would be completely screwed. Damn it, this is my first time challenging the level. Many of them must have done it a few times already. They will catch up sooner or later. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Qinghan's body turned into a light breeze, drifting between the volcanoes. His heart was filled with anxiety. Before he entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he already knew that it would be dangerous. But he did not expect it to come so quickly. Furthermore, it felt like there was no way out. There's a group of people over there. After drifting in the volcano world for a few more hours, Yi Qinghan discovered another group of people in the distance. His heart was filled with even more anxiety. He hurriedly turned his body and rushed in another direction. The volcano world was huge, and there was no sense of direction at all. The entrance to the next level was set differently every time. Anyone who wanted to enter the 5th level had to rely on luck. Yi Qinghan had been drifting in the volcano world for 8 days. He had already encountered 3 large groups, as well as a few smaller groups. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to approach. As soon as he discovered these groups, he would immediately flee. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's freakish speed, he would have already died several hundred times over. During these 8 days, Yi Qinghan constantly thought about what he would do if he was surrounded and there was no way out. The entrance to the next level. On the 10th day, Yi Qinghan finally found the entrance to the next level. But as he saw the entrance, his complexion darkened. This was because this entrance was filled with volcano giants. They were neatly lined up in 3 rows, blocking the entrance so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. If he wanted to enter the entrance, he would have to risk his life beneath the flames of the volcano giants. With so many volcano giants, not to mention his physical attacks, even if each of them spat out a mouthful of dark red flames, he would likely be burnt to a crisp if he tried to rush through. Soul Emperor, how could you design such a freakish checkpoint? This young master will play with you to death. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble, nor did he dare to rush through. He also didn't dare to stay where he was. He could only curse inwardly as he floated around. Yi Qinghan tried to lure away the volcano giants. But he discovered that as long as these volcano giants were several miles away from the entrance, they would immediately turn around and return to the cave entrance, continuing to guard it. Yi Qinghan was at his wit's end. His hair nearly turned white from anxiety. The longer he stayed on this level, the more people would chase after him. Someone's coming. 3 days later, as Yi Qinghan floated nearby, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He immediately flew far away, but he didn't fly too far. Instead, he floated around in the distance, his eyes constantly looking towards the entrance, wanting to see how this group of people would enter the next level. Chapter 9:11. This was a huge team with more than 1,000 people. They were all dressed in black armor and even wore helmets. Their faces could not be seen. They did not have a uniform weapon. There were all sorts of weapons, but they were in an orderly formation. The entire team exuded a murderous aura. As soon as this group of warriors arrived, they immediately split into several hundred people and began to attack. The expert leading them held a fiery red bead in his hand. This group of people had clearly sensed Yi Qinghan as well. A martial artist wielding a black long sword, who was surrounded by a group of celestial emperors, waved his hand and a small group of martial artists flew out from the group towards Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that they were going to attack. Yi Qinghan started to fly quickly. He was so fast that the martialists could not catch up. Yi Qinghan did not escape. Instead, he started to circle around the entrance. Come back. The expert, who was clearly the leader, waved his hand and sent a voice transmission. The people who were chasing after Yi Qinghan immediately retreated. Then, the leader did not send anyone to chase after Yi Qinghan. It was as though he did not care about Yi Qinghan anymore. Your Highness Cherry Blossom, why are you not chasing after him? There's only one person, and his speed is so strange. It's very likely that he's the legendary one. And Celestial Emperor glanced at Yi Qinghan in the distance and said to the martialist who was holding the black sword. The nearby Celestial Emperors also looked at this martialist doubtfully. This martialist, who was addressed as Your Highness Cherry Blossom, glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the distance. She said in a female voice, even if he is Yi Qinghan, can you catch up with him? His speed is obviously not at its maximum. This place is so spacious. You definitely cannot surround and kill him. If that is the case, why do you have to become enemies with him? There are many people from the floating continent. Your Highness, didn't we come in to kill him? He has a supreme treasure on him. Another god emperor asked. The people at the side didn't understand and another god emperor asked. Your Highness Cherry Blossom snorted and said indifferently, who said that I brought people in to kill him? The true treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion is something that even my old ancestor is very interested in. If we can get the real treasure, then the treasures on Yiqing Han are nothing. Hiss, the people nearby no longer made a sound. The eyes that were exposed through the helmets were all filled with shock. Of course they knew who Her Highness Cherry Blossom was referring to. That was a supreme existence in the southern mountain continent. Even the old man was interested in the treasures in this place. In that case, the treasures here were definitely heaven-defying. Yiqing Han's stuff was really nothing. Everyone was silent for a moment. One of the god emperors suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "But, Your Highness." Yiqing Han had the Soul Emperor's keepsake on him. He was the one who triggered the opening of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Didn't this mean that Yiqing Han was the Soul Emperor's descendant? If we don't kill him and obtain the token, how can we obtain the supreme treasure? You don't understand. Her Highness Cherry Blossom shook her head and said solemnly, "Before I left, the old ancestor passed me a few words. The Soul Emperor is a very special person. The Soul Emperor has a son, but he didn't leave the treasure to his son. Instead, he left it here for a fated person. Hence, even if you obtain Yiqing Han's keepsake, you might not be able to obtain the supreme treasure. Everything depends on fate and cannot be forced. Also, I feel that Yiqing Han is a very special person. If necessary, I don't want to be enemies with him." Everyone fell silent again, but they felt a little sour in their hearts. Since the Southern Mountain Sovereign had passed the message, they naturally didn't dare to say anything else. However, everyone felt that Her Highness Cherry Blossom seemed to have a special feeling for Yiqing Han. She didn't want to be enemies with him. Then, she wanted to be friends with him. This wasn't good news. If the pearl of the Southern Mountain Continent was taken away by Yiqing Han, then the entire Southern Mountain Continent would lose face, rumble. Due to the Fire Spirit Pearl, the volcano giants weren't considered strong enemies to the Southern Mountain Continent's formidable martial artists. With the help of the Fire Spirit Pearl, hundreds of formidable martial artists easily crushed the volcano giants into pieces. After attacking for a short while, dozens of volcano giants turned into pieces of volcanic rock and floated on the sea surface. One of the god Thearchs suddenly raised his brows and said to Her Highness Cherry Blossom, "Your Highness, there are 4 more martial artists coming from behind the cave entrance." "Do you think?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand lightly and said, "Ignore them. We have to reach the 7th level as soon as possible. The 8th level's difficulty will be halved. I hope it won't be like the previous time, where they come up with some strange things that leave us helpless." "What kind of pearl is that?" "Li Tian seems to have one too." Yiqing Han stood far away, but he was constantly paying attention to the situation here. The formidable martial artists of the Southern Mountain Continent didn't continue to chase after him. This made him feel very strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. What made him feel strange was that after the volcano giants were crushed into pieces of volcanic rock, they actually gathered together again. However, the aura from their bodies wasn't as fierce as before. "Let's go." In less than an hour, the countless volcano giants at the cave entrance were smashed into pieces by the formidable martial artists of the Southern Mountain Continent. It was a complete mess. Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand, and the formidable martial artists of the Southern Mountain Continent sprinted towards the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared at the cave entrance. Yiqing Han raised his brows. This was a good opportunity. Although the volcano giants near the cave abode began to gather again, their formation was very messy, and their movement and reaction speed were very slow. The volcanic rock on their bodies didn't emit dark red flames either. It was obvious that their bodies didn't have enough energy. He was worried that if the Southern Mountain Continent martial artists were waiting for him at the entrance of the next level, what would he do? If he went in head-on, wouldn't he be dismembered by them? Swoosh! Just as Yiqing Han was hesitating, 4 cultivators flew over from behind the cave entrance. Their speed was as fast as lightning as they rushed towards the cave entrance. Yi Qinghan happened to be at the two sides of the cave entrance just now, so he didn't notice them. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He immediately circulated divine power under his feet and flew towards the cave entrance. If he didn't grasp such a good opportunity, he would be an idiot. Although there were people in advance, there were too few people, so it was still very dangerous. But at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't care so much. Unless he turned back, there were dangers ahead. If he was afraid of this and that, he might as well return to the Fire Dragon continent and retire. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed again. Yi Qinghan's heart instantly sank. There was indeed an ambush. The 4 martial artists that entered previously were all surrounded by the formidable martial artists of the southern mountain continent. Once he appeared, countless pairs of eyes immediately swept over. Then, dozens of emperor gods surrounded him with divine power, and the weapons in their hands glowed with divine light. They surrounded him at lightning speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned, and his mind worked. He instantly understood the situation in front of him. Without any hesitation, white flames emitted from his body, and he shouted, "Since you all want to die, then, let's die together." Chapter 9:12. The first place he was teleported out from the 5th level was a rectangular hole. Presently, he was at one end of the hole. In front of him were countless neatly arranged passageways. The place where Yi Qinghan was teleported out was several hundred meters away from the exit. Yi Qinghan did not find this strange. After entering every level, he would be teleported to within 1,000 meters of the exit. Furthermore, the teleportation location was random. This way, he could avoid being surrounded and killed. This was designed by the Soul Emperor for the sake of the challengers. At this moment, the exit had been blocked by dozens of experts. It was impossible to teleport out from the exit. The path ahead was also blocked. There was no way to escape. Yi Qinghan had imagined such a situation many times in the volcano world. He had calculated for a long time. Now that he encountered such a situation, he had no choice but to risk his life. "Let's perish together," Yi Qinghan's deafening roar reverberated in the hole. At the same time, the mask on his head slipped down, revealing his ferocious face. The white flames on his body surged out. It was clear that he wanted to self-detonate and perish together with the incoming warriors. Shwa shwa shwa. The dozens of god emperors stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated. They had an impression of this face. Before coming, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had shown them a portrait. Yi Qinghan. Everyone present was familiar with this person. After all, there were many legends about him. He had precious treasures and transcendent-grade divine weapons. His head was worth a transcendent-grade divine weapon and countless unique treasures. But nobody would forget one point. His reputation had shaken the divine world. He had killed many people. He had battled against the entire Star Sea for more than a decade. The billions of Star Sea did not kill him. Instead, he had killed many people. And a supremacy expert, Paragon Flying Snow, had been killed by him. Under his great reputation. Accompanying that, was everyone subconsciously fearful of him. How could these puny god emperors deal with someone who could kill paragons? Hence, when Yi Qinghan used the Heaven Devil voice to shout out and his body emitted flames, everyone chose to believe him. There was no doubt. He wanted to self-detonate. Was someone who could kill a venerable going to self-destruct? How could they dare to get close? Therefore, these dozens of people's subconscious reaction was to immediately stop and retreat. Yi Qinghan really lives up to his reputation. In the distance, Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beautiful eyes lit up under her black helmet. This was because she saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body suddenly extinguish. She didn't do anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan from afar. Her eyes were full of smiles, as if she wanted to see what tricks Yi Qinghan would play. Or perhaps, how to solve this deadlock. The dozens of god emperors were enraged when they saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body vanish. They had been fooled by Yi Qinghan. When they turned around and saw that Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't say anything, the dozens of people charged at Yi Qinghan aggressively. If you don't want to die, then stop right there. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. He yelled, "You don't believe that I can make all of you die with me?" This group of people hesitated again. They turned back to look at Her Highness Cherry Blossom, but she didn't say anything. This group of people surrounded Yi Qinghan, but did not attack. One of the god emperors sneered, "Self-detonation. Weren't you about to explode just now? Why are you afraid of death?" Humph. When have I, Yi Qinghan, ever been afraid of death? Yi Qinghan sneered and a hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes. He slowly scanned the crowd before locking his gaze on Her Highness Cherry Blossom in the distance. Everyone looked at her from time to time. Yi Qinghan knew that she was the leader of this team. He smiled faintly and said, "I suddenly changed my mind because I feel that it would be a loss to die with nobodies like you. So, if you insist on making a move, I'll kill you. Therefore, if you insist on attacking, I definitely don't mind dragging all of you down with me." Yi Qinghan's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's every word was said using the heavenly demonic voice. Subconsciously, everyone started to believe his words. Indeed. Yi Qinghan dared to declare war on the Star Sea alone. How could he be someone who was afraid of death? Could it be that he really had a way to drag everyone down with him? It didn't matter if they died, but if Her Highness Cherry Blossom died as well, their respective families would definitely be wiped out. Although everyone was feeling uncertain, they naturally did not show it on their faces. Immediately, one of the god emperors sneered. Humph. Everyone knows how to brag. What capabilities do you have to drag us down with you? Self-detonation again. Ha! I, Yi Qinghan, have dominated the ethereal mainland and the Star Sea for so many years. Who do you think you are? How dare you belittle me? Do you have the right to do so? Yi Qinghan raised his head and laughed maniacally. He did not give the god emperor any face. He was extremely arrogant. Just as the god emperor was about to attack, Yi Qinghan suddenly released a trace of divine power from his hand. He bellowed angrily, "Open your eyes and watch carefully." The divine power that emerged from his hand revolved around his palm. The movement was very strange. After circulating it a few times, he suddenly waved his hand in the air. The divine power turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the sky. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a sudden change. Sparks flashed in the air of the hall. Then, the restrictions on the walls of the hall shone brightly. The entire hall shook and a terrifying energy gathered in the hall. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. It was as though the entire hall would be destroyed in the next second. Everyone was shocked. Even the martialists who were besieging the four celestial thearchs stopped moving. Although the expressions of the southern mountain continent's martialists couldn't be seen, one could tell from their shocked expressions that they didn't look too good. "Young Master Yi, you win. Qiong Dao, come back." A melodious voice rang out. Her Highness Cherry Blossom had spoken for the first time. Everyone's emotions had calmed down. However, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in a different light. The restrictions on the Soul Emperor Pavilion were extremely mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying. If anyone dared to fly high in the sky, even if they were a god emperor, they would be turned to dust instantly. In ancient times, many people liked to study restrictions, and their research was very effective. Powerful restrictions could even kill people at the venerable level. However, basically no one was proficient in them. Even the so-called array masters only had a superficial understanding of them. Yi Qinghan actually knew about restrictions. Furthermore, he could casually trigger the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could really trigger all the restrictions here, no one in the entire hall would survive. Your Highness. The dozens of God Emperors surrounding Yi Qinghan looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom anxiously. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's tone clearly indicated that she was going to let Yi Qinghan go. If they were to give up such a good opportunity, how would they be able to capture Yi Qinghan in the future? However, when they saw Her Highness Cherry Blossom's calm eyes, coupled with the fact that they were afraid that Yi Qinghan could really trigger the restrictions here, they retreated in embarrassment. Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand and her subordinates immediately parted to make a wide path. She even took off her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. She revealed an amiable smile and said, "Young Master Yi, my surname is Lan and my name is Cherry Blossom. I would like to apologize on behalf of poor Dagger and the rest for offending you. Young Master Yi is indeed a hero. You are even proficient in ancient restrictions. Cherry Blossom admires you. Please. What did Yi Qinghan know about restrictions? His knowledge of restrictions was just a beginner's level. The restriction that he had casually released was actually not a restriction but a small array formation. This small array formation did not have much use. It was only used to detect restrictions. However, it had successfully frightened this group of people. This was a method that Yi Qinghan had deduced for a long time in the volcano world. Now, he had succeeded. Of course, this was because he had encountered the people from the southern mountain continent. If he had encountered Li Tian's men, Li Tian would definitely have taken a gamble. If that happened, he would be dead. Miss Cherry Blossom. Nice to meet you. Miss, you are extremely beautiful and have an extraordinary bearing. Yi Qinghan admires you very much. If there's a chance in the future, let's be friends. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Of course, he did not have the time to admire Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beauty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he flew forward calmly. When he passed by the experts from the southern mountain continent, his expression did not change. He flew very slowly and was extremely calm. He had the disposition of an expert. After flying past the experts from the southern mountain continent, he even turned to nod at Miss Cherry Blossom. However, when he turned his head, his expression changed instantly. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He randomly chose a path in front of him and flew away with lightning speed. Chapter 9:13. That was close. Yi Qinghan flew forward like a bolt of lightning. He didn't even look back. Even his divine sense only probed a few dozen meters behind him. Only after flying for tens of thousands of meters did Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. This was truly the most dangerous situation he had encountered in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If not for the experts of the South Ridge continent holding him back, and if Her Highness Cherry Blossom had not spoken, he would have been doomed. Strength, strength. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. Without powerful strength, the feeling of having one's life out of his control did not feel good. Yi Qinghan secretly decided that if he were to go out this time, he would definitely cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years or something. Although the feeling of dancing under the sword was very exciting, it was easy to get into trouble if he danced too much. Cheong Dagger looked at Yi Qinghan's back before looking at Her Highness Cherry Blossom. His eyes were filled with pity. His mouth squirmed, but he only managed to say two words, "Your Highness." Cherry Blossom smiled and wore her helmet again, concealing her perfect face. She said nonchalantly, "It's fine." Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan can trigger the restriction, in fact. I don't plan on being his enemy today. It's best to be friends with this person. He's a very miraculous person. Who do you think will have a good outcome for those who oppose him? Cheong Dagger and company were immediately rendered speechless. Indeed. Ever since Yi Ching Han made his debut, he had first made a name for himself in Dripping Spring City. In the end, all the young masters of the ethereal continent had been suppressed by him. Even Supremacy Wicked Moon's disciple, Devil's Lair, had been robbed of the title of the continent's #1 young master. Then, in Flame Dragon City, more than 10 prefecture lords and 1 supremacy had died. Then, in Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Supremacy's territory, he had snatched his daughter. He had even single-handedly declared war on the entire Stellar Sea. As a mere godly monarch, he had led a few subordinates to face 10 billion experts and dozens of supremacies. Not only were they fine, they had even killed 10,000 people and destroyed a supremacy. The entire Stellar Sea had been disgraced. He thought of Yi Ching Han's ruthlessness and his mysterious methods, as well as his calm footwork. Cheong Dao was slightly relieved. His Highness was still the wisest. This person should be hunted down by the people of the Star Sea and the other continents. They could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while the fisherman reaps the benefits. Your Highness, which road shall we take? Why don't I see any guardian beasts in the 5th stage? Dagger Cheong looked at the dozen or so identical tunnels in front of him and asked with some doubt. They had been here for quite some time now, but they had not seen a single demonic beast or puppet attack them. There is no danger in this stage, but it is the most detestable stage. Her Highness Cherry Blossom bitterly smiled. 10,000 years ago, when the Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, she had brought people here once. In the end, it was also because of this trial that they were unable to advance any further. Last time, he was very lucky and made it to the end of the 7th stage, but in the end, he couldn't enter the 8th stage. Poor Dagger and company looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom in astonishment as they asked curiously, "Oh? What does Your Highness say?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom helplessly sighed and said, "There are no monsters in this stage, but there are 12 tunnels. These 12 tunnels will further divide into 12, and then divide again. At the end, there will be over 10,000 tunnels. Only 999 of these 10,000 passageways led to the next level. The rest of the tunnels lead to the first level. If you enter the wrong one, you can only continue from the first level, and the difficulty will double again. If you enter the wrong one a second time, the difficulty will double again. Last time, I entered the wrong one twice. Finally, I didn't dare to advance to the 4th level. There were too many monsters, and I couldn't kill them all. Moreover, these tunnels will change after a period of time." Damn! Everyone was speechless once more. The things that the Soul Emperor designed were too abnormal. Moreover, they had never heard of such a restrictive method. If they didn't even have a 10% chance, how could they be so lucky? The difficulty was already doubled this time. If they entered the wrong tunnel, wouldn't the difficulty increase by 4 times? There were over 1,000 people in front of them. How many would be left after they reached this stage? "Your Highness, what should we do?" After a moment of silence, a God Emperor asked. "There's no other way. Our people will be divided into 12 teams. If there are too many people, it will be very dangerous. We will advance in batches and gamble on our luck. All of you listen up. If you are transported to the first level, wait at the entrance. The first level's terrain will never change. If someone is lucky enough to reach the 6th level, you must use the fastest speed to reach the 7th level. The difficulty of entering the 8th level will be halved. I hope it won't be as abnormal as the last time." Her Highness Cherry Blossom swiftly divided the teams. The 12 teams had average numbers and strength. After bowing to Her Highness Cherry Blossom, they began to rush forward in batches. Swish! An hour after Her Highness Cherry Blossom's troops left, countless people suddenly flashed in from the entrance. The one leading them was the handsome and mighty His Highness Li Tian in his war god robe. Motherf *********. Soul Emperor, can't you change the fifth stage? Li Tian looked at the familiar scene, and the last trace of hope in his heart was shattered. There wasn't any danger in the fifth stage, but it was the most abnormal. All the martial artists who had passed the Soul Emperor Pavilion hated this stage to the core. Although he was angry, Li Tian had no choice. He quickly made the correct decision and divided the teams to advance. However, he wasn't like Her Highness Cherry Blossom, who had average strength in each team. His team comprised 1/3 of the entire army. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't like to die unjustly. Damn, how many tunnels are there? Why haven't I reached the end after flying for more than 4 hours? Yi Qinghan stared helplessly at the endless passage in front of him. However, after flying for another half an hour, another 12 passages appeared in front of him. He had the urge to curse out loud. After pausing for a moment, he randomly chose a tunnel and continued flying forward. What's the use of these tunnels? A maze doesn't look like a maze. Besides, I can't be so lucky, right? I actually didn't encounter a single guardian beast after flying for so long. Could it be that this stage doesn't have any guardian beasts? What's the use of so many tunnels? Yi Qinghan was confused by the Soul Emperor. However, what could he do now? He could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. After flying for 2 hours, he encountered another fork in the road. After half a day, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that he wasn't fooled by the Soul Emperor. He flew to the end, and there was a dark cave entrance. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. How could this stage be so easy? After pondering for a moment, he drew his Dragon Source battle saber and flew towards the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and the teleportation array at the cave entrance began to teleport. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes as the white light from the teleportation array blinded him. However, he didn't notice that the soul ring on his hand suddenly lit up. At the same time, in a certain corner of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, in a completely sealed and beautiful palace, a half-naked beautiful woman on a jade bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and as her body trembled, a small red string on her naked waist started to twist silently. Chapter 9:14. The 6th floor was an extremely large empty space. Below it was a flat grassland. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The sky was very dark, as though a storm was coming. The more it was like this, the more nervous Yi Qinghan became. The calmness on the surface represented infinite killing intent. It was just like the 4th floor. It looked very safe, but it was full of danger. This floor was even stranger. Nothing could be seen. Spreading his divine senses in all directions, the Dragon Source saber surged with godly power. Yi Qinghan flew forward carefully. Hoo! Sure enough, when Yi Qinghan moved, there was a sudden change. Wind started to blow in the calm sky, and the restriction in the sky also flashed. He quickly stopped and paid close attention to his surroundings. Hoo! The wind in the sky grew stronger, and the restriction in the sky shone brighter and brighter. After a series of electric sparks, countless black shadows descended from the sky. It was as though there was a bomber in the sky, dropping countless bombs. The empty space below was instantly filled with these black shadows. Motherf *****. Yi Qinghan was stunned when he saw those black figures. It took him a long while before he managed to squeeze out a few words. A look of wild joy appeared on his face as he put away the Dragon Source battle blade. With a flip of his hand, a black battle blade appeared in his hand. SSS, the black shadows in front of him all moved. Black smoke billowed from their bodies, and they held a black chain in their hands. Their bodies were covered with small black scales, and they had a black horn on their heads. Their eyes were blood red without pupils, and they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Demon Kings. That's right. Such monsters were common in the immortal realm. They could be found everywhere in the countless second and first-class baleful streams. Back then, Yi Qing Han was almost demonized by a demon king. Fortunately, the love of the dancing butterfly on Xiao Hei's body saved him from danger. Yi Qing Han had encountered such things in the Star Sea, but he had no time to deal with the demon king, so he had fled. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of demon kings everywhere. There were hundreds of thousands of them. And at this moment, Yi Qing Han discovered something strange. The seals in the sky were starting to extend downwards. This meant that it was impossible to fly in this place. If he wanted to clear this stage, he had to kill his way through. With Yi Qing Han's current strength, he could easily kill off the demon kings. However, there were simply too many demon kings. Once he charged forward and charged into the demon king's encirclement, it would be very easy for him to be accidentally injured. The Fiend Realm's monsters had a very powerful attack weapon, the Fiend Aura. Once you are entangled by the demonic aura, you will be demonized in a very short time and become a demon. With so many evil demons, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be touched by the evil demon's aura as they advanced? One had to know that the demon king could control the demonic aura to attack. As long as you were touched by the demonic aura, you would be finished. Therefore, although this stage seemed simple, it was not simple at all. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated. But, for Yi Qing Han, it was very simple. To deal with the evil demon's aura, Yi Qing Han had a heaven-defying treasure, the Slaughter God Blade. The Slaughter God Blade had a very powerful ability, and that was to absorb the evil demon's aura. Yi Qing Han had never met an Azura or Azura king before, so he wasn't sure. However, the Slaughter God Blade could automatically absorb the evil demon's aura. As long as Yi Qing Han held the Slaughter God Blade in his hand, he would be very safe. Of course, Yi Qing Han would also fall into madness. However, the current Yi Qing Han's soul was very strong. This bit of evil demon's aura was nothing to him. Although he was a little bloodthirsty, he wouldn't completely sink into it. Therefore, if this stage was filled with demon kings, it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Qing Han at all. Could this be arranged by the Soul Emperor? He gave me a backdoor. But how did the Soul Emperor know that the Slaughter God Blade has this ability? Yi Qing Han was a little puzzled. This stage seemed to be specially arranged for him. However, he didn't have time to think so much. The moment Yi Qing Han held the Slaughter God Blade, his eyes turned bloodshot. His body emitted a wave of evil demon's aura, and it shot towards the sky. Kill! Without waiting for the demon kings to rush over, Yi Qing Han stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body turned into a sharp sword as he shot forward. The Slaughter God Blade emitted a white light. Under the black fog surrounding the demon kings, it was extremely bright and dazzling. Hiss, hiss! Countless demon kings roared, and the evil demon's aura on their bodies changed. The nearest demon king shot out waves of evil demon's aura towards Yi Qing Han at lightning speed. Supreme! Slaughter! God Blade! Countless demon kings stared at the Slaughter God Blade in Yi Qing Han's hand. The red light in their eyes became even more intense. Although they were slightly afraid, they still rushed towards Yi Qing Han with extreme fervor. Yi Qing Han didn't care about them. The Slaughter God Blade in his hand glowed with a white light and enveloped Yi Qing Han completely, forming a white barrier. More than 10 evil demons' aura swords shot towards the white barrier and disappeared. Instead, the white barrier became even brighter. Ah woo, ah woo. When Yi Qing Han saw the situation, his heart calmed down. He roared a few times and rushed forward like a ferocious tiger. He leaped high into the air and slashed at one of the demon kings in front of him. Boss! As expected, Yi Qinghan's current strength was no longer the same as before. The blade landed on the demon king's head and brushed past its horn. The slaughter god blade shone brightly, and the entire demon king instantly turned into dust. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan swung his blade at another demon king beside him. This time, it landed on the demon king's body. Similarly, the slaughter god blade shone brightly, and the demon king was instantly turned into dust. Yi Qinghan was like a raptor's crossing the river. Under the roars of countless demon kings, he rushed forward. The slaughter god blade flew left and right, and in just a few moments, it had already advanced a few thousand meters. Hundreds of demon kings were turned into dust. Increase the speed. The evil aura is starting to surge. Although the pressure is not big now, the more evil aura the slaughter god blade absorbs, the stronger the evil aura. At that time, it might be a little troublesome. Yi Qinghan's god force surged and no longer held back. He rushed forward at full speed, and the slaughter god blade turned into a series of afterimages as it swept forward with unstoppable force. Waha! I've finally finished refining all these fruits. I'm dying of boredom. Inside the war beast space in Yi Qinghan's body, Xiaohei opened its pair of shiny black eyes and excitedly jumped around a few times. In order to marry Li Shuwei, he had made up his mind to not come out of seclusion until he refined all these fruits. Over 400 fruits had been refined, and it took him more than 10 years to do so. With Xiaohei's personality, it was already very rare for him to go into seclusion for a few years. Unless he went into a deep sleep, he would never take such a long time to cultivate. It's a pity, my soul realm is only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I wonder if Little Ant has these fruits. I reckon that if I cultivate to the God the Arch realm, I will need twice as many fruits. What is boss doing? Xiaohei jumped around in the battle beast space a few times and realized that Yi Qinghan had cut off his soul connection with him. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to look outside. He realized that Yi Qinghan was waving the slaughter god blade and fighting with countless demon kings nearby. Chapter 9:15. Xiaohei knew that he wouldn't be able to help in the battle against the fiend kings. Hence, he didn't send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Instead, he used his spiritual senses to check out the situation outside. Where is this? Why are there so many fiend kings? Why did boss come to this damned place? There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. What's going on? Ever since Xiaohei had left the Stellar Sea, he had gone into seclusion because of Li Shuwei. Later on, Yi Qinghan had cut off their soul connection. Xiaohei thought that Li Shuwei had been following Yi Qinghan and hadn't dared to use her spiritual senses. Hence, she had made up her mind and gone into seclusion. Hence, he didn't know what had happened to Yi Qinghan afterward. Yi Qinghan had been killing fiend kings for several hours now. His soul was being attacked by the baleful aura, so he didn't realize that Xiaohei had woken up and was secretly using his spiritual senses to check out the situation. Right now, all he could think about was killing the fiend kings in front of him and finding the entrance to the next floor. The aura of this place is really special. There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where is this? Xiaohei's spiritual senses started scanning the air. Although there were demonic auras everywhere, there was a special aura in the air that made Xiaohei feel very comfortable and intimate. Another 6 hours passed. Yi Qinghan had killed tens of thousands of fiend kings. Xiaohei suddenly scanned with his spiritual senses and shouted. However, he immediately realized that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to hear him. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Boss, boss. Aren't you looking for an exit? The exit is on the right. Why are you killing to the left? Yi Qinghan's soul was already in chaos. The baleful aura in his mind was increasing, causing his consciousness to blur. He only knew how to rush forward. How could he still use his spiritual senses to check for an exit? Xiao Hei's loud voice shook Yi Qinghan's soul. This voice was too familiar. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and shouted in surprise, "Xiao Hei! You're out of seclusion." "Waha, boss, I've finished refining these fruits. Let's not talk about this now. Hurry up and go to the exit, right front." Xiao Hei shouted excitedly. He had not come out for more than 10 years. Now that he found that Yi Qinghan was playing such an interesting game, he was very excited. All right. Yi Qinghan's spirit was shaken, and the killing intent in his mind was immediately suppressed. He rushed forward at full speed. Indeed, not long after, he discovered a cave entrance in front of him on his right. Immediately, the slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed all the demon kings around him into dust. Then, he dashed towards the cave entrance. There's a treasure. When he neared the cave entrance, Yi Qinghan discovered that there was a jade box at the entrance. He bent down, grabbed the jade box, and rushed into the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan appeared in a square-shaped room. There were no monsters in this room, but there were 4 black doors. This place gave Yi Qinghan a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. "Xiao Hei, come out." Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. After making sure that there was no danger, he summoned Xiao Hei. A phantom image condensed, and Xiao Hei pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms with a face full of smiles. His small head and horn rubbed against Yi Qinghan's body continuously as he called out affectionately, "Boss, I missed you so much." A bright smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and the redness in his eyes slowly faded after Xiao Hei came out of seclusion. The killing intent in his mind was completely suppressed. He rubbed Xiao Hei's head affectionately and laughed. "Ha, Xiao Hei, I also missed you so much. How is it? What realm has the strength of your soul reached?" "Hee, 3rd level of the God King realm. Boss, I am about to become a god Arch." Xiao Hei raised his head proudly as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan to praise him. "Ha, not bad, not bad. Your boss, I am only at the 2nd level of the God King realm." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and was very satisfied. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Since your soul has reached such a realm, perhaps you can even kill ordinary 5th-grade war gods in an instant?" Xiao Hei laughed mischievously and laughed even more proudly. "Hee, I can definitely kill them in an instant. Unless it is a 5th-grade war god with a soul divine weapon, they are nothing in front of the heavenly soul devourer." Good. Unfortunately, it is not a group attack skill. If it was, I would be waiting for them here. I can kill as many as they come." Yi Qinghan said regretfully. Soul Chaos was a group attack skill, but its power was not as great as the Heavenly Soul Devourer. God Thearchs with its power would not be affected. "What's wrong? Boss. Someone is after you." Xiao Hei was angry when he heard this. The hair on his head stood up like a lion cub, and his whole body emitted a ferocious aura. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiao Hei did not know that he had caused such a big commotion in the Sea of Stars. He quickly explained with a bitter smile. The two of them chatted for half an hour before they were able to understand everything that had happened. At this time, the murderous aura in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely suppressed. However, when he used his inner vision, his expression changed drastically. In his Sea of Soul, on one side of the white bridge, a black line abruptly appeared. This black line was very short. If Yi Qinghan did not look carefully, he would not have noticed it. However, Yi Qinghan was very familiar with this black line. This black line was exactly the same as the one that caused his soul to mutate. Now, a small section of it actually appeared. This was not a good sign. If the black line continued to spread, would his soul mutate again? Would it become 3? If the other side also had a black line, would it become 4? Devil King. Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. It must be the Devil King. Because of the Devil King's demonic aura, Yi Qinghan's mind would produce a murderous aura. Because of the murderous aura, the black line appeared in his soul. In the sealed God Valley, it was also because of the murderous aura that caused his soul to mutate. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the fire-colored wall in front of him. He looked at the arched door and muttered to himself for a long time. After using his inner vision countless times, he realized that the black line did not show any signs of spreading. He heaved a sigh of relief. He silently warned himself not to use the slaughter god blade so easily in the future. Otherwise, if his soul mutated again, it would not be fun anymore. Looking at the arched door in a daze, Yi Qinghan felt that this place was getting more and more familiar. This place looked very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Let's go. Xiao He. Let's continue to clear the levels. Yi Qinghan called out to Xiao He. Xiao He flew up to Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Yi Qinghan had already kept the slaughter god blade. He took out the dragon source battle saber and looked at the 4 rooms. Finally, he subconsciously walked towards the door on the left. A white light flashed. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that this room was exactly the same as the previous one. There was still not a single monster. The first few levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were so dangerous, and the danger increased with each level. Why was it that he was so safe in the 7th level? Could it be that he was really his lucky star? Yi Qinghan did not think so. As for this room that was exactly the same, the sense of familiarity in Yi Qinghan's mind intensified. However, he still could not remember. This time, he did not walk towards the right. Instead, he walked towards the door above. It was another room that was exactly the same as the previous one. However, there was a skeleton in this room. The body had already rotted away, and it was obvious that it had been here for tens of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan knew that this was a maze. If he did not know the correct direction, he would be trapped in this maze forever until his lifespan was exhausted or he died of madness. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. He followed the feeling in his heart and continued to walk towards the door above. Then, he walked towards the door above once more. In the end, Yi Qinghan did not continue upwards. Instead, he looked towards the door on the right. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure yet. If this time, walking through the door on the right would lead them out of this maze, then Yi Qinghan's guess would be even more certain. Without any hesitation, he decisively walked towards the door on the right. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. This time, it was no longer a square room. Instead, it was a small hall. He had made it out of the maze and passed the 7th stage. This small hall was rectangular in shape, and there were no monsters inside. However, there was not a hole in front of him, but a door. Obviously, this was the door to the 8th stage. Yi Qinghan's guess was correct. He had subconsciously walked out of the terrifying maze with ease. This made Yi Qinghan's guess even more certain. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not think about the maze. His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. There were some blurry words on the door. As Yi Qinghan looked at the words, the feeling in his heart grew stronger. He kept swallowing his saliva and his face turned red. His eyes revealed a sense of hope and urgency. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was extremely excited. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's strange emotions and asked with concern. Yi Qinghan did not answer him. At this moment, his body trembled even more violently. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the door in front of him in a daze. 2 streams of hot tears flowed silently from his eyes. His lips began to tremble slightly, and his entire body seemed to be cramping. Xiao He looked nervously at Yi Qinghan, then looked at the line of words in front of him. He was somewhat puzzled. These words were common in the realm of the gods. Xiao He could understand them. They were very simple words. Although it was a little hard to pronounce, he did not understand why Yi Qinghan was so excited. Xiao He scratched his head and said softly, boss, what's wrong? Does this sentence have any special meaning? Confucius said, it is a joy to have friends come from afar. There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and allowed the tears to flow down his face. He continued to stare at the line of words in a daze and kept muttering, Confucius said, Confucius said, Confucius said. Chapter 9:16. Confucius said. What did the Confucius say? What is the pronunciation of this word? Isn't it the Japanese? Xiao He gently jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He looked at the row of characters on the door with a puzzled expression, and then looked at Yi Qinghan, who had lost his composure. He decided to quietly watch from the side and wait for Yi Qinghan to calm down before speaking. Yi Qinghan did not wipe the tears from his face. He lifted his legs and slowly walked forward, his eyes not moving in the slightest. He walked for a full hour before he reached the stone door. Then he reached out his hand and stroked the row of characters, gently rubbing them as if he were caressing his lover. Confucius said, Confucius said. Confucius said. At this time, Yi Qinghan's thoughts drifted far away to that distant country. In that country, he had lived for more than 20 years. He thought that he had already forgotten, he thought that he had already become a person of this world and had no more entanglements with that country. It was only at this moment that he discovered that he was wrong. He still could never forget, that country's history was not long, only about 5,000 years old. That country was a country filled with wisdom, and many wise people emerged from it. For instance, the Confucius said, Confucius. Confucius said, it is a joy to have friends come from afar. These words were simple, and the meaning was clear. Perhaps there were many people in this world who could guess the meaning of these words. But in this world, only Yi Qinghan understood the meaning of these words. Although these words were simple, for them to appear here, it was not simple at all. Countless images appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally connected these images together. He was finally sure of one thing. An incomparably absurd matter. The Soul Emperor, he came from Earth. The Soul Emperor was a descendant of Yan and Huang. To be more accurate, the Soul Emperor was the same as him, a modern person from China. At Fallen God Mountain, Yi Qinghan had already suspected that the Stone of Destiny was carved from the same mold as Minesweeper. The question of destiny, especially the first question, was a typical question that stealthily swapped concepts. In this world where martial arts were supreme, would there be people who would study such a thing? Moreover, the various tests of the God-slaying mountain included tests of character, potential, perception, and luck. How could an ordinary person have such a comprehensive test design? Then, Lord Devour told him the story of the Soul Emperor. He told him that the Soul Emperor was a strange man with many wonderful ideas. Furthermore, before he died, he did not leave his treasures to Xiao He. Instead, he generously left them to the fated person. This was obviously the same as many rich people in his previous life. His tone was also very much like that of a modern person. Also, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had all sorts of restrictions and checkpoints. From the start, Yi Qinghan felt that it was like a dungeon system in an online game. Especially the 7th stage. Yi Qinghan completely remembered it now. This was designed according to the famous game Legend of Mir's Zuma Tower. Even the way they walked was exactly the same, left, up, right. At first, Yi Qinghan was just following his intuition. Later on, he finally remembered why this stage looked so familiar. Therefore, he did not think further and followed the way in the game from his previous life. As a result, he walked straight out. Now that he saw this sentence, this Confucius said, he had no more doubts. The Soul Emperor was an earthling. He had crossed over. His soul had crossed over like him. But his luck was better. He had crossed over on a person, while the Soul Emperor had crossed over on a divine beast, a soul-devouring beast. Thinking about it, Yu Qingqing had told him that Lord Devour had vaguely mentioned that her and the Soul Emperor's hometown was the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan was even more speechless. He should have thought of it long ago. Flame represented Yan Huang. The Chinese had always considered themselves the descendants of dragons. Flame Dragon continent. Motherf ****. After a long time, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. He felt that everything was like a dream. This was too ridiculous, so ridiculous that he could not believe it. But he quickly figured it out. If he could cross over, why couldn't the Soul Emperor cross over? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It was really Motherf **** meeting an old friend, and this foreign land was too foreign. But this old friend, he did not have the fate to meet him. Lord Devour had already told him with certainty that the Soul Emperor was dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had many inexplicable feelings in his heart. Inexplicable confusion, inexplicable joy, inexplicable sadness, inexplicable tears, melodramatic, really melodramatic. How could this young master meet such a melodramatic thing? Oh my God, can you stop fooling around? This is not fun, this is really not fun. Yi Qinghan weakly squatted down, and then sat down with his back against the wall. His heart was heavy, and he was very excited. He needed to calm down and calm down. Xiao He did not know what had happened, but he knew that Yi Qinghan's heart was in a mess. So, it just quietly walked over, nestled beside Yi Qinghan's feet, quietly watched him, and accompanied him. Yi Qinghan sat outside the gate for a long time. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days. He didn't move, just leaning against the gate tiredly. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Xiao He also sat with him. Although Xiao He didn't say a word, the worry in his eyes didn't diminish. When Yi Qinghan finally lifted his head, his face was calm, and his eyes regained their vigor. He grinned. Phew, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. After several days, he finally figured it out. Whether the Soul Emperor was an earthling or not, it wasn't important because the Soul Emperor was dead. He was still alive, and he had left a deep mark in this world. He wasn't as carefree as the Soul Emperor, who could die without leaving anything for his son. But he couldn't ignore his family, his son, and many people waiting for him to protect. Xiao He, you truly have a great father. Yi Qinghan smiled. He picked up Xiao He. At this moment, he felt that his relationship with Xiao He had taken another step forward. He was the Soul Emperor's son and also his brother. This seniority was a bit messed up. In truth, he had already regarded the Soul Emperor as his brother. 2 brothers that had wandered into this world, 2 lonely people. Xiao He's complexion tightened. He quickly asked, "Boss, do you know who my father is?" "I know, but I can't tell you." "But I think it won't be long before you find out." Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. Then, he picked up Xiao He and turned around. This gate was similar to the riddle of destiny. Yi Qinghan immediately guessed how to open this gate. His hands glowed with supernatural strength. Then, he slowly wrote a line of words on the gate. Confucius said, "Isn't it also happy to have like-minded friends come from afar?" Yi Qinghan guessed that this gate should be able to fully explain the meaning of these words before it could be opened. If this was the case, then it was easy to understand why no one had been able to enter the 8th floor for so many years. Likely, many people could understand the meaning of these words. But, Confucius said that this Confucius referred to Confucius. Ji, as expected. The gate shined with a rainbow-colored light. Then, it slowly opened, revealing a dark and gloomy entrance. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stepped in. A white light flashed and the scene in front of him changed once more. Yi Qinghan had arrived at a familiar place, a place he had thought about for a long time. Inside was a woman that he had missed for a long time, a peerless beauty. He, little man. Long time no see. On the white jade bed in front of him, a half-naked woman was faintly discernible. Her beautiful body exuded an alluring light. As for that incomparably striking little red string, it was constantly swaying, as if welcoming Yi Qinghan's arrival. Chapter 9:17. The 8th level was actually the illusory palace. Yi Qinghan returned to this place that he had longed for a long time. As he saw this enchanting woman that caused his heart to race and his blood to boil, he couldn't describe what he was feeling. Through the gauze, Yi Qinghan looked at the delicate body that all men in the world yearned to possess. His lips moved but he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally said, "Enchantress, long time no see." Soul Emperor Pavilion Guardian Enchantress greets the Soul Emperor Pavilion Quasi-Master. Enchantress happily rose up but didn't stand up. Instead, she knelt down on the jade bed and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. The veil on her body was very strange. Although her body was moving, the veil wrapped around her body was also moving. However, it firmly covered the 3 hidden spots on her body. However, even if the important parts were covered, Yi Qinghan's body still trembled when he saw it. Especially when the demoness kowtowed, that smooth and round back, as well as the faintly discernible plump buttocks, caused the evil fire in his lower abdomen to soar. Gulp gulp. A clear swallowing sound echoed out, causing Yi Qinghan to reveal an awkward expression. He hid a smile and shifted his eyes away, asking, "Guardian?" "Quasi-Master." The Guardian was easy to explain. In truth, Yi Qinghan had always suspected this because the Soul Emperor liked to play around with these sorts of things. For instance, Old Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. Moreover, he had felt that everything had been smooth the entire time. So smooth that it was a bit too smooth. It seemed that this was all arranged by this woman in front of him. Quasi-Master Yi Qinghan didn't find this strange. If he could come here and see Enchantress, that meant he had already obtained some sort of recognition from the Soul Emperor. But, it seemed that complete recognition wasn't easy at all. Although Enchantress had a faint smile on her face, she was still discussing serious matters and didn't deliberately tempt Yi Qinghan. But, she couldn't be serious at all. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, she was filled with temptation. She leisurely said, "After entering the illusory palace, you will become the quasi-master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Don't look at me like that. In truth, I didn't open the door for you. I didn't dare to overstep the Soul Emperor's rules. Of course, I switched places in the labyrinth of the 7th level. Even though you might die if you don't walk well in this maze, you won't be able to pass any of the preparatory checkpoints for the 7th checkpoint except for this one." "Oh." Yi Qinghan bowed gratefully at the Enchantress. He knew very well that with his current strength, he could not use the power of origin. Even if he and Xiao He worked together, they would at most have the strength of someone who had just entered the God Emperor realm. They were not even at the peak of grade 4. The 4th stage was already very taxing. If it wasn't for the Slaughter God Saber, he definitely wouldn't be able to pass the 6th stage. If the 7th stage also had a guardian beast, then he would really die in the 7th stage. I'm curious, how did you open that door? The demoness lay down on her side again, supporting her head with one hand. She looked extremely lazy and charming, and her eyes revealed a curious light. It was pure luck, a blind guess, ha. Yi Qing Han didn't want to lie to the demoness, so he casually laughed it off. He guessed that the Soul Emperor wouldn't tell the demoness about his soul transmigration. Of course, he wouldn't tell her either. He quickly changed the topic. How did the Soul Emperor die? Actually, this wasn't Yi Qing Han changing the topic. He really wanted to know how the Soul Emperor died. This was because Lord Devour had said that he had to cultivate hard to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was Xiao Hei's father. If Yi Qing Han had the ability, he would definitely help him take revenge. There was no doubt about this. Now that the relationship between the Soul Emperor and Yi Qing Han was even more complicated, Yi Qing Han naturally wanted to understand the Soul Emperor's specific situation. The Soul Emperor, as Yao Ji spoke of this, her face darkened slightly and there was a faint sadness on her face. She paused for a moment before glancing at Xiao Hei, who was in Yi Qing Han's arms. However, she did not say anything and gave Yi Qing Han a meaningful look. Xiao Hei, return to the beast battle space first. I have something to discuss with the demoness. Yi Qing Han understood. He gently patted Xiao Hei's head and said firmly. Oh, although Xiao Hei had some objections, he didn't disobey Yi Qing Han. He turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qing Han's body. Yi Qing Han cut off his soul connection with Xiao Hei and nodded at the demoness. The Soul Emperor died in the Nepha's abyss. The demoness' first sentence shocked Yi Qing Han. Nepha's abyss. Wasn't that in the Supreme Island? Could it be related to the Star Monarch? Although Yi Qing Han had his suspicions, he didn't ask and continued listening. The demoness' eyes were faintly sad, as if she didn't want to talk about this sad past. She said slowly, he didn't have to die, but that stupid woman, Diao Wu, acted on her own. In order to save her, the Soul Emperor activated the soul-devouring transformation. He saved Diao Wu's life, but after using the soul-devouring transformation, the soul-devouring beast would die within 3 years. After the two of them escaped from the Nepha's abyss, the Soul Emperor knew that he didn't have long to live, so he placed the Soul Emperor Pavilion on the Soul Emperor Island. He also designed 12 checkpoints in 12 dimensions and placed 12 divine swords. Of course, the Flame Dragon dimension is the Soul Emperor's hometown, so he left the Soul Ring and Slaughter God Blade there. It was the will of the heavens. Yi Qing Han let out a long sigh. Both his and the Soul Emperor's souls had transmigrated, and they were in the same dimension. The treasure that his father, Yi Dao, had exchanged his life for at the Fallen God Mountain was the Soul Ring. Without the Soul Ring, he was still trash, and he couldn't summon Xiao Hei. He wouldn't have the chance to come to the God Realm, and he wouldn't have the chance to come to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He wouldn't have the chance to know this shocking secret. Soul-devouring transformation. Doesn't the soul-devouring beast only have the soul-devouring world innate ability? Yi Qing Han suddenly remembered the demoness' words and asked in surprise. After using the soul-devouring transformation, he would die in 3 years. He couldn't help but pay attention to this matter. The demoness sighed and said, the soul-devouring beast is a very abnormal super-divine beast, and it has 2 innate abilities. Of course, the soul-devouring transformation is even more abnormal. Perhaps the heavens are too jealous. Therefore, the soul-devouring transformation can only be used once, and the price is the soul-devouring beast's life. Then, does Xiao Hei have this kind of innate ability? Yi Qing Han asked anxiously as he stared at the demoness. The demoness waved her lotus-like hand and said lightly, it's fine. I think Diao Wu has already made arrangements, and Xiao Hei's innate ability won't be awakened. The Soul Emperor died because of her, so he must have had a hard time these years. Of course, he will love and protect Xiao He. He definitely won't let Xiao He repeat the same mistake. Yi Qinghan remembered the ring that Lord Devour gave to Xiao He. It seemed that Lord Devour had already made arrangements. He let out a sigh of relief. Xiao He's personality was even more impulsive than his. If he suddenly awakened and used it carelessly, it would be over. Then, Yi Qinghan thought that the Soul Emperor had used the soul-devouring transformation for Lord Devour. In the end, he had fallen. It seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But why did Lord Devour say that she was Xiao He's aunt? Didn't that mean that she was the Soul Emperor's younger sister? Who was Xiao He's mother? Also, did the Demoness and the Soul Emperor have an affair? Yi Qinghan had heard that the Soul Emperor's woman was the envy of all the martial artists in the divine world. It seemed that the Soul Emperor's love life was even more chaotic than his. Chapter 9:18. As Yi Qinghan's thoughts wandered, his eyes subconsciously swept over Yao Ji, a trace of doubt in them. Light swirled in Yao Ji's eyes. It was easy to see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. A rare blush appeared on her face and she quietly said, "The truth is that the world has misunderstood the Soul Emperor." Yes, the Soul Emperor was an outstanding individual and there were many women around him, but the truth was that he only loved his wife. Finally, his wife died and he no longer cultivated. Instead, he began to wander the divine world and study refining. Dia Wu followed him from the Flame Dragon continent and loved him for hundreds of thousands of years. It was only in the last few years of his life that she touched his heart. What a pity. Yi Qinghan was startled. This Soul Emperor was truly a very charismatic person. Presumably, Yao Ji had always admired him, right? He never thought that the Soul Emperor would be such a lover. But, if the Soul Emperor didn't leave his treasures to Xiao He and instead left them to the Fated Ones, then he must have been someone with a strong personality. This sort of person had a unique charm. He chatted with Yao Ji for a while longer. But, it was Yao Ji recalling the heroic deeds of the Soul Emperor while Yi Qinghan listened. But, what left Yi Qinghan depressed was that Yao Ji refused to say who killed the Soul Emperor or some of the Soul Emperor's secrets. No matter what Yi Qinghan tried to pry information out of her, she wouldn't say. Alright, let's not chat anymore. Let's get down to business. After some time, Yao Ji sat up once more. Her complexion was tranquil once more, clearly preparing to talk about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As the guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, she didn't dare to violate the Soul Emperor's rules. Although she and the Soul Emperor had a deep relationship, she didn't dare to violate the Soul Emperor's principles. In the past, she had sworn a Divine Emperor blood oath and deeply respected the Soul Emperor's decisions. In the past, she had sworn a Divine Emperor blood oath and deeply respected the Soul Emperor's decisions. Yi Qinghan nodded, his complexion solemn. Yao Ji slowly said, "The Soul Emperor said that if you enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion's illusory palace, you will become the quasi-master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. You now have two choices. First, accept the challenge that the Soul Emperor has set for you. If you succeed, you will become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion, as well as the chance to enter the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Second, you can choose to leave. You will also have the opportunity to obtain one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 8th floor. Make your choice." Yi Qinghan already knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly, but he was confused by Yao Ji's words. He scratched his head and asked, "First, what kind of challenge is it? Also, if I become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, wouldn't the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion be mine? Why can't I go up to the 9th floor?" The enchantress said seriously, "I can't tell you the details of the challenge, but I can tell you that there are 3 stages in the challenge, and they are very difficult. It is very likely that you will fall here. However, if you succeed in the challenge, you will obtain unprecedented benefits, and your strength will also reach a certain height. As for the latter question, I can tell you. Possessing the Soul Emperor Pavilion did not mean that one could enter the 9th floor. That was because the 9th floor contained precious treasures that could even tempt a monarch. If you don't meet certain conditions, the Soul Emperor will not give you this supreme treasure, because this will cause you to die. Yi Qinghan cried out in alarm, precious treasures that could even tempt a monarch. Is it that supreme treasure that a peak 7th grade Soul Emperor used to suppress an 8th grade Soul Emperor? No, this treasure shouldn't be able to tempt a monarch, right? The enchantress smiled, smiling like a fox. She faintly said, "It's not that treasure. That treasure is on the 8th floor. It is one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor. Carefully consider it." Yi Qinghan fell silent. He had to carefully consider such an important matter. Precious treasures of the heavens and earth. A supreme treasure that could tempt even a 9th grade war god. If he succeeded in the challenge, he would obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain unprecedented benefits. In truth, none of this was important to Yi Qinghan. Strength. The enchantress said that if he succeeded in the challenge, his strength would reach a certain height. This was what Yi Qinghan wanted the most. Only with great strength could he control his own life. Only with great strength could he protect his loved ones and do the things he wanted to do. There was a high chance of dying. Yi Qinghan only hesitated for a moment about this point, but he didn't care about it in the slightest. At this moment, his state of mind had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. A martial artist cultivated to defy the heavens and change their fate. If he was afraid of death, why would he come to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? How could he give up on such a good opportunity? Even if he died in the end, he would not regret it. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more determined his heart became. He smiled and his entire body became incomparably relaxed. A playful expression appeared in his eyes. He looked at the enchantress and smiled. "Enchantress, one last question. If you obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion, you will obtain unprecedented benefits. Does this include you?" The enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Her eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Then, she covered her mouth and giggled. Her body trembled as she laughed. The little red string on her slender waist bounced even more happily. She didn't speak and only nodded her head shyly. "Good. I will officially accept this challenge." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. However, he thought of something and frowned. "That can't be right. Enchantress, last time, you said that if I could enter this place again, you would fulfill my wish." The enchantress's giggles turned into laughter. Her breasts bounced wildly, dazzling Yi Qinghan. Just as Yi Qinghan couldn't help but walk forward, she splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Hee hee, little man, I will definitely keep my word. However, I think you should listen carefully to the rules of the challenge first. You really don't have much time." "Oh. What do you mean?" Yi Qinghan forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He didn't dare to look at the enchantress again. He pretended to be calm as he spoke. The enchantress smiled and said, "Because in the first stage of the challenge, you must double your strength within 20 years. Otherwise, the illusory palace's restrictions will immediately kill you. Of course, your strength is only limited to your soul and nomological attacks. It doesn't include your treasures or Xiao Hei. Your soul is currently at the 2nd level of the God King realm, and your nomological attacks are at the 1st level of the God King realm. Therefore, you must reach the peak of the God King realm in 20 years, and your nomological attacks are at the 3rd level of the God King realm." F***CK. Yi Qinghan was no longer in the mood to look at the enchantress's bountiful breasts. His face was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were wide open. He was clearly frightened. 20 years. Before becoming a god, 20 years might be a long time. However, to Yi Qinghan, 20 years was just a snap of the fingers. His soul had to reach the peak of the God-King realm in 20 years. Reaching the third level of the God-King realm in the comprehension of the nomological laws. How was that possible? Sometimes, one would be stuck for tens of thousands of years while comprehending the nomological laws. Even his soul couldn't reach the third level of the God-King realm in 20 years, much less the peak of the God-King realm. Was the Soul Emperor trying to play him to death? The first stage already made you so excited. Then, let me make you even more excited. The second stage is even more abnormal than the first. That is, one person must defeat all the martial artists in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At this moment, all the martial artists challenging the stage, not including the martial artists who have withdrawn, add up to nearly 10,000 people. Of these 10,000 people, half are God Emperors. Moreover, there is a clear rule that you can only use nomological laws or soul skills to defeat them. Otherwise, you will also die. The time limit is 30 years. As for the third stage, I won't say it, lest I scare you. Chapter 9:19. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He suspected that there was something wrong with the Soul Emperor's brain. There were close to 10,000 martial artists. Those who had not withdrawn or died were all elites. At least half of the 10,000 people were God Emperors. Not to mention the guards of Prince Cherry Blossom and Prince Li Tian, they were all experts in joint attacks. Even if he passed the first challenge, his soul would be at the peak of the God-King realm. Even if his soul broke through to the God Emperor realm and reached the strength of a 7th-grade war god, his overall strength would be much higher than anyone else. His overall strength was much higher than anyone else's, but could he face the simultaneous attack of 10,000 people by himself? Did the Soul Emperor leave behind anything special for me? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down. Such a perverse challenge was impossible to complete. The Soul Emperor must have a backup plan. You guessed wrong. The Soul Emperor didn't leave anything for you. Yao Ji waved her hand and said with a smile, the only thing you can rely on is this place. All the functions of the Dream Palace are open to you for you to use. Oh, right. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Dream Palace was the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. He had gone into seclusion here for 10 years and comprehended a mid-grade profound mystery, the absolute space domain. He had relied on this to break through to the God realm and kill Divine Master 2. The Dream Palace had 3 functions. First, cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the Divine realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here was more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperors were excluded. Third, the Dream Palace could simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists could comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. With these 3 functions, Yi Qinghan had no confidence that he could reach the requirements of the Soul Emperor within 20 years. However, Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that Yao Ji had mentioned that the Dream Palace had an even more advanced function. If the advanced function was perverse, perhaps there was a chance. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan asked urgently, Yao Ji, what is the advanced function of the Dream Palace? Yao Ji was very pleased that Yi Qinghan had grasped the main point. She smiled and said, the advanced function is very simple. After activating it, one's law cultivation will double. The cultivation speed of the soul can be tripled. Of course, after reaching the God Emperor realm, there won't be such a strong effect. What? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He shouted in shock, soul cultivation speed tripled. He was actually the least worried about nomological law cultivation because he had 2 souls. In addition, the Dream Palace could simulate any martial artist's battle. This simulated battle could also be slowed down and clearly observed. This was several times better than the profound mysteries diagram. As long as he comprehended the rudiments, with two souls in a state of stillness, the speed at which he comprehended the nomological laws would be as fast as flying. He was a soul cultivator, and what he was most worried about was soul cultivation. The soul was the hardest to cultivate. He believed that he would never be able to reach the third level of the God-King realm even if his soul remained silent for 20 years. If the soul was so easy to cultivate, then the soul strength of many supreme experts wouldn't be so low. A soul defense divine artifact would not be so precious. But now, Yao Ji was telling him that the Dream Palace could increase the speed of soul cultivation by 3 times. In addition, with his soul in a state of stillness, then he would definitely be able to reach the peak of the God-King realm in 20 years. There was even a slight possibility of reaching the God-Emperor realm, but how could this be possible? Yao Ji was a little displeased with Yi Qinghan's face. She slightly raised her head and puffed out her chest. You don't believe me? It wasn't that I pitied you back then and opened up some advanced functions for you. It wasn't that bewitching charm honey of mine that increased the speed of your soul by several times. Not to mention a few years, with the strength of your soul back then, it was impossible to comprehend this absolute domain without at least a few decades. Bewitching charm honey. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes. Back then, he was in seclusion and didn't know about it. He didn't expect that his successful comprehension was actually because of Yao Ji's help. Many thanks, Miss Yao Ji. Yi Qinghan still didn't believe it. After a moment of silence, he asked, then what is this advanced function? Can you demonstrate it? Demonstrate? The enchantress's face suddenly turned red, and she became somewhat shy. However, her eyes were like silk, and the little red string below her twisted even more happily, causing Yi Qinghan's heart to waver once again. Yao Ji's face turned even redder. The redness on her face started to spread to her neck, then to her entire body. Her smooth skin was white with a tinge of red. It was incomparably charming. Her voice also became incomparably seductive. She raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. She said shyly, This can't be demonstrated. It can only be entered directly. Actually, this advanced function is Yao Ji's body. Our bewitching charm race has a mystical function. When you have intercourse with me, you will directly enter the 5th level of soul stillness. So, your soul cultivation speed will be the fastest. 5th level of soul stillness. Yi Qinghan exclaimed. His breathing became more rapid. This time, he completely believed it. In the state of soul stillness, he was only at the 2nd level. If he could reach the 5th level, then his soul cultivation speed would soar like a rocket. After all, the Rain Empress had told Yi Qinghan that her soul state was only at the 4th level. A soul cultivator who had not reached the celestial the arch realm would never break through to the 3rd level of soul stillness. The difference between the 5th and the 2nd level was like heaven and earth. The 5th level was the highest level of soul stillness. According to Mo Xiao, there was only one soul cultivator in the immortal realm who had reached the 5th level of soul stillness. That person was a sovereign. Then, let's start cultivating. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He was a little embarrassed. Such an erotic cultivation could still achieve such a terrifying speed. It was really, God damn it. Yao Ji did not speak. She shyly closed her eyes and lay down. Her long eyelashes trembled continuously. Her towering breasts bounced slightly, gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan could not hold it in any longer. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed forward. Like an inexperienced little boy, he hurriedly lifted the veil and climbed up. Yao Ji's skin became even redder. Her breathing became more rapid. Like an inexperienced little girl, she was extremely nervous. When Yi Qinghan saw this, his hands and feet became lighter. He did not step on her rudely. Instead, he reached out a hand and began to gently stroke Yao Ji's face and her black hair. He wanted to let her feel his tenderness and calm her down. After a while, his hand started to slide down and his body also lightly pressed against hers. When Yi Qinghan's hand passed through the thin gauze in front of her chest and grabbed onto those soft and perky peaks, Yi Qinghan tensed up. Little Temptress's body trembled and she let out a moan of ecstasy. The little red string on her waist twisted even more happily. Yi Qinghan stared at the little red string. His eyes burned with passion. He had a deep impression of this little red string. This was because one of the ends of the red string had drilled into the green grassland. It was connected to the holy land of peach blossom. It was mysterious and full of lust. He had always wanted to know what this little red string was used for. One hand continued to stroke and knead the soft breasts. Yi Qinghan's other hand quietly moved downwards. He followed the little red string and slid across the green grassland. Finally, he gently lifted the thin veil. Chapter 9:20. The instant the thin veil was removed, Yi Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Gulp, gulp. A swallowing sound could be heard. Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding on to the peerlessly beautiful object suddenly stiffened. The muscles on her body also stiffened. At this moment, the hardness of the divine artifact below was comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact. The end of the little red string had actually burrowed into the pink peach blossom holy land, and it was even happily twisting about. The pink peach blossom field was currently sparkling and translucent, and there was a river flowing out of it that gave off a faint fragrance. The pink soil on both sides of the river was currently opening and closing, as if it was welcoming an esteemed guest. SSS. The little red string was suddenly pulled out, and the end of the string was wrapped in layers of red threads, making it look like a snake's head. The snake's head was continuously twisting, and there was a translucent milky white liquid on it. The little red string slowly retracted towards Yi Qinghan's waist as if it was unwilling to let go. Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a wave of jealousy in his heart, as if something good had been used by someone else first. However, his body started to tremble even more, and he subconsciously stretched out a hand. His trembling hand lightly brushed past the area where the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and his hand felt something soft and moist. "This servant is weak, I hope that you will take pity on me," a gentle voice sounded out, causing Yi Qinghan's body to feel as if it was on fire, and a fiendish aura filled his body. His eyes became slightly red, and he roared. He could no longer hold it in, and his clothes were torn to shreds, causing the veils around the large bed to continuously sway. Holy shit, famous artifact, 1,000-layered waves. When Yi Qinghan entered, he finally understood why the bewitching race's women were the goddesses in the hearts of the men in the god realm, and why the heavenly awakening continent's monarch, Mo Shanghuang, had disregarded his status to forcefully steal that bewitching race's woman. In ancient times, there were peerless kingdom warriors, and now, there were peerless bewitching race's women. Yi Qinghan had heard of the so-called famous artifact in his previous life, but he had thought that it was just a rumor. Only now did he know that it truly existed, and it was indeed a famous artifact. 1,000-layered waves, there were 1,000 layers within, layer upon layer, boundlessly wondrous, ecstatic and eroding. Yi Qinghan seemed to have gone mad. He was immersed in this boundless beauty, unable to extricate himself. Of course, he couldn't extricate himself even if he wanted to. The 1,000-layered waves had an indescribable suction force that wrapped around Yi Qinghan's divine weapon and sucked it in. The enchantress's eyes were slightly closed. Her eyes were like silk, and her snow-white skin was faintly blushing at this moment. The pure and bashful expression on her face was mixed with an enchanting charm. These two completely different expressions appeared on a beautiful face. One could imagine how much stimulation it would have on a man's senses. A gust of wind rose in the room, and the surrounding walls emitted a faint white light. The heaven and earth essence energy in the dream palace gradually thickened to a frightening level. The wind blew against the veil on the bed, causing it to flutter. Accompanied by the flapping sounds of the bed, the sounds intertwined with each other, forming a special melody. Yi Qinghan was shocked. At this moment, he could feel that his soul sea was surging at a crazy speed. It was definitely more than 3 times faster than when he was in the second stage of the soul's silent state. This wasn't what shocked him. What shocked him the most was that he wasn't meditating at this moment. He wasn't in a meditative state. The 5th stage of the soul's silent state didn't require him to meditate, and he could directly enter it. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't care so much. It was a good thing that his soul sea was constantly growing. As for why he entered this legendary ultimate state without meditating, he didn't have the time to investigate this matter. He began to immerse himself in the boundless pleasure of the 1,000-layered waves. Pa, pa, pa. This wonderful and charming sound echoed in the dream palace for an entire day and night. Of course, there was no day or night here. There was only the ambiguous and charming scenery of spring. A woo, accompanied by a howl that sounded like a wild beast, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled, and his calves couldn't stop trembling. Flowers bloomed and withered, tides rose and fell. Yi Qinghan poured out all the tumultuous words in his chest. His body slowly fell to the side, and the artifact below him slowly slid out. He felt that his body was still as light as a feather. This feeling would probably be unforgettable for the rest of his life. Buzz! Suddenly, that little red rope twisted again. The rope head was like a snake's head, and it drilled into the constantly squirming sacred ground. Then, with a sudden fling, a few drops of pure white liquid with a seeping fragrance shot directly into Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared in an instant. The red rope drilled back to its old place. That thin veil quietly flew up and covered the beautiful 3 parts of the demoness. What is this? Although Yi Qinghan was in the 5th stage of the soul's silent state, he didn't seem to be affected by anything he did or thought. At this moment, when the few drops of liquid entered his body, he could naturally feel his soul suddenly tremble, and the speed of his soul's circulation increased a little. Little man, your soul's silent state can be maintained for 5 years. The few drops of bewitching honey that I gave you can also maintain the high-speed circulation speed of your soul for 5 years. I have already opened the restriction of the dream palace. If you want to watch any battle, just imagine it in your heart, and the restriction will automatically help you enter. Alright, I have consumed too much of my vitality this time, and I need to sleep for 5 years. I hope that after 5 years, you will give me a big surprise. The demoness voice sounded. Although her voice was still charming, it was incomparably weak. Yi Qinghan was shocked, and he quickly opened his eyes. However, he saw that the demoness' face was incomparably pale, and she looked sickly. Compared to her original charming and pretty appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. He quickly got up in a panic and asked with concern, Demoness. What happened to you? Are there any major problems? What do you need me to do? Hee, the demoness laughed, but it was a little forced. The blush on her face also began to fade, and her tender and beautiful lips also became pale. She squirmed a few times and said, It's nothing, this concubine. This is the first time I have intercourse with a man. Little man, you are too fierce, and you absorbed a lot of my vitality. I hope you won't disappoint me, and cultivate well. See you in 5 years. After saying that, the demoness once again forced a smile, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Her face was pale, like a snow beauty in deep sleep, and it made people unconsciously feel a trace of pity for her. Yi Qinghan gently stroked the demoness' face, and he felt a wave of shame. He was secretly depressed. This matter couldn't be blamed on him. Originally, his endurance wasn't that strong. However, he didn't know if it was the demoness' special physique, but this time, it was especially tough and lasting. Thinking back to that kind of ecstasy, Yi Qinghan still didn't want to completely wake up until now. Yi Qinghan was only intoxicated for a moment, and then he resolutely got up. He stood up, took out a robe, and put it on. Then, he gently put down the light muslin on the bed, and sat cross-legged in the hall. Xiao He, I'm going into closed-door training for a period of time. Are you going to stay in the beast dimension, or are you going to come out? Although he didn't know what price the demoness had paid, even if it wasn't for the demoness, Yi Qinghan would still train hard. With such a heaven-defying opportunity, if he still didn't know how to grasp it, then he would be a stupid pig. He was prepared to continuously watch the battles between strong warriors, and when he had comprehended a high-level profound mystery, he would immediately go into closed-door training to comprehend it. If he didn't comprehend a high-level profound mystery, he would definitely not come out. At this moment, of course, he had to inform Xiao He. He connected with Xiao He's soul. Just as he transmitted his voice over, Xiao He immediately cried out in surprise, "Boss, boss. What happened just now? Why is it that my soul ocean is continuously growing in the beast dimension? It's still growing now. Although it's not as fast as when I refined my ant's fruit, it's still very fast. What exactly happened? What? There's such a thing. The 5th level of soul silence is so abnormal." Yi Qinghan was also shocked. It was understandable that his soul was growing so fast, but why was Xiao He's soul also growing continuously? How did the demoness do it? What price did she pay? Then stay in the beast dimension and don't come out. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. The sooner your soul reaches the God Emperor realm, the sooner you can transform, and merrily shui air. Yi Qinghan looked deeply at the demoness on the bed, and immediately made a decision for Xiao He, transmitting his voice over. Xiao He quickly nodded and said, okay. I can grow my soul even when I sleep inside, of course I won't let go of such a good opportunity. Boss, you train hard, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 921. With this soul cultivation speed, I can probably reach 2/3 of the 2nd level Divine King realm within 5 years, right? At this rate, if I continue fighting with the Enchantress 5 years later and enter the 5th level of Soul Quietude again, I can reach peak Divine King realm within 20 years, or even God Emperor realm. Closing the War Beast space, Yi Qinghan began to look at his soul sea. At this moment, the 2 soul seas were constantly expanding in all directions. The speed was so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. The only thing he had to worry about now was law cultivation. Yi Qinghan began to consider where to begin law cultivation. There was not much time, just 20 years. Moreover, law cultivation was not like soul cultivation, where one could continuously expand without any bottlenecks. Sometimes, when one was stuck at a bottleneck in law cultivation, it could last for hundreds of years. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. His path of law seemed to only be comprehending the profound mysteries of space. Because he only comprehended the profound mysteries of space, he was most familiar with the profound mysteries of space. Although he did not really like the profound mysteries of space, he also felt that it was of little value. But there was no other way. The foundation of the profound mysteries of space was good, and there was not much time left. He could only think of ways to comprehend the high-level profound mysteries of space. An absolute domain is an intermediate law. As long as I fuse another profound mystery, it will become a high-level mystery. I'll watch the battle of spatial law powerhouses and see if I can fuse a profound mystery. Before long, Yi Qinghan made a decision. He had no choice but to continue comprehending the spatial law. With a thought, the walls of the Reverie Palace radiated with a gentle white light. Then, the white light grew brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan blinked subconsciously. When he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had changed. A white-clothed martial artist and a black-clothed martial artist suddenly appeared in the air. Both were peak divine king realm, but every movement caused space to tremble. They were clearly experts that cultivated the spatial law. Yi Qinghan did not care about the situation around him. His eyes stared fixedly at the two people in the air. Divine power flashed in his eyes. Every movement of the two automatically slowed down in his eyes. He was completely immersed in the path of law comprehension. What the hell is this level? Why isn't there an entrance to the next floor? Motherf asterisk Kerr, are you trying to trap us to death? Where did City Lord Yi go? Why haven't I seen him after searching for so long? At one of the checkpoints of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, a young man with the aura of a ruffian was cursing and swearing as he looked ahead. His handsome face revealed a trace of impatience. Young Masterly, don't worry. If we can't get out, they can't either. We haven't seen Lord Yi for so long, maybe he's already in the next level. The warrior beside the young man was wearing a war god robe and a bamboo hat. He raised his head slightly and said, his eyes shining brightly. That's right. Young Masterly, don't worry. The Viper War God is right. Also, didn't we meet His Highness Cherry Blossom not long ago? He said that City Lord Yi had entered the 6th level before him. Although the 6th level is vast, there isn't much danger. With City Lord Yi's valiant strength, he definitely won't be in any danger. Perhaps he has already entered the 7th level. A young master at the side said. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would definitely recognize the person who spoke. This was the young master Meng Lang who had acted rashly in the past but wasn't rash at all. The others were also familiar faces. The ruffian was Li He's son, Li Xiaoxia. He had seen him a few times in Leaping Springs City. There was also the Viper War God and the Dragon War God he had met during the War God assessment, as well as some other famous young masters of the continent. When young Master Meng Lang said this, everyone felt slightly relieved. During the time that Yi Qinghan was wreaking havoc in the Star Sea, the entire floating mist continent was talking about his heroic deeds. Yi Qinghan originally had the title of the continent's #1 young master. At this moment, he had become the idol of the continent's younger generation. An idol that was worshipped with incomparable fervor. They couldn't help but admire him. A single person with dozens of subordinates dared to declare war on the entire Star Sea. Disregarding anything else, just this boldness was unprecedented in the divine world. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Qinghan could toy with tens of billions of powerhouses and dozens of venerables in the palm of his hand. He had even killed a venerable. What kind of method was this? Let alone the younger generation martial artists, even Venerable Li Quan secretly sighed at his inferiority. This was a young hero. Thus, all the martial artists of the floating mist continent had a kind of blind confidence in Yi Qinghan. Some people even considered him to be the #1 person below the sovereign rank. This time, they had received the order early and brought all the peak martial artists of the floating mist continent below the 5th grade to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to await Yi Qinghan's orders. No one hesitated. Instead, they were incomparably excited and longed to fight together with Yi Qinghan. It was just that, in this stage, they had encountered a difficult problem. The legendary and incomparably abnormal 5th stage had actually failed. All of them had split into countless groups and entered the 6th floor. In the end, all of them had entered. Not only them, on the 6th floor, they also met other martial artists of the major factions. After confirming that the 5th stage had failed, everyone had entered. Of course, everyone was busy looking for the entrance to the next floor and did not start fighting. Without benefits, without a death grudge, who would recklessly start a war? The people of the floating mist continent had a huge hatred for the martial artists of the Star Sea. Not long ago, they encountered the martial artists of the Star Sea and almost fought. It was just that they were a group of dragons without a leader. Li Tian was also anxious to go to the 8th floor. Thus, they restrained themselves and did not make a move. The 6th floor was completely different from the time Yi Qinghan entered. It was actually a super large mountain range. The terrain inside was incomparably complicated. The guardian monsters were very strong, but there were very few of them. They all moved alone. For the few large groups that entered, it was still very easy to kill them if they attacked together. The biggest problem was, it had already been a full half a year. The 7 major legions and some martial artists of the smaller factions totaled close to 10,000 people. They practically flipped through the 6th floor several times but did not find the entrance to the next floor. When Li Xiaosha heard the few people's persuasion, he mused for a moment. His irritable mood calmed down a little and he said faintly, "Forget it. Search slowly. We're all stuck at the 6th floor. This is also good. Perhaps City Lord Yi has already reached the 8th floor at this moment." Wakaka. Li Xiaosha's words made everyone's eyes light up. Young Master Meng Lang nodded his head and said, "8th floor. City Lord Yi is a person who can create miracles. Perhaps he can really succeed." City Lord Yi is indeed a person who can create miracles. Viper War God exchanged a glance with War God One Dragon beside him and sighed. Towards Yi Qinghan, they had a very deep impression of him. When Yi Qinghan applied for the War God assessment, when he fought with Lu Ji in Phoenix Dance City, he already knew that Yi Qinghan was a character. Except, he did not expect that not only was Yi Qinghan a character, but he was also a super perverted character. When he was in Phoenix Dance City, he would hear shocking rumors about Yi Qinghan every once in a while. That little man with guts back then actually grew to such an extent. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Misty Continent began to continue advancing forward, continuing to explore the 6th floor. Along the way, they actually encountered martial artists from other continents. But everyone left separately after detecting them from afar. Although everyone knew that this floor was very strange, perhaps someone intentionally closed the entrance. But everyone had no choice and could only search continuously. Nobody dared to stop, as if afraid that others would find the exit before them. Chapter 922. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan and the martial artists in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the moment Yi Qinghan entered the illusory palace, Yi Qinghan's expression changed. The 8th level of the pagoda on Soul Emperor Island suddenly lit up with a gentle light. This light flashed, but it successfully shocked the countless martial artists on Soul Emperor Island as well as the countless supremacies outside. The 8th floor had been opened. The faces of the 8 supremacies guarding the Soul Emperor Pavilion instantly changed. Ever since the Soul Emperor Pavilion appeared, they had been guarding it. They knew very well that when someone reached a certain level, that level would light up with this kind of light. Without any hesitation, the 8 venerables took out their communication jade talismans and sent a message back to their respective forces. Before they came, they were instructed by their respective sovereigns to inform them as soon as anyone entered the 8th floor. Ethereal City. Venerable Fragrance was in seclusion in a room at the moment. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Her demonic face moved slightly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 8th floor has opened. Did Yi Qinghan really go in? Does he really have such great strength and heaven-defying luck? The Venerable who was stationed on Soul Emperor Island used to be his subordinate. Of course, he immediately sent a message to him. That kind of little supremacy didn't have the qualifications to send a message to the monarch. If he wanted to notify the monarch, he had to go through the 5 of them. Of course, now that Evil Moon had been expelled, there were only 4 people left. Although he didn't know what was inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, if the Misty Monarch placed such importance on it, he would naturally place great importance on it. He quickly stood up and disappeared from the room in a flash. Venerable Fragrance reappeared at the foot of a tall mountain in the west of Ethereal City. This mountain was called Ethereal Peak. It was one of the wonders of the ethereal continent because it was too tall. From below, it was impossible to see the peak. Not only could he not see the peak of the mountain. At most, he could only see halfway up the mountain. Empyrean Fragrance smiled disdainfully. This place was a forbidden land to the martial artists of the misty continent, but to Empyrean Fragrance, it was only an important place. He didn't teleport up. Instead, he walked up the mountain step by step. The mountain became steeper and steeper. At the end, it was almost a 70-degree slope. Moreover, the surface was as smooth as a mirror. Even if it was given to a small martial artist, they would not be able to climb it. Exalted Fragrance's footsteps were like the wind. Before long, she already climbed to the summit. The peak was very flat and wide. There was nothing on it except for a white palace. Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. Exalted Fragrance knelt on one knee. Her expression was extremely respectful and even a little nervous. "What is it?" A majestic voice suddenly sounded. The voice was very faint, and no one knew where it came from. However, it was clearly heard on the peak of the mountain. Reporting to Sovereign, someone has entered the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Venerable Fragrance looked slightly uncomfortable. He knew that the monarch did not like him because of what happened in Flame Dragon City back then. Got it. Give this to the guards on Soul Emperor Island. Once someone enters the 9th level, inform me immediately. A white jade communication talisman shot out from the palace. Fragrance Sovereign's expression tightened as she respectfully received it. This communication jade talisman was something that even he did not have the qualifications to possess. If he wanted to pay his respects to the sovereign, he could only come here. It seemed like Monarch Wang cared a great deal about the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. What was on the 9th floor? The same thing happened in the other 5 continents. Moreover, the hidden sovereign had made an exception and spoken out. Besides Star Sovereign, the 7 guardian venerables of the Soul Emperor Pavilion all received a communication jade talisman from their respective sovereigns. They also received the highest decree of the sovereign. Once the 9th floor lit up, they had to be informed immediately. It was not that Li Kong did not want to send a message to Star Sovereign, but Star Sovereign was in death seclusion. If he did not come out, no one could see him. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that the other 7 sovereigns had given their instructions. This matter was not concealed. Before long, many venerables and patriarchs of the great families in the immortal realm knew of this matter. What was on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Who had entered the 8th floor? Recently, countless great families and supreme beings in the immortal realm were thinking about this question. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. However, many people were sure of one thing. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had something that moved the hearts of the 7 sovereigns. My lord. Did Little Han enter the 8th floor? On the rooftop of Soul Devourer City, Lord 9 asked Lord Devour, who was standing on the rooftop and looking at the sea. Lord Devour tilted his head slightly, looked at Lord 9, and said calmly, "It should be him." Should. My lord, doesn't Lady Yao Ji need to report to you about the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Lord 9 raised her brows in confusion. Lord Devour had told her a little about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She knew that the guardian inside was Yao Ji, one of the demon-dancing concubines named by the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour. Of course, they were equally famous. Now that Lord Devour was so powerful, Yao Ji would probably report everything to Lord Devour, right? I will not care about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This is what I promised the Soul Emperor. He said that he would leave it to the fated person. If no one is fated, then that supreme treasure of heaven and earth will be sealed there forever. Lord Devour sighed deeply and said faintly. Supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Lord 9 recalled the recent rumors in the immortal realm. Now that Lord Devour said so, it must be a supreme treasure. She asked curiously, is it on the 9th floor? Supreme treasure of heaven and earth. How precious is it? It's on the 9th floor. As for how precious it is, it's hard to say. Anyway, I think if Jida could get it, he wouldn't hesitate to give the entire misty continent to someone else. This, Lord 9 took in a breath of cold air. Her eyes blinked unceasingly, and her hands shivered. He wouldn't hesitate to give the entire misty continent to someone else. Then, did it mean that the misty continent wasn't as precious as this supreme treasure of heaven and earth? Then, my lord, why don't you use it? I mean, why didn't the Soul Emperor give it to you? Lord 9 was bewildered. Such a treasure. Lord 9 had followed Lord Devour for so many years, so she knew Lord Devour's feelings for the Soul Emperor. She also understood the entanglement between the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour. I don't need it. Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, but his voice was arrogant. He looked at the wandering sea in the distance, his eyes a little perplexed. After a while, he said leisurely, in fact, I wanted to let Xiao He take this supreme treasure. However, Xiao He doesn't like to cultivate. Thus, I wanted to let Yi Qinghan take it. Of course, whether Yi Qinghan can get it or not depends on his luck. If Yi Qinghan can't get it, it will be really troublesome. Lord 9's brain worked fast. She understood Lord Devour's worry, so she asked, what's so magical about this heaven and earth treasure? If Yi Qinghan gets it, can he help you resist your enemy? This thing is really magical. It's one of the most precious treasures in this world. If little Han can get it, we will have a chance to resist my enemy. Sigh, it's all up to fate. After Lord Devour finished talking, he quieted down. Lord 9 didn't dare to ask more, just staying with Lord Devour to watch the wandering sea in the distance. Two graceful figures, one red and one white, were swaying gracefully in the sea breeze. Chapter 923. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, two martial artists, one black and one white, were engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were using the space mysteries, but the space law mysteries were auxiliary or control-type mysteries. When the two fought, neither could do anything to the other. It was as if the two were not fighting, but rather demonstrating the principles of the space mysteries. Yi Qinghan did not care where he was at this moment. His eyes were glued to the two people in the sky. Many years ago, he had watched such a battle and knew that it was only an illusion. There was no danger at all. Of course, he would not care about anything around him. Watching the battle and comprehending the mysteries was the most important thing. The two of them are using many mysteries that I can't understand at all. Space Shackle should be a strengthened version of the Absolute Domain, but what other mysteries did he fuse with? What is the other space mystery fused with? Why do I feel that he has all 5 foundation mysteries? This is impossible. If all 5 mysteries are fused, then that is the ultimate mystery. Invincible Battle God, it seems that I have misunderstood. I have to watch more. Because the Dream Palace's functions were fully activated, Yi Qinghan could watch as he pleased. Thus, Yi Qinghan repeatedly replayed the battle between the two. However, after watching for half a year, he had only seen Space Shackle. If not for Viper War God explaining it to him in the past, he would not have been able to grasp the door. Heaven and earth laws were the purest, most wondrous, and most profound things in the world. It was possible for you to suddenly comprehend and immediately fuse with them. After that, it would be easier. Follow this path and gradually comprehend, then you would eventually have a chance to reach grand accomplishment. But it was also possible that you would never be able to enter the door. This was something that you understood, and if you didn't, then you didn't understand. Moreover, it was easy to go astray while cultivating the laws. If you comprehended the wrong thing at the beginning, then you would follow the wrong path and eventually walk into a dead end. Profound mysteries could not be explained in detail. Even if you comprehended it in detail, you would still not understand. Something that was rigid and rigid was not suitable for comprehending the laws. This was because this was comprehending the truth of the world, the source of the great Tao. If you could not comprehend it, then how could you let the younger generation better comprehend the laws and not go down the wrong path, so that they could comprehend the laws faster? This was something that many supreme experts were considering. After all, they had many descendants. Only when their descendants were powerful could their clan become even more powerful. Thus, the creation of the profound mystery diagram came into being. The profound mystery diagram was very difficult to create. Unless one was a supreme expert, it was impossible to create it. Every profound mystery diagram was a priceless treasure. They were the treasures of every great family. The profound mysteries diagram contained the cultivation rules of a supreme expert, their comprehension of the laws, and their comprehension of the world. Although the profound mystery diagram was very profound, it was very useful. Of course, these profound mysteries diagrams were trashed to the dream palace. In a battle between powerhouses, the profound mysteries of the laws used were the easiest for people to comprehend. After all, this was the most direct and purest manifestation of the profound mysteries. There were many supreme experts in the God world who wanted to record their own battles or simulate their battles so that their juniors could comprehend them. However, they soon realized that it was impossible. Why? Because the speed of the ultimate powerhouses was just too fast. Every release and application of the profound mysteries of the laws was completed in an instant. Their clan's descendants simply couldn't understand how it was done. But the Dream Palace solved this problem. The images of the battle between powerhouses could be infinitely enlarged, replayed, and even replayed. One could clearly understand how every high-grade profound mystery was released and what basic profound mysteries were fused. Hence, the Dream Palace became the #1 supreme treasure below the God-Emperor realm. With this item, one could create countless pinnacle God-King experts. Even so. However, Yi Qinghan still watched for an entire half a year and still couldn't figure out what profound mysteries were fused with spatial shackles, let alone the principles behind the fusion. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the laws. Absolute domain is the fusion of spatial undulation, spatial locking, and spatial stillness. This spatial shackles needs to fuse one more profound mystery. Is it the power of space or spatial oscillation? If it's the power of space, how do I cut in? How do I cut in with spatial oscillation? Without a point of convergence, it can't be fused at all. Sigh, what a headache. Another half a year had passed, and Yi Qinghan was starting to feel a little anxious. He had watched the battle for an entire year, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of fundamental profound mystery he was trying to fuse, let alone deduce the principle behind the fusion. He wanted to break through to the third level of the God-King realm within 20 years. To reach the third level of the God-King realm, he needed to fuse two types of high-grade profound mysteries to the large success stage, and he still needed to enter the entry stage of the third high-grade profound. Right now, he had only comprehended one type of high-grade profound mystery, so close, yet worlds apart. If this carried on, he would definitely be hacked to death by the Dream Palace's restrictions. One had to know that even if Yi Qinghan had comprehended the entry stage, it wasn't that simple to reach the large success stage of a high-grade profound mystery. Even if an ordinary person was extremely talented, they would still need several decades. Yi Qinghan was more monstrous, but he would still need at least several years, or even more than a decade. Now that a year had passed without any results, how could Yi Qinghan not be anxious? No matter how he looked, Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out the main points. Helplessly, Yi Qinghan simply exited the battle simulation. He also stopped meditating and woke up. He stood up and wriggled his body. He decided to completely relax himself. He was very clear that when a person was under great pressure, he had to think of ways to relax himself. Otherwise, if he continued to struggle, his mind would become more and more chaotic, and the pressure would also increase. In the end, it was very likely that things would become worse. After looking into the beast battling space, he discovered that Xiao He was sleeping soundly. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and didn't disturb him. After that, he probed his soul's sea and discovered that it was more or less the same as what he had expected. If he could continue to grow at this speed in these 20 years, his soul would definitely reach the peak of the God-King realm. There was also a high possibility that he would break through to the God the Arch realm. After walking around the Dream Palace for a while, Yi Qinghan came to the white jade bed at the seat of honor. He gently lifted the veil and looked at the beauty Sala's peerless appearance and alluring body. His mind didn't have any evil thoughts, and his mind instantly calmed down. This woman was very special. Yi Qinghan didn't have any feelings towards her. This was completely a man's desire to possess a peerless beauty. Of course, beauty Sala had helped him in the past, so he felt some gratitude towards her. After coming to the Soul Emperor Pavilion once more, Yi Qinghan's feelings towards beauty Sala hadn't changed. Even though he had taken her, the truth was that he didn't have any feelings towards her. But now, things were different. Although he didn't know what beauty Sala had done, he was well aware that beauty Sala had helped him a great deal without violating the Soul Emperor's rules. Moreover, she had done so secretly, without any compensation. This caused Yi Qinghan to be moved. His personality had always been like this. If others were good to him, he would treat them 100 times better. Seeing beauty Sala's pale face, Yi Qinghan recalled the time he had spent together with beauty Sala. Yi Qinghan's heart softened. A man only found out afterwards that there was a woman who had silently sacrificed a great deal for him. For him, she didn't even hesitate to harm herself. Moreover, this woman was a peerless beauty. In this sort of situation, any man would involuntarily feel a sense of pity and tenderness towards her. Then, this feeling would be infinitely magnified, and the position of this woman in his heart would become increasingly large. Yi Qinghan gently smiled. One hand held on to beauty Sala's soft hand, and the other hand gently stroked her pale face. Like this, he quietly sat there, looking at her for a long, long time. Unconsciously, Yi Qinghan's heart slowly calmed down. The smile on his lips also faded away. His eyes slowly closed, and like this, he unknowingly fell into meditation. And at this time, the wind in the Dream Palace seemed to become increasingly strong.